Chapter 742. He couldn't see through it. The Saint Race. In the past, he had killed the Saint Race's son Sheng Feiyun in the Great Battle of the 100 Generals. Since then, he had formed a grudge with the Saint Race. In the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb, the Saint Race had also come. They had bewitched the people of the Middle Three regions to kill him, but they had still failed. At that time, Lin Ling had wanted to go to the Seven Profound Martial House, so he hadn't dealt with the Saint Race yet. Now that he had returned, there was no need for the Saint Race to exist. Moreover, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had such a great war, but why hadn't his grandfather informed him? But in the next moment, Lin Ling's heart was filled with excitement. His grandfather and the others didn't want to disturb his cultivation at the Seven Profound Martial House, so they had silently endured everything. It's time to make the Saint Race disappear. Lin Ling muttered, causing the eyes of the escort team to widen. As they looked at Lin Ling, they discovered that this youth had an indescribable temperament that made them want to worship him. But this feeling quickly disappeared. After looking carefully, Lin Ling seemed like an ordinary youth again. What was strange was that Lin Ling's cultivation alternated between the Earth Spirit Realm and the Martial Spirit Realm, making it difficult for them to see through him. There was only one reason for this feeling, and that was that he was too strong, they couldn't see through him. It was just that Lin Ling was too young, so how could they not see through his cultivation? So many people guessed that Lin Ling was at the Martial Spirit Realm, and was about to break through to the Earth Spirit Realm. As the escort team moved forward, they were safe and sound. At night, the escort team stopped and found a valley to rest. Everyone gathered around a fire, talking and laughing. An old man who was blind smiled at everyone, and then began to feel their bones. This old man used to be a top powerhouse of the Stone Saint Kingdom's Extreme Ice Temple. Later, he was wounded in a great battle and was reduced to a cripple. In order to survive, he had researched a mysterious divination technique. It was said that he had learned it from the Extreme Ice Temple's heavenly concubine. The heavenly concubine was a goddess of the Stone Saint Kingdom, and could predict everything under the heavens. Old He, help me calculate. The escort team leader Yi Kai laughed and sat down beside the old man. The others respectfully made way for him. Since Senior Yi asked this old man to perform a divination, this old man naturally wouldn't dare to hide anything. That elder smiled politely. He knew that if they wanted to reach the Heaven Mystics Kingdom safely, they would have to rely on Yi Kai and his son. Hence, he respected them very much. We don't have to be so polite. You're older than me, so I'll take the liberty to call you Old He. Yi Kai didn't put on any airs and was very amiable. Lin Ling, who was drinking wine by the bonfire, nodded slightly. Originally, he wanted to leave immediately after he found out about the battle at the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, Yi Kai was kind enough to help him. If he were to leave abruptly and allow the escort team to encounter the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army, the escort team would all perish. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to travel with the escort team. Lin Ling's principle was to treat others how they treated him. Brother Yi, what do you want to calculate? Old He asked. Let's just consider the dangers of this trip. Yi Kai didn't have much confidence in this trip. After all, they were about to reach the borders of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That was the battlefield, and there were plenty of people from the Snake Swamp Kingdom. It would be hard to walk over safely. Old He nodded and touched Yi Kai's face. He constantly felt around and frowned after a moment. Everyone's heart shuddered. Could this trip be dangerous? Brother Yi, please speak frankly. Yi Kai spoke with a grave expression. Strange. This trip is extremely dangerous. There will be a bloody calamity and even a complete annihilation. Old He spoke with a grave expression, which caused everyone's heart to shudder. Complete annihilation? Would they all perish? However, with the arrival of fortune and the shroud of a king, Brother Yi exchanged for an opportunity. It is truly hard to come by. Old He spoke again. Ye Kai's body trembled slightly. His own fortune had descended, and a single action had exchanged for an opportunity. Therefore, everyone was able to walk through the danger safely. However, he didn't do anything, and the escort team was as per normal. If there was anything, it would be that he had helped a youth earlier. That youth? Ye Kai shook his head. It obviously wasn't any fortune. Old He's divination, the inheritance of the Peak Grade Hall, is definitely accurate. At this moment, Yiziki walked over and said. In fact, he was also comforting everyone. He didn't really believe in fortune, so he also asked Old He to divine his future. Father's fortune and son's support. Little friend Yi, your divination is a dream of an old ox pulling a red chariot and the return of the champion. This means that your future is bright and you can achieve the goal in your heart. Old He laughed loudly, which made Yiziki's heart tremble and a touch of joy rose in his heart. His goal and dream was to join the Flame Corps. Could it really be achieved? Divine for me as well. Everyone asked Old He for help, and Old He also needed everyone's help along the way, so he was duty-bound to do so. Little friend, how about I divine for you? Old He suddenly said to Lin Ling. Everyone else had been divined except for Lin Ling. He didn't want to be exclusive and make Lin Ling feel uncomfortable, so he also did a divination for Lin Ling. Me? Lin Ling was drinking wine by the fire and was a little surprised. Old He is a famous fortune teller in the Stone Saint Nation. If he wasn't in your escort team, he wouldn't even care if you asked him. Why don't you go and divine for him? The girl called Yen, seemed to dislike Lin Ling, so she said sarcastically. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't care about the words of a small character. After shaking his head, he also walked towards Old He. Divine for the future. Lin Ling actually didn't believe in divination because he had always believed in himself. Old He nodded and touched Lin Ling's cheeks with his aged hands. Yen, on the side smiled and said, he has a mediocre life. He can't compare to Yiziki's big brother at all. However, Old He's body trembled and he almost knelt down. Everyone's eyes narrowed. Old He, what's wrong? Lin Ling quickly supported Old He, but Old He's heart was still pounding. In the end, he said, I can't see through it. Previously, he had divined Lin Ling's past life. It was a hazy cloud, and he couldn't see through the past life. When he divined Lin Ling's current life, he only saw a pair of mysterious eyes in the gray sky, looking down at the world. When he divined the future, a bloody light soared into the sky. In the bloody path, a cold and slender figure walked out, and behind that figure were a large number of shadows. As if to protect the people behind, that cold figure killed a bloody path. Old He had divined thousands of times, but this was the first time he had encountered such a miraculous thing. I can't see through it. I can only say that there will be a tribulation next. Once you cross it, you will have a bright future. Old He frowned. This was the only thing he could see through. That tribulation is related to a woman. At night, she plotted against you. Lin Ling's eyes focused. Old He, can you tell me more in detail? Old He smiled bitterly and shook his head. To divine for you, I spent more effort than anyone else. To be able to see this tribulation is already my limit. I can only say that this tribulation is called night tribulation. Lin Ling nodded and secretly remembered the words, night tribulation. Chapter 743. Army of Snake Swamp Country. However, that aura disappeared very quickly and he did not know if it was an illusion or something else. At night, the north ice was very cold. However, there were many demonic beasts roaming around and no one dared to sleep too deeply. The next day came quietly. You're too thick-skinned. Everyone took turns to keep watch, but you slept the entire night. A sharp voice came from the valley and many people looked over helplessly. It was Yen's voice. Yen was a little pampered in the escort team. After all, she was the young miss of a big family in the Stone Saint country. Hence, many people in the escort team gave in to the willful young miss. Alright, nothing happened anyway. Miss Yen, you should stop talking. Old He's voice came out. He did not know why, but he had a feeling of supporting Lin Ling. He did not like others to infringe on Lin Ling's dignity. As for why he had such a feeling, he did not know. Perhaps it had something to do with the divination last night. Lin Ling calmly packed up his things and took a sip from the wine pot. He then passed it to Little Flame and did not even look at Yen. He did not have time to care about this kind of young lady who did whatever she wanted. Gee. Little Flame bared its fangs and brandished its claws at Yen. Yen clenched her teeth and looked at Yiziki, who was on guard. She shook her head and said, "Why is the difference between people so big? A little bug and an eagle is indeed incomparable." Towards Yiziki, the adoration in her beautiful eyes deepened. Lin Ling continued to drink as if it was none of his business. Alert? Last night, there were a total of 3 waves of demonic beast sneak attacks. Among them, the most frightening was the Earth King Worm. It was a demonic beast that swam under the hard profound ice. It would often swallow up martial artists and catch them off guard. If it wasn't for Little Flame's fierce beast aura, who knew how many people would have died last night? What was the point of being alert when the Earth King Worm attacked? Little Friend's little monkey seems to be not bad. It seems to be fearless in the face of anything. Yi Kai led the horse over and said with a smile. On his shoulder, Little Flame looked at Yi Kai in disdain and continued to drink. To it, there was nothing to be afraid of. They were just a bunch of ants. Little Flame, don't be rude. Lin Ling reprimanded him. He also knew that Lin Ling's bloodline was noble and naturally disdained Yi Kai's tone of taking advantage of his seniority. However, Yi Kai did not do it on purpose. In addition, Yi Kai's character was amiable and approachable. Therefore, Lin Ling also respected Yi Kai quite a bit. Interesting. Yi Kai naturally did not mind Little Flame's disdain. He laughed heartily as he mounted his horse. Of course, if he knew that he was talking to a ferocious beast, then he wouldn't be able to maintain his indifferent attitude. That ferocious beast only needed a single finger to kill him. The escort team moved forward again and was about to leave the North Ice. They were getting closer to the Heaven Mystics' kingdom. Everyone was getting nervous. The border of the Heaven Mystics' kingdom was a place of war. If they were to pass through this chaotic place, there was no doubt about the danger. Along the way, the group was extremely quiet. However, the Snake Swamp Kingdom had already surrounded the massive Heaven Mystics' kingdom. It was very difficult for them to break through that defensive line. Rumble. From afar, there was a deafening sound. A scout had discovered the escort team and notified a large number of soldiers to come over. Snakes, lizards, and even mountain-sized toads. These were the mounts of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. On the mounts, those martial artists were all bare-chested and had eerie green hair. They were emitting a baleful aura that covered the sky. This was an army formed by martial artists, and the weakest of them was at the late stage of the Earth Spirit realm. All of you have to die. Leave the women behind. The leader was a man who was close to 3 meters tall and had dark green skin. His voice was deep like thunder, and his face was very ugly. His nostrils were as big as a fist. Beside him was a man who was riding on a stinking crocodile. This man was very skinny, but his body was very long and very smooth. He was like a monster with a human head and a snake body. The people of the Snake Swamp Kingdom had always been very ugly. Not good. 2 late-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists. I'm afraid 2 great generals have appeared. When Yi Kai saw the majestic aura approaching, his body couldn't help but tremble. The martial artists of the Snake Swamp Kingdom were already ferocious and terrifying. They were even stronger than ordinary martial artists. Right now, the enemy had 2 late-stage King Spirit Realm martial artists. The great calamity was approaching. The crowd also trembled, especially the women. They didn't dare to look at the army. If the women stayed behind, it meant that the women would be captured by the people of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. What would happen to them then? How terrifying! Yen, who had always been unruly, also trembled. Her beautiful eyes were wet. TSK, there are quite a few women. I can play with them for a few days. Sigh. Almost 1,000 martial artists of the Snake Swamp Kingdom surrounded the escort team. The escort team only had a little over 100 people. Big brother Yi Chi, it's up to you. Sigh. Yen looked at the young man at the front of the escort team. In her heart, he was the only person she could rely on. Many people also looked over. The only people they could rely on were the father and son of the escort team. However, as Yizeki looked at that massive body and that tyrannical aura, he actually began to tremble. His opponent was stronger than him, and his aura was thicker than his own. Therefore, he was afraid. He had fought many powerhouses before, but he had never fought a Snake Swamp Kingdom martial artist before. Zeki, calm down. Sigh. Yi Kai shouted. He knew that his son was a little shaken. All right. Sigh. Yi Chi nodded heavily and forced himself to pull himself together. Huh, pretty boy, I like it too. Don't kill this one. Play with him first before eating him. Of the two leaders, the leader who was as thin as a snake licked his lips. A surge of killing intent swept over, causing Yi Chi's mind to go blank. Play with him? The other party wanted to play with him first before eating him? How terrifying. Plop. He fell from the horse, causing the crowd to be stunned. The martial artists of the Snake Swamp Kingdom all laughed. On the escort team's side, everyone felt as if their strongest pillar had collapsed. Yi Chi, who they relied on, was actually afraid and didn't dare to fight. Impossible, this is fake. Yen shook her head. Yen kept shaking her head. Yizeki was her idol, but at this moment, the image of her idol shattered like glass, making her sky turn gray. Impossible? Huh, beautiful women love heroes. Unfortunately, your hero isn't a hero. I am the hero of your dreams. That woman will be the first to catch him. The leader, who was nearly 3 meters tall, laughed loudly. With a wave of his hand, a large number of martial artists charged at Yen. You dare. Go. Yi Kai jumped down from his horse. He was about to attack, but the other leader stopped him. These leaders were all generals. The Snake Swamp Kingdom had 10 commanders, and above them were the generals, who were even more powerful. Zeki, you are an escort. Pull yourself together and don't forget your responsibility. Yi Kai barely blocked one of them, but he couldn't block the other, so he could only angrily shout at his son. On the ground, Yi Chi was still trembling. He clenched his teeth and wanted to stand up, but for some reason, his body went soft. His martial heart was filled with fear, and he no longer had the will to fight. Alas, the heavens want to destroy my escort team. Sigh. Yi Kai sighed helplessly. Chapter 744. Annihilation. However, just as the Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators pounced at Yen, a sword light silently sliced through the air. 7 Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators were decapitated with a whoosh. A figure then appeared like a dream and lightly punched out with a flaming fist. The 8th Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivator was hit by the fist. His body trembled slightly, and endless flames spewed out from his back in the next moment. Thump. The 8th Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivator fell. All of this had happened in the blink of an eye, but it was like a dream that didn't seem real. The crowd stared fixedly at the fallen figure, and when their gazes shifted to the youth gently wiping his hands, their gazes became shocked and even dazed. The arrogant Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators had appeared and suppressed the escort team, causing them to feel as if they were in the middle of an apocalypse. But in just a few breaths, the arrogant Ophidian Swamp Kingdom cultivators had become corpses. This change was 180°, and it caused a moment of deathly silence to descend on the noisy road. "It's him." Yen-Er stared fixedly at the figure as her heart pounded violently. Was this the youth she'd been reprimanding before? "It's you." Ye Kai's pupils also constricted. He hadn't thought that this nameless youth would dare to make a move when even his son was so scared that he didn't dare. "You killed those of our Ophidian Swamp Kingdom." On the other side, the other head of the Ophidian Swamp Kingdom's eyes turned red as a killing intent rippled out. He was also very surprised, but the youth's strength was very vague and he couldn't see through him. He seemed to be in the earth spirit realm, and there were two reasons for this. First, the youth was much stronger than him, and he was in a domain that he didn't understand at all. Second, the youth was on the verge of breaking through, so his cultivation level wasn't stable. Of course, he believed the second reason. After all, the youth was still young, how strong could he be? "You'll be the first to die." The head pounced towards Lin Ling. The escort team became nervous. How would the youth be able to withstand the head's attack? "Be careful." Ye Kai roared and wanted to help Lin Ling, but the other head held him back. "Who would have thought that you'd want me to kill someone as soon as I return?" However, a calm voice sounded. Under countless gazes, the youth in blue and white robes was as steady as a mountain, but also like the clouds on the horizon. He only waved his sword lightly. Whoosh! Wherever the sword passed, the stars and moon would be cut apart. Chi! The leader who had charged over released a powerful aura. However, after the invisible sword slashed over, he stopped and stared at the youth in disbelief. He pointed at the youth and wanted to say something, but with a plop, he fell to the ground and his huge head also fell. Silence. On the great path, there was a deathly silence. Not only were the eyes of the escort team wide open, even the cultivators from the Snake Swamp country were the same. Killing a late-stage heavenly spirit realm expert with a single strike? Where did that young man come from? Kill! 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 Crane Snake is dead. Kill them all. The other leader was enraged. He did not expect that robbing an escort team would result in the death of one of their leaders. Kill, kill. Thousands of martial artists from the Snake Swamp Nation threw themselves at Lin Ling. Their auras were vast and mighty, as if they could shake the heavens and earth. The hearts of the escort team trembled. What had they just seen? They saw the beast tide. That's right, it was a huge beast tide. There were huge snakes, crocodiles, and lizards. Their baleful auras soared to the heavens. Young friend, don't try to show off. Old he couldn't help but worry when he heard the terrifying sound. You're right. Sometimes, I'll kill my way out in order to protect my family. However, the blue and white robed youth was not afraid or nervous under countless gazes. Instead, he looked at old he and smiled faintly. Crazy. The youth was still in the mood to talk at this juncture. Judging from his tone, he seemed to be talking to an old friend. Ants, if you want to die, then I'll kill you all. Lin Ling shook his head under the numerous gazes with different thoughts. There was no need to release any powerful strength at all. After all, many of these cultivators were only in the Earth Spirit Realm while he was in the Emperor Spirit Realm. There was a difference between the Heavenly Spirit Realm and the King Spirit Realm. Therefore, ants were ants. Whoosh! Silent soul force attacked from all directions with Lin Ling as the center. Time seemed to stop as the thousands of Snake Swamp country cultivators stopped their frenzied footsteps and seemed to be frozen in place. In the next moment, continuous plopping sounds rang out as they all fell down one by one. Thousands of people had been killed in one move. Domineering. The escort team's hearts trembled fiercely. What was called one person killing thousands of soldiers? What was called one move to settle mountains and rivers? This was it. The youth in the center was like a war god from ancient times. No, it should be called a monarch. Who exactly are you? There was only one Snake Swamp country leader left on the main road. He was terrified as he stared at Lin Ling. Not even 30 minutes was enough to kill all of them. What kind of terrifying existence was this? I'm the one who destroyed your Snake Swamp country. Lin Ling said indifferently. The opponent was at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm and was too weak. Whoosh! A very ordinary sword slash went straight for the leader. The Saint race will not let you go. The Cloud Sea King and the Snake Swamp King will not let you go either. The leader roared and fled frantically. He knew that he wasn't a match for Lin Ling, so he had to go back and inform his lord that an unknown expert had appeared in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, could he escape? Swish! The sword slash passed and the leader was split into two. The severed body burned with flames. Thousands of Snake Swamp Country's army were annihilated. I'm afraid his strength is above mine. Ye Kai smiled bitterly at the handsome youth and couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. He had fought with the leader for a long time and couldn't even shake the other party. However, the youth killed everything with a single slash. Could he be the legendary King Spirit Realm? So strong. Why is the gap between me and him so huge? On the ground, Ezeki looked at Lin Ling in a daze. He had always thought of himself as the outstanding genius of the Stone Saint Nation. Therefore, after Lin Ling arrived, he rarely talked to Lin Ling because of his identity. He had always thought that Lin Ling worshipped him. But now, it was all a little ironic. As for Yen, she was feeling complicated. Ezeki, whom she had always worshipped, didn't dare to fight, but the strange youth, who had been making things difficult for her, didn't fear a battle. He even killed everything with one slash. His strength is so terrifying. He's the true genius. What's funny is that I've been reprimanding him. Yen revealed a self-deprecating smile. She finally understood why the youth didn't pay attention to her. Perhaps in the youth's heart, her willfulness was just like a clown dancing by herself. After letting out a soft sigh, Yen looked at Lin Ling. She noticed that the youth was slowly carrying his sword on his back. His handsome face was still calm as if the previous feat had nothing to do with him. It was as if it was just a simple matter for the youth to kill those experts that terrified them. She looked at Ezeki again and suddenly realized that compared to the indifferent youth, Ezeki wasn't as handsome anymore. At least, Ezeki was still trembling on the ground. Incredible. You're able to kill late-stage Heaven Spirit Realm experts at such a young age. In time, you will definitely be famous in the Cloud region. Chapter 745. Mountain-splitting rocks to siege the city. Could that fortuitous encounter be that young man? It's nothing much. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and looked at Ezeki, who still hadn't overcome his inner demons. He said indifferently, in a martial artist's life, defeating your opponent doesn't mean you win. Sometimes, defeating yourself is the only way to win. If you are afraid, then face your fear and challenge your fear the next time. Yes. On the ground, Ezeki's heart shook, and then he nodded. He had been constantly defeating genius martial artists, but he was afraid of death. This meant that he didn't have the fear to defeat himself. May I ask what is your name? Yes. Ezeki stood up and bowed respectfully to Lin Ling before asking respectfully. Many people were curious and looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. Lin Ling. Yes. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward at the same time, leading the horse forward again. The legend of the Cloud region, Lin Ling. Yes. Everyone's heart shook violently. The legend who ruled the Cloud Sea City, resisted the geniuses from the outside world, and protected the extreme ice palace. Had he returned? Sorry. Yes. Yen looked at the slender figure who mounted the horse with shock, and only one sentence suddenly appeared in her heart. The escort team moved forward again, and this time, it wasn't Yi Kai and his son who were leading the team. There was an additional horse, and it was Lin Ling. Yi Kai and his son would subtly slow down their horses and let Lin Ling be the leader. Lin Ling remained silent and kept looking forward. Sir Lin Ling, we are getting closer to the border. The Flame Corps is standing guard there. If you are worried, you can leave first. We will rush over soon. Yi Kai spoke respectfully. There is no need. The Flame Corps was able to resist the Snake Swamp Kingdom for half a year, and they should be proud. It doesn't matter if I return earlier or later. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. Since he intended to protect the escort team until the end, he naturally wouldn't give up halfway. Speed up and head to the border. Lin Ling has returned, and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom situation is settled. Yi Kai was filled with gratitude. Then, he shouted loudly, causing everyone behind the escort team to perk up. Yes, the legend had returned. How could the Heaven Mystics Kingdom situation not be settled? This was the king of their two countries, and also the #1 genius of the Cloud Realm. Thump. The escort team sped up. After a long while, the border appeared in the distance. Over there, smoke rose from all directions, and battle cries echoed throughout the sky. A giant city wall was built there, and it towered into the clouds. It was like a majestic divine dragon that separated the Heaven Mystics Kingdom from the outside world. And above the city walls, banners were hung high. There was a mountain, representing Sky Fragrant City's 300,000-strong army. There was a ghost, representing the Ghost Commander's army. There was a Extreme Ice, representing the martial artists of Extreme Ice Temple. And the largest and most dazzling banner was the Flame. This represented the pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Flame Legion was also the strongest legion that was going to stop the alliance of the Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Saint Race. I'm back. On top of a peak shrouded in clouds, Lin Ling quietly looked at the plain battlefield in the distance. He didn't rush over to help because he knew that this moment was the pride of the Flame Legion. On the vast land, there were countless sounds of killing, and blood flowed like rivers. Spirit auras collided, and weapons clashed, forming an earth-shattering battle song. Sir Lin Ling, should we go and help? Yi Kai asked worriedly, but Lin Ling still shook his head. Everyone stood behind Lin Ling and looked at that slender figure. They felt like they were in a dream. Was this youth who wasn't even 20 years old their king? Although it felt unreal, if they looked carefully, they could see that this youth was faintly emitting an aura that looked down on the mountains and rivers. This made them certain that this world belonged to Lin Ling. Kill. After the city is breached, blood will flow like rivers. On the intense battlefield, a deafening voice echoed. A burly giant that was close to 20 meters tall rode on a malevolent lizard and looked coldly at the city wall in the distance. This person was one of the two kings of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. His strength and status were comparable to the Cloud Sea King and the Extreme Ice Palace's Extreme Ice Elder. This time, the Saint Race gave the Snake Swamp Kingdom a condition. If they eliminated the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom, the Cloud region would belong to the Snake Swamp Kingdom. With the Saint Race as their backing, the entire Snake Swamp Kingdom would come out and besiege the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was very difficult to deal with and was very tenacious. The strongest master in charge was Old Man Huayang, and his strength was unfathomable. This caused the war to drag on until now. Of course, according to the rumors, the war was about to end. It was said that the Saint Race had found help from other powerful kingdoms. The Cloud region depended on this war. The Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Saint Race's experts have all come out and blocked the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's experts. Now, let's attack the city. Far away, a youth stood with one hand behind his back and the other hand holding the Heaven Feather Fan. He proudly pointed forward. This person was from the Saint race and was extremely powerful. He was the main general of this war. Heaven-splitting stone, move out. That youth yelled out in a deep voice, causing the entire battlefield to quiet down. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's army began to retreat one after another. This caused the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's army to be puzzled. What was the Snake Swamp Kingdom trying to do? Below the giant city walls, the Flame Legion's Tian Xiaoman, Qin Xiaolan, Cloud Sea City's Tian Chu, the Three Pillars He Yen Shan, the Ghost Commander, Duan Wangye of the Three Kings, and other experts were all present. They all looked forward with grave expressions. Was the Saint race preparing for the final attack? What was the heaven-splitting stone? Rumble. It appeared. In the distant horizon, a giant rock the size of a mountain appeared. This rock was shining with golden light and emitted a sacred and inviolable aura. This rock was circular, and after it appeared, it rolled towards the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's city walls. The most terrifying thing was that the giant rock was constantly absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy as it rolled. It grew bigger and actually occupied the entire sky. It was a very terrifying giant rock. Could that be the heaven-splitting stone? Soldiers of the heavenly fragrance ancient city, listen up. Break it. Zhang Sanshan yelled out, and the mighty army surged out, wanting to block that giant rock. Rumble. However, as the giant rock rolled, it caused the earth to split open. All the attacks landed on the giant rock, but they didn't stop it. Instead, they made it bigger. Flame Legion, move out. Tian Xiaoman's charming face was cold as she waved her hand. I'll lead the army. Qin Xiaolan was born in the plains and was valiant. She immediately led the Flame Legion and moved out. Ghost Commander, move out. The Ghost Commander frowned. That giant rock was too mysterious, and they had to stop it. Otherwise, if the giant rock broke through the city walls and crushed everything along the way, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would be plunged into misery and suffering. Kill. On the vast land, countless experts of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom moved out, wanting to stop the giant rock. However, they failed again. The giant rock was getting bigger, and it even blocked the blazing sun in the sky. It was as if it came from ancient times, and it was also like the rolling wheel of history that wanted to crush everything. Retreat. Tian Xiaoman shouted angrily and asked the army to retreat. Otherwise, the army would be crushed by the giant rock. So scary. Is there no other way? Can we only watch as that divine rock crushes us? Chapter 746. The king returns. Below the saint race, everything is an ant. The half-spirit artifact, splitting mountain rock, will kill everything. In the distance, the youth from the saint race smiled confidently. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Nation had formed an alliance, but in reality, it was just a gathering of ants. How could it stop the saint race's proud footsteps? Kill. Kill. The king of the Snake Swamp Kingdom roared, and the army followed the giant splitting heaven rock and walked towards the city wall. They were going to break into the city and kill everything. With the splitting heaven rock as the vanguard, who could stop them? The wind was blowing, the blood was burning, and the earth was shaking. All the martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom gritted their teeth. Were they going to lose? We can't give up. If we lose, we will all die. When he comes back, how will we answer to him? Jiao! Qin Xiaolan suddenly shouted. Tian Xiaoman gritted her teeth. Their king had left the Cloud Realm, but he had left the Cloud Realm to them. Therefore, they had to protect everything. If they couldn't stop the splitting heaven rock from rolling, then they would use people to pile it up. They would use corpses to stop it. In the distant Cloud Sea City, the citizens and martial artists from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Nation had gathered. This was their only safe harbor. The people guarding this place were Patriarch Extreme Flame, the current king of the Cloud Sea, Yunixuan, and Old Man Huayang. They had also received news from the front line that the Snake Swamp Kingdom had used the mysterious splitting heaven rock and was coming to crush the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Has this war finally reached its final battle? Jiao. Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at the distant horizon, his eyes filled with worry and a trace of nostalgia. He wondered how his cute grandson was doing in the rainforest sacred land. King of the Cloud Sea, Yunixuan, had a serious expression. At this moment, he suddenly thought of that youth. That youth who had helped him build the kingdom in the past. That legend who would descend from the sky every time the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in trouble. His worried gaze pierced through the layers of clouds and quietly landed on the frontline battlefield. Warriors, we might die in this battle, but we are martial artists. Why should we fear death? In this battle, we will use our blood and flesh to pile up the splitting heaven rock and make it stop its merciless footsteps. Jiao. On the battlefield, the merciless wind blew, and the scattered flames burned. Qin Xiaolan's proud voice. She tidied her armor, gripped her weapon, and looked ahead. Crack. Crack. Everyone adjusted their armors and gripped their weapons. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit as they looked forward. Kill. A cold voice echoed as the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's army moved out again. They used their flesh and blood to block the giant rock. Lin Ling, I won't let you down. At the back, Qin Xiaolan and Tian Xiaoman looked at each other and nodded heavily. Then, they looked at Zhang Sanshan, Ghost Marshal, and the others beside them and nodded at each other. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom would never retreat in a battle with their back to the river. This was their pride. They rushed forward, their eyes looking at the smoke-covered sky. However, in that instant, a fiery red figure appeared in the sky, like a shooting star, as if it was coming from the horizon. A fist fell from the sky. You are my pride. Now, it's time for me to make my move. The scorching fist carried an unparalleled fighting spirit as it passed through the vast battlefield and heavily smashed down from the sky, directly smashing towards the divine stone that was about to be destroyed. The divine stone was massive as though it came from ancient times. On top of the divine stone, the fist was tiny. It was unknown why, but at this moment, the entire battlefield stopped. That scene was shocking. Boom! The fist smashed down, causing the giant divine stone to sway slightly. Then, cracks appeared on it, and it exploded with a boom. That explosion was like the collapse of heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Countless flames blossomed at that moment, forming a gorgeous firework. This was the pride of the Fire Ancient Clan. Yen had returned. Rumble. The divine stone that exploded was incomparably massive. It turned into countless golden rocks that scattered out. A large number of the golden rocks were blazing as they shot towards the Snake Swamp Kingdom's martial artists, causing a large number of them to perish. Boom! There was another loud explosion, which made everyone realize that the shattered divine stone was actually bigger than a mountain. It wasn't made of mud but was refined with ancient mysterious materials. However, the terrifying thing wasn't the divine stone, but the person that exploded the divine stone with a single fist. The battlefield was silent as countless eyes stared at the figure in the sky. That person had his hands behind his back, and the surface of his body was emitting blazing flames. He looked down at everyone with a smile as though he was looking down at everyone. A soft voice echoed. I have returned. Yes. Lin Ling. Yes. After a short moment of silence, there were plenty of excited voices from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He had returned. Their king had returned. Their legend had returned. He has returned. After not seeing him for a year, he has grown much taller. If grandfather knew that he had returned, I wonder how happy he would be. Qin Xiaolan was crying tears of joy. That delicate smile was filled with tears, but it couldn't stop the excitement in her heart. The pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had returned. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. Yes. There were frenzied yells that echoed like a violent storm. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom's morale soared, and everyone was boiling with excitement. He is Lin Ling. Far away, the Saint Race youth frowned and looked at the shattered divine stone on the ground. His heart trembled violently. He had destroyed a half-spirit artifact with a single fist. What cultivation realm was this Lin Ling at? Could he be at the mid-stage or late stage of the King's spirit realm? Or even at the peak? This bastard is finally back. I thought that he would only return after he had massacred the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Swamp King, one of the two kings of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, sneered. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile. At this moment, Lin Ling was soaring in the sky. He didn't even look at the Snake Swamp Kingdom. His gaze was fixed on his family and friends. A gratified smile finally appeared on his face. Before, I didn't make a move because I knew that it was your time to be proud. You had blocked the Snake Swamp Kingdom and the Saint Race for half a year, so I didn't want to blaspheme your pride. But now, in order to make up for my disappearance for a year, I will end this battle. The voice that came out of Lin Ling's mouth was like a gust of wind in everyone's heart. Many people's hearts trembled as they clenched their fists and nodded. Their king was proud of them. As Lin Ling's people, they were also exceptionally proud. Lin Ling's gaze then looked at the Snake Swamp Kingdom. He smiled faintly. If the two generals are dead, then the battle will be over. Crazy. Crazy. Many people's hearts trembled violently. This was Lin Ling. A battle of 1,000,000 people that caused the sky to turn dark. However, in Lin Ling's words, this battle was nothing and could be easily resolved. Lin Ling, we will help you. Tian Xiaoman shouted excitedly. No need. You all rest. I will settle this myself. Rest. Lin Ling floated down from the sky and walked step by step towards the Snake Swamp Kingdom. On the Heaven Mystics Kingdom side, everyone was even more shocked. Kill. Kill. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers rushed towards Lin Ling. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's Swamp King revealed a cold smile. Junior, who is still wet behind the ears. You can't see yourself clearly. Kill. He was rather excited. If he could kill Lin Ling, he might be able to collapse the spiritual pillar of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Flames of the Great Vermilion Bird. Right at this moment, layers of flames burst out, killing all who came in contact with it. In a breath's time, the battlefield turned into a sea of flames. In the surging flames, a figure bathed in flames slowly walked out. How many more people do you have for me to kill? A martial artist's strength could decide everything. The slaughter on the battlefield and the human wave tactic couldn't stop Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling had returned as the king. Chapter 747. Saint Clan Shengtong. The wind was blowing, the fire was burning, and hundreds of thousands of the Snake Swamp Kingdom's army were turned into ashes. On the ancient battlefield, there was only a raging inferno soaring into the sky, and the one who did all this was a youth who wasn't even 20 years old. Lin Ling is so powerful. On the Heaven Mystics Kingdom side, everyone's heart was trembling. In less than a year, that youth seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The youth used to be a legend, the biggest miracle of the Cloud region, but now the youth seemed to be even further away from them and even more fantastical. You are too ruthless, causing misery and suffering. In the distance, the main general from the Saint Clan, Shengtong's eyes narrowed as he muttered. He had heard of Lin Ling before. He had killed their Saint Clan's youngest prodigy, Sheng Fifan, and then in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Contest, his name shook the middle three regions. Such a prodigy was terrifying, but he wasn't in the Cloud region at that time, otherwise, Lin Ling wouldn't have the chance to be proud. After all, he was also from the rainforest sacred land and was a disciple of the Sun Moon Sky sect, one of the 7 major martial arts halls. He came with pride. He heard that Lin Ling also went to the rainforest sacred land, but could he be compared to him? However, he realized that he seemed to have underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling destroyed the half-spirit artifact that the Duan clan lent to the Saint clan with a single punch. This Lin Ling's strength was indeed incredible. In the sea of fire, Lin Ling walked out step by step and looked at Shengtong indifferently with a disdainful smile. Causing misery and suffering? This was a battlefield, and it was either you die or I die. If I didn't make a move, that mysterious giant rock would have swept everything away. At that time, would the Saint clan youth say that it was causing misery and suffering? Would they think that I was ruthless? I am ruthless, what can you do to me? A soft voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, and Shengtong's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling didn't fear him at all. How many soldiers do you have left? Let them come out one by one. I'll kill them one by one until only 2 of you remain. Lin Ling added, causing Shengtong and the Marsh King's expressions to change. They looked behind Lin Ling and realized that there was a sea of fire behind Lin Ling. All the troops had been annihilated. If Lin Ling hadn't reminded them, they wouldn't have noticed it. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He single-handedly wiped out an entire army, and then directly declared war in front of them. I'll kill you. The Swamp King growled. In his impression, Lin Ling's strength was not weak, and should have reached the king's spirit realm. Lin Ling was a genius that could rival the Cloud Sea King and Old Man Extreme Ice in the Cloud Domain. However, he had the confidence to fight Lin Ling. After all, he was one of the 2 kings of the Snake Swamp country. You? Too weak. I don't even want to look at you properly. However, Lin Ling didn't even look at the Marsh King. His calm voice caused the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to get excited. This was their legend. After returning, Lin Ling directly said to the Snake Swamp country's king that he was too weak. He didn't even want to look at him properly. Arrogant. You are the most arrogant junior I have ever seen. The Marsh King's body was emitting a dense chilling aura. He was a dignified king who summoned millions of martial artists from the Snake Swamp country. However, Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at him. Lin Ling's disdainful smile got even more intense. Arrogant? The Marsh King wasn't even at the royal spirit realm. With such strength, would Lin Ling even bother with him? Even if the Marsh King was a royal spirit realm martial artist, as long as he wasn't a prodigy, Lin Ling would still disdain him. What about me? The Saint Race's Shengtong spoke coldly. When he saw Lin Ling still sneering and didn't seem to want to say anything, he shook his head. He also knew that this battle was at its climax. Only by killing Lin Ling would they win this battle. Lin Ling was the spiritual pillar of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Stone Saint Kingdom. He was also a symbol and a legend. If this legend collapsed, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would be easily conquered. In fact, it is better that you are back. Rather than a long and arduous battle, it is better to end it in one battle. When he thought of this, Shengtong laughed lightly. He seemed to see Lin Ling being obliterated by him. The Saint Race and the Cloud region would be vast and mighty because of him. His name might be passed down for hundreds of years, and he might also have the name of a legend. You are slightly stronger than the Marsh King, but you are still an ant. However, Lin Ling's soft voice echoed, causing Shengtong's expression to freeze. He was still thinking about how his name would spread far and wide. However, Lin Ling didn't care about the Marsh King's descendant and didn't care about him. It seems that you don't know where I come from. I am a disciple of the Rainforest Holy Land's Sun and Moon Gateless sect. That is the world of geniuses. I know that you also went to the Rainforest Holy Land, but may I ask, have you become a Moon Guard level disciple? Shengtong faintly shook his head. In his opinion, Lin Ling had gone to the Rainforest Holy Land for a year. At best, he would struggle in the circle of Star Guard level disciples. But he had already been there for 3 years, and had already become a Moon Guard level disciple of the Sun and Moon Gateless sect. Moreover, the weak and small geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land were not valued in the martial hall. Most of them returned to their hometowns in search of a sense of superiority, a sense of honor. Lin Ling was certainly one of them. That was why he had returned so dazzlingly. Unfortunately, all of this was ignorant and ridiculous. Sun and Moon Gateless sect. Lin Ling nodded. He wasn't too familiar with this martial arts hall. But from another perspective, Shengtong naturally wasn't too clear on the matters of the 7 profound martial house. Otherwise, would he have dared to speak like this? I am no longer a Moon Guard level disciple. Lin Ling shook his head. Then do you have the qualifications to look down on me? Well, I heard that you are also a fire attribute martial artist. Then let me see how your flame compares to my saint flame. Shengtong didn't seem to want to speak any more. Perhaps he thought that no matter how much he spoke, Lin Ling wouldn't know of his glorious achievements in the Sun and Moon Gateless sect. He was one of the top few Moon Guard level disciples of the Sun and Moon Gateless sect. The Saint Flame is the king of all flames under the heavens. Bang! Golden flames filled the air. It was not pure gold, but a dazzling golden color. After it appeared, Shengtong was like a dazzling sun in the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. On the side of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Tian Xiaoman and the others were silent. Although they were confident in Lin Ling, could Lin Ling really fight with the Saint Race's Shengtong? Shengtong was an older genius than Sheng Fifan. Moreover, he had said that in the vast and mysterious Rainforest Holy Land, Shengtong's reputation was not small. I just want to say that your vision is too narrow. Lin Ling still shook his head and found it funny. Then, he saw Shengtong raise both of his hands and waves of golden flames rolled out crazily and rolled over. Lin Ling, you are not a Moon Guard level disciple, but today, you will know the power of a Moon Guard level disciple. Shengtong's arrogant voice floated out at the same time, causing the Marsh King to reveal a cold smile. Shengtong had the bloodline of the Saint race. His flame was definitely more domineering than Lin Ling's. Bang! The golden flames engulfed Lin Ling, causing the hearts of the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to tremble. Lin Ling actually didn't defend and didn't evade? Is that all you have? Shengtong was a little surprised, but the mocking smile on his face deepened. He won just like that? It was too fast. That sentence should be left for you. However, at this moment, a calm voice echoed from the golden flames. A slender figure slowly walked out. He wasn't fast and seemed to be taking a stroll. He actually ignored the golden flames. How is that possible? Shengtong's eyes widened. This scene was beyond his understanding. Chapter 748. End the battle. Haven't you noticed that your flame is very tender? Lin Ling's expression was calm. He gently waved his left hand, and the vermilion bird flames bloomed like fireworks. Under the surprised eyes of everyone present, the golden flame was burned to a crisp. This terrifying method caused Shengtong's body to tremble. Although he was not a proud son of heaven in the Sun-Moon sect, there were very, very few Moon Guard level disciples that dared to receive his flames. I said that you are only a so-so. Also, I said that I am not a Moon Guard level disciple, but that does not mean that I am a Star Guard level disciple. Lin Ling stepped forwards, step by step. His slender figure was not large, but he was like a giant. Shengtong's face paled, and he constantly retreated. Yes, Lin Ling had said that he was no longer a Moon Guard level disciple. This had caused Shengtong to think that Lin Ling was still a Star Guard level disciple. He had never thought that Lin Ling was a proud son of heaven. After all, the possibility was very slim. To become a proud son of heaven in less than a year, this was simply unheard of in the Sun-Moon sect. So, he had guessed wrong. Of course, it wasn't just him. Even in the Seven Profound Martial House, there were many people that were surprised that Lin Ling had become a proud son of heaven in a year. You don't seem familiar with that giant stone, Lin Ling said as he walked. Sheng Tong frowned, and his heart became more and more dignified. He didn't understand why Lin Ling would say this, but the heaven-splitting stone was loaned to them by the Justice Duan family, so he only knew that the divine stone was very strong. But as for how strong it was, he didn't know. My flame can blow apart a half-spirit artifact. In fact, this already explains everything. Lin Ling stretched out his palm, and the vermilion bird flames slowly condensed. A flame that was even more terrifying than Sheng Tong spread out, causing Sheng Tong to shake his head, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Indeed, Lin Ling was able to break apart a half-spirit artifact. In fact, this already explained everything. To Lin Ling, he, Sheng Tong, was nothing but an ant. You are a proud son of heaven of the Seven Profound Martial House, Sheng Tong said fearfully as he thought about it in shock. You're right this time. I'm a prodigy, currently ranked 200. Lin Ling waved his hand lightly, and the vermilion bird's flames transformed into a dazzling light that shot straight towards the sage. 200? That's invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Sheng Tong's face instantly turned pale. The fear in his heart made him frantically retreat. He was afraid and regretful. He had never thought that such a terrifying genius would be born in the cloud domain. In less than a year, he had rushed to the 200th place on the Heaven's Pride list. Shouldn't such a genius come from the 5 great ancient countries? I admit defeat. As he fled, Sheng Tong shouted loudly. That anxious look was nothing like a commanding general. Just admitting defeat? How could one admit defeat on the battlefield? He admitted defeat after knowing that he was no match for Lin Ling. All of this was impossible. Boom! The flames of the vermilion bird wrapped around Sheng Tong, not even allowing him to cry out in pain before everything was turned to ash. The main commander of this war, Sheng Tong, who came from the noble bloodline of the saint race, had fallen here. In the entire army of the Ophidian swamp country, only the Swamp King was left. Now, do you still think that I'm arrogant? Lin Ling looked indifferently at the Swamp King. Being arrogant without strength was indeed arrogant, but was being arrogant with strength? Lin Ling. The Swamp King swallowed his saliva with difficulty. His huge body actually trembled. He believed that he could shake the world in the cloud domain, but he knew that he was no match for Sheng Tong, who came from the rainforest sacred land. However, Lin Ling had killed Sheng Tong in one move. What about him? Moreover, he had heard Sheng Tong say that Lin Ling was invincible in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. What kind of realm was the Emperor Spirit Realm? It was a realm that he would never be able to enter in his lifetime. Suddenly, he smiled bitterly. Facing such a terrifying enemy like Lin Ling, he actually didn't care about him at all. I'm too stupid. The people of the Ophidian swamp country are ugly. Lin Ling shook his head. A flame appeared in his hand again. He didn't even look at the Swamp King and spoke. Perhaps everything was as he said. At his current cultivation level, the Swamp King was indeed not worthy of his attention. Wait, my Ophidian swamp country is willing to join the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Yes. The Swamp King yelled out anxiously. That rolling voice was like thunder, which made the people of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom feel like they were in a dream. He was the king of one of the 3 major kingdoms, and he was actually begging for mercy? However, Lin Ling didn't bother to say anything. Perhaps everything was as he said. The people of the Ophidian swamp country were ugly, and he didn't want to recruit them. Boom! Wherever the flame went, an ancient expert would be entangled by the flame and disappear forever. This battle had ended. On the ancient battlefield, the wind was blowing and the flames were burning. However, everything was silent. The hundreds of thousands of people of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom looked at the youth walking over from afar and suddenly had mixed feelings. An earth-shattering battle had ended in the hands of this youth, and the time it took wasn't even 15 minutes. Was this their cloud domain's Lin Ling? My lord, my lord! Roar! After a short moment of silence, the Flame Legion let out a shocking roar. That was their leader, the young man who promised them when they were still weak and young. He once promised them that the Flame Legion would intimidate the cloud domain. Right now, this youth did it. The Flame Legion intimidated the cloud domain, and the leader of the Flame Legion was renowned throughout the world. This fellow isn't human. Every time we meet, his strength would increase greatly. Even if I were to fight with him now, I would probably lose within 100 moves. Roar! Those acquaintances of Lin Ling were all excited. Among them, the Ghost Marshal lamented. Keep bragging. You won't even be able to block a single move. At the side, the three pillars He Yenshan scolded with a smile. Ha! Roar! The Ghost Marshal also laughed loudly. He naturally knew that if Lin Ling were to fight with him now, he would be the one to lose instantly. Not to mention 100 moves, he wouldn't even be able to block a single move. For a moment, those ancient experts felt like they were in a dream. A year ago, this youth was still very weak and weaker than them. Because they saw the youth's potential, they were willing to stand in front of him and block the wind and rain for him. However, a year later, this youth was standing in front of them and had surpassed all the experts of the older generation. Blocking the wind and rain for them, protecting everything. Lin Ling. Yes. Qin Xiaolan couldn't bear it anymore. She took a step forward and threw herself at Lin Ling. Xiaolan. Yes. Lin Ling's heart was filled with deep nostalgia as he hugged Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan gave up her own future and protected his family without any complaints or regrets. Lin Ling would always remember this kindness in his heart. Let's go home. Let's go. Lin Ling's gaze swept across all the excited acquaintances and laughed loudly. His martial heart became even more determined. Apart from not being bullied, another reason to become strong was to protect his family. Let's go home. We don't need to guard this place anymore. Ghost Marshal. The Ghost Marshal was somewhat worried. No need. I'm back. The sacred race shouldn't dare to act rashly. It won't be long before I personally go and see how powerful the sacred race is. Lin Ling laughed loudly again. His words were heroic, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. They didn't need to guard the border anymore because Lin Ling had returned. The sacred race, Lin Ling, would soon personally go to their door. Crazy tyrant, this was the true king of their cloud domain. Chapter 749. Reunion. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling ruled the world by himself and restored peace to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. In the Stone Saint Kingdom, when Lin Ling faced the clamoring of the prodigies from the other regions, he swept them all by himself and even killed Extreme Ice Elder, which allowed the Stone Saint Kingdom to settle down. To all the martial artists, Lin Ling was omnipotent, and now, he was back. This made many people feel that the Cloud region situation was settled. Early in the morning, the city gate of the Cloud Sea City was densely packed with people, and they were silently waiting for Lin Ling's arrival. Grandpa Tai Yen, Lin Ling is back, and the battle at the border was settled by Lin Ling alone. You have a good grandson. The current Cloud Sea King, Yunishuan, was already above everyone, but he treated Patriarch Tai Yen with the respect of his grandfather. When Lin Ling returned, he personally came to welcome him, and he didn't wear the dragon robe but the clothes he wore when he was with Lin Ling. This represented his admiration for Lin Ling. Patriarch Tai Yen laughed loudly, and his laughter was filled with gratification while his old eyes were filled with tears. It was like a dream, and he didn't expect his grandson to reach such heights. In the past, his expectations for Lin Ling was to be famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but his grandson's potential was beyond imagination. Not only was he famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he was also famous in the Cloud region. Lin Ling is back. Ha! Right at this moment, someone exclaimed, and all the martial artists laughed. Some of the youths even looked into the distance with admiration while the young ladies' hearts were jumping. When they saw that handsome figure in the distance, those who saw Lin Ling for the first time were even more astonished. Lin Ling was so young. Grandfather. Ha! When he just got close to the Cloud Sea City, Lin Ling saw a familiar figure, and he was instantly excited. No matter how he fought outside, he would always be Patriarch Tai Yan's grandson at home. Good, good, good. The extreme flame ancestor strode forward. His old eyes were moist. Lin Ling arrived in front of the extreme flame ancestor and immediately knelt down. From his appearance, it seemed that he was not a legend, but a grandson who went out to learn martial arts. Get up, get up. Patriarch Extreme Flame was extremely excited. After helping Lin Ling up, he looked him up and down. He found that his grandson had grown a lot taller, and the childishness on his face had completely disappeared. What replaced it was a kind of steadiness and calmness, and there was a hint of frivolity hidden in his eyes. I'm glad you're back. Ancestor Extreme Flame was the same as all the other elders. He was happier than anything else to see his descendant return safely. Lin Ling, you're really something. Now you've become a legend. Later, tell me more about the rainforest. Also, teach us martial arts. In the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling and the others, who had grown up with Lin Ling, immediately pestered Lin Ling. Some of the younger children even pestered Lin Ling for pills. Ha, little tiger, I haven't seen you for a year. You've grown so tall. Lin Ling was extremely happy at this moment. He looked at one of the children and took out a large amount of pills. He had already prepared the pills and spiritual herbs for the Fire Ancient clan and the Fire Core to become stronger. At night, the entire Cloud Sea City was bustling with noise and excitement. There was no one guarding the city anymore. The entire city was celebrating because they knew that the sacred race could no longer be arrogant with Lin Ling's return. In the huge square, acquaintances took turns to drink with Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling shake his head helplessly. He knew that he would have to drink a lot after returning. Lin Ling, what treasure did you bring back? Old man Huayong looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Only he could see that Lin Ling had reached the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. This progress was beyond his expectations. Moreover, he had a feeling that even the current him was no match for Lin Ling. What a terrifying genius. In less than a year, he had reached such a level. His vision was very accurate back then. Thank you, Old Man Huayong. Lin Ling bowed respectfully to Old Man Huayong. The latter was the one who recommended him to go to the rainforest sacred land. After Lin Ling left, Old Man Huayong didn't leave out of consideration for the safety of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling would remember this kindness in his heart. This is the Yang Spirit 100 Flower Pill. It's refined with the Yang Spirit fruit as the main ingredient. Lin Ling took out a large amount of pills. When the words Yang Spirit fruit came out, Old Man Huayong trembled and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. This is for me? With his experience, he naturally knew how precious the Yang Spirit fruit was. Lin Ling nodded and took out a large amount of rare pills. This made Old Man Huayong very excited. Lin Ling was a very nice person. After cultivating in the rainforest sacred land, he would share some of his gains with the others. Lin Ling, what about us? Qin Xiaolan and the others were not satisfied. The Heaven and Earth Creation Pill has an 80% chance of allowing you to reach the innate king body. Lin Ling smiled faintly. When he spoke, the entire plaza was silent. At present, most of the martial artists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom only had the innate spirit body. The innate king body was a talent that they dreamed of. After all, everything below the innate king body was like an ant. Now, Lin Ling had a miraculous pill that could actually change the innate spirit body. This was the rarest treasure in the world. Lin Ling, you're too awesome. Many members of the Fire Ancient clan exclaimed while many members of the Fire Legion were excited. They knew that with the return of their leader, their Fire Legion's strength would increase greatly. The entire city celebrated and was bustling with noise. Dazzling fireworks bloomed in the sky until late into the night. Late into the night, it was as quiet as water. Patriarch Extreme Flame brought Lin Ling to the ancestral grave. Lin Ling paid his respects to his father with a heavy heart. He had been in the rainforest sacred land for almost a year, but he still couldn't find his mother. This was his biggest regret. Don't worry. Wait until you are stronger, you will definitely find her. Patriarch Extreme Flame comforted him. He knew that this was Lin Ling's wish. Those are... Suddenly, Lin Ling looked into the distance. There were a large number of newly erected tombstones, but they didn't belong to the Fire Ancient clan. They are the warriors of the Fire Legion. After the Saint Race's large-scale attack, they were the vanguard and blocked the Saint Race's most terrifying attack. After that, they were ambushed by the Snake Swamp Kingdom and sacrificed heroically. Patriarch Extreme Flame said with a heavy expression. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. This debt of blood must be paid with blood. Blood. Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes flickered as he looked at Lin Ling. He knew that his grandson was someone who would definitely take revenge. Now that Lin Ling had promised, he wouldn't have any fear. However, the opponent was the Saint Race. Could Lin Ling do it? I heard that the Saint Race has the support of 5 great ancient nations. They are the powerful Justice Duan family. 5 great ancient nations. Legend has it that they have terrifying bloodlines in the upper 3 regions. Patriarch Extreme Flame cautiously said. He had only learned about the 5 great ancient nations after the incident. To the Cloud Domain, they were a colossus. It's just the Justice Duan family. It's not like I haven't killed anyone before. Blood. Lin Ling coldly said, causing Patriarch Extreme Flame to tremble. His grandson had killed someone from the Justice Duan family? How was that possible? Lin Ling had only been in the rainforest sacred land for a year. How could he have the strength to face the Justice Duan family? Not only the Justice Duan family, I have even killed people from the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Lin Ling shook his head, causing Patriarch Extreme Flame to be stunned. Only now did he realize that in this 1 year, his grandson wasn't unknown in the rainforest sacred land. For a moment, Patriarch Extreme Flame had mixed feelings. He realized that wherever his grandson went, he was a dazzling light. Chapter 750. Revisiting an old place. Grandfather, the Serpent Swamp Kingdom is ugly. Let's destroy them first. Father. Lin Ling didn't know what his grandfather was thinking. He replied coldly. Since he was back, he naturally had to pay with blood. Otherwise, how could he face the loyal Flame Legion? That's good. The Serpent Swamp Kingdom has always been eyeing them. It's right to destroy them first. Ling, when do you plan to set off? I will ask the Flame Legion and other experts to assist you. Patriarch Extreme Flame's expression turned serious. He also hated the Serpent Swamp Kingdom because the martial artists of that kingdom were brutal. Thus, he couldn't wait to kill them. No need. I alone am enough. Set off tomorrow. Tomorrow. Lin Ling replied with a smile, which caused Patriarch Extreme Flame's eyes to narrow. Alone? Set off tomorrow? Lin Ling was facing a huge kingdom, and he only prepared for 1 day before setting off. Did Lin Ling think that he was going to play house? Grandfather has to admit that I am old. Father. Finally, Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled helplessly. Afterward, the grandfather and grandson drank and sang, telling each other about their experiences. When dawn broke, Patriarch Extreme Flame left reluctantly. Perhaps it was because he hadn't seen his grandson for a long time, so he had too much to say. Lin Ling smiled helplessly and looked at the sky. He then sat down cross-legged to cultivate. He knew that his strength was very strong in the middle three regions, but when facing those ancient experts in the rainforest sacred land, his foundation was still weak. Not to mention those far away, even those on the 7 profound prodigy list were stronger than him. Thus, in order to cultivate in peace, the matters in the cloud region had to be settled. The Serpent Swamp Kingdom was the first place that Lin Ling wanted to attack. In order to protect his family, he would not be soft-hearted. On the second day, the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom was still immersed in the joy of Lin Ling's return. Lin Ling set off on a journey alone to protect his family. The Snake Swamp Kingdom was close to the southern sea of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling was walking across the sky. When he passed by the Gu Yen sect, he suddenly had a nostalgic feeling. In the past, he rose up step by step from that place. When he faced the difficulties from the Gu Yen sect patriarch and the elders, he persevered and used his own willpower to open up the situation and grow step by step. Now, Gu Yen sect was very insignificant to him. It was so weak that he could destroy it with a wave of his hand. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ling moved and headed towards the ancient sect on the ground. As he passed by this place, he decided to take a look at the place where he used to practice cultivation, Alcade Peak. His body stopped on Alcade Peak. Everything was the same as before. There were no changes to the flowers, grass, trees, or houses. It seems that the current sect leader of Gu Yen sect is smarter than the previous sect leader. She did not change anything about Gu Yen sect. Audacious. How can you enter the Alcade Peak Holy Land as you wish? Are you courting death? Right at this moment, Lin Ling's arrival attracted the attention of many disciples. Subsequently, more and more disciples arrived and looked at Lin Ling with anger. Lin Ling was startled for a moment. He didn't expect Alcade Peak to become the Gu Yen sect's holy land. After all, Alcade Peak was always empty in the past. However, he didn't bother about the anger of those disciples and smiled apologetically. I'm just passing by to take a look. Apologies for bringing trouble to you. Passing by? Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you wish? One of the blue-clothed disciples seemed to have quite a high seniority as he spoke coldly. The other disciples followed him as their leader. It was obvious that the blue-clothed disciple was the most outstanding prodigy in the Gu Yen sect. I really didn't know about the taboo here. I apologize for bringing trouble. Lin Ling smiled gently. He naturally wouldn't get angry over such a small matter and apologized sincerely. Even when he was surrounded by so many people, Lin Ling's expression was still calm and composed. No one could see through him at all. At this moment, those disciples' hearts turned grave. This youth was very strange. Firstly, Alcade Peak was the Gu Yen sect's holy land. It was also the place where the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's legend, Lin Ling, grew up. Outsiders were not allowed to enter, but this youth broke through the layers of security and arrived here. Secondly, this youth's cultivation couldn't be seen clearly. It didn't seem strong, but it seemed to be as high as the mountains and flowing water, unfathomable. The most terrifying thing was that this youth was actually so calm when he was surrounded by so many people. He was a very strange person. Since you have apologized, we won't make things difficult for you. However, Alcade Peak is a holy land, and outsiders are indeed not allowed to enter. Hence, we will have to trouble you to follow us to the Elder Hall to verify your identity. If you don't have any ill intentions, we will let you go. The blue-clothed disciple's attitude wasn't as unyielding as before. Lin Ling paused for a moment. He was just passing by and wanted to take a look. He didn't want to spend too much time here. He smiled helplessly and said, "Apologies, I will leave immediately. As for going to the Elder Hall, there is no need for that." Lin Ling smiled helplessly. "Apologies, we are limited by our duties," the blue-clothed disciple said helplessly. Jianghu had a calm temperament and was approachable, which gave him a good feeling. However, rules were rules. How could he allow a stranger to come to Alcade Peak and leave without any explanation? "Sorry for the offense." The blue-clothed disciple waved his hand and asked all the disciples to get ready to capture Lin Ling. Lin Ling sighed softly. With his current strength, he naturally wasn't afraid of being besieged by these disciples. He just didn't expect that a nostalgic action would bring him so much trouble. He took a step forward and wanted to leave. "Hold on, you guys are crazy." At this moment, an anxious shout was heard, causing all the disciples' hearts to tremble. When they looked over, they saw a middle-aged man striding over. This man had quite a high status in the Guyan sect. He was the former sect leader of the Guyan sect, Mo Jingtian. Mo Jingtian was once chased away by Guyan sect. Later on, he met Lin Ling and received help from Lin Ling. However, he was worried about Guyan sect and returned. The current sect leader of Guyan sect knew that although Mo Jingtian had a grudge with Lin Ling in the past, they had a good relationship. Hence, the current sect leader treated Mo Jingtian well and allowed him to become one of the current elders. At this moment, the disciples were puzzled as to why Elder Mo was reprimanding them. Moreover, he looked anxious and even agitated. It's you? You are finally back." The old man who appeared at Alcade Peak was Mo Jingtian. Most of the people here had heard of Lin Ling's name but had never seen Lin Ling before. Only Mo Jingtian knew him. "It has been a few years since we last met, but your appearance hasn't changed at all." Mo Jingtian's heart was in turmoil. He was a little agitated and bowed slightly. As a martial artist of Heaven Mystic's kingdom, how could he not know about the miracles that Lin Ling had created? Lin Ling was a disciple of Guyan sect in the past. Now, he had become the #1 martial artist in Heaven Mystic's kingdom. All of this was like a dream. When he faced Lin Ling, he felt as though he was facing a senior sect leader Mo. Lin Ling originally wanted to leave. However, he couldn't help but feel delighted as he didn't expect to see an old friend. Don't mention the word sect leader anymore. If you don't mind, you can call me Brother Mo." Mo Jingtian laughed excitedly, causing the hearts of the surrounding disciples to tremble violently. Elder Mo was a person of virtue and prestige in the 100,000 mountains. He actually bowed to this young man. Moreover, his tone was extremely respectful. Chapter 751. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios killing the Snake King. "Alright, then I shall be thick-skinned and call you Brother Mo." Lin Ling smiled gently and pondered for a moment before taking out a few bottles of elixirs. "You were injured when you went out, and I'm afraid it will be hard for you to recover your cultivation. Now, I shall give you a bottle of 100-flower spirit elixir which will allow you to be reborn. I shall also give you a bottle of heaven and earth creation elixir. I hope it will help your innate spirit body to become an innate king body. I am in a rush for time and have to exterminate the Snake Swamp Kingdom now. Hence, I shall not say much. Let's have a good gathering the next time we meet." After handing the elixirs to Mo Jingtian, Lin Ling waved at Mo Jingtian and kept them. He then took a step forward and walked towards the sky. Heaven and earth creation elixir? Help an innate spirit body to become an innate king body? And 100-flower spirit elixir. Mo Jingtian looked at the elixir in his hand and shuddered. It was a very precious elixir. In the 100,000 mountains, there was no one with the innate king body. Lin Ling casually gave him a chance and allowed him to have the #1 innate talent in the 100,000 mountains. "Thank you." Mo Jingtian had mixed feelings in his heart as he bowed towards the slender figure in the sky again. All the surrounding disciples were shocked. Who was that youth? He was so arrogant. He actually said that he was going to exterminate the Snake Swamp Kingdom? Who gave him the right to be so arrogant? Elder Mo, he is? That blue-robed disciple asked respectfully. Him? He is the owner of Alcade Peak and also the pride of the Gu Yen sect. Mo Jingtian said indifferently with a voice filled with admiration. Boom! All the disciples' hearts shuddered as their eyes lit up with excitement. There was only one voice in their hearts, the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling. After crossing the Southern Sea, it was the Snake Swamp Kingdom. The Snake Swamp Kingdom's climate was rather humid and hot. It was dull, and the plants were luxuriant. The martial artists here were valiant and had violent temperaments. The Snake King City was the main city of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. At this moment, in an inn on the way to the Snake King City, a large number of martial artists were resting. Some of them were as tall as 3 meters while some were as thin as Snake's King City. Have you heard? Lin Ling from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom has returned, and he returned victorious in the battle at the border. The Marsh King has also died in the hands of Lin Ling. This Lin Ling is truly terrifying. However, once the sacred race learns that Lin Ling has returned, they definitely won't let Lin Ling go. That's right. I heard that the Snake King has been discussing with the Saint race experts. They've decided to join forces to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, the Saint race has a powerful backing. It seems to be the 5 ancient empires. It's fine if Lin Ling doesn't come back, but if he does, he'll die. In the restaurant, those martial artists were discussing animatedly, their voices like thunder. In the corner, a figure wearing a large cloak was calmly drinking wine. After hearing those words, the corners of his mouth lifted into a disdainful smile. After finishing the wine in his hand, he took out some money and placed it on the table. Then, he turned around and left. Wait, you don't seem to be from the Snake Marsh country? Suddenly, at a table by the side, a martial artist dressed in a strange green color spoke with a cold voice. When he saw that person handing over the money, the hand that extended out from the cloak was white, and the skin was different. Hence, he felt that this person wasn't from the Snake Marsh country. If he isn't from the Snake Marsh country, then he must be from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom or the Stone Saint Kingdom. Right now, the 2 kingdoms are at war, and someone from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom actually dares to come to the Snake Marsh country? Everyone in the restaurant stopped eating and looked coldly at that cloaked man. I'm just here to drink wine and see where the Imperial Palace is. I didn't expect for it to be so troublesome. Under the cold gazes, that cloaked man shrugged his shoulders helplessly and slowly took off his cloak, revealing a handsome and indifferent face. Many people were secretly surprised as they didn't expect this person to be so young. Who exactly are you? What are you here for? All the Snake Marsh country's martial artists had cold expressions and even revealed killing intent. Now that the 2 kingdoms were at war, they were naturally extremely vigilant against martial artists from other kingdoms. Kill your Snake King. That youth shook his head and spoke softly before slowly walking out of the restaurant. It was as though killing the Snake Marsh country's king was as simple as eating a meal for him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, as expected, the entire restaurant fell silent. So arrogant. It was fine that he came to the Snake Marsh country alone, but he even declared that he was going to kill their king. He simply couldn't see through himself. The Snake Marsh country isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. If you don't leave your name, can you walk out of the restaurant? A formidable martial artist took a large step forward, causing the ground to shake. He was like a wild bull as he crashed towards that youth. Boom! Before he even got close, blazing flames burst out, instantly incinerating that martial artist into ashes. Everyone gasped for cold air as that youth's strength was formidable. After all, that martial artist from before was an expert at the peak stage of the Earth Spirit realm. I am Lin Ling. If you want to kill, then come. Kill. That youth slowly wore the brim of his hat. From start to finish, he didn't even look at the people in the restaurant before he calmly left. The restaurant got even quieter. Lin Ling? Did Lin Ling come? He actually wanted to kill his way into the royal palace, and he was going to do it alone. This was too arrogant. Countless eyes looked at that slender back as he walked towards the royal palace, but no one dared to obstruct him. Those Snake Marsh country's martial artists were shocked and even had a smear of admiration. This was the #1 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, no, the Cloud region. Judging from his boldness, he was just like his name. However, he calmly killed his way into the royal palace and was going to do it alone. Would he be able to walk out alive? There were countless experts in the royal palace. Furthermore, Lin Ling was overly confident and didn't choose to assassinate. Instead, he walked into the royal palace openly. The Snake King and the other experts must have received the news. Right now, the Snake King city was in an uproar. As the city gates opened, countless martial artists and commoners gathered by the roadside to watch from afar. They watched as a young man leisurely strolled into the city. It was a strange feeling, but it was also very shocking. In the thousands of years of the Snake Marsh country's history, it wasn't that no one had killed their way into the royal palace. However, most of them would bring a large number of experts and kill their way into the royal palace. Furthermore, the entire army would be wiped out. One person? He was going to kill so casually. This was the first person in the thousands of years of the Snake Marsh country's history. This youth seemed to be reminding the Snake King that he was coming to kill him. He could make ample preparations. If there were any experts, ask them to return immediately. If he missed this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance. This feeling was like a dream to the people of the Snake Marsh country and felt unreal. With all sorts of thoughts, no one dared to obstruct Lin Ling. They could only look on with reverence from a distance. Soon enough, the royal palace appeared in front of Lin Ling's eyes, which caused Lin Ling to reveal a smile. The Snake Marsh country's martial artists were truly strange. They looked similar to the mysterious expert in the ancient tomb. Lin Ling wondered if their bloodline was similar. Lin Ling. Yes. In front of the royal palace's gates, a large number of experts were gathered. One of them was a man wearing a loose cloak and a green jade crown. Beside him were the elite experts of the Snake Marsh country. All of them were at the peak stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. There was even one of them who was at the King Spirit Realm. Chapter 752. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios missed the opportunity. The wind and clouds billowed, and the earth shook. However, a slender figure slowly walked over from afar, drinking wine as he looked ahead indifferently. You are the Snake King? I only have one thing to say: after you die, as long as the Snake Swamp Kingdom surrenders to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, everyone will be safe. Boast. Boasting shamelessly. What if I don't surrender? Boast. The moment the other party arrived, his words were arrogant, causing a four-armed elder on the Snake King's side to roar. This elder's beard was very long, and it reached the ground. He had a majestic aura like the Thunder King. If we don't surrender, the entire kingdom will perish. Boast. The cold voice came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing many people's hearts to tremble. If they didn't surrender, would the Snake Swamp Kingdom be exterminated? You're not qualified to do that. Boast. The four-armed elder roared. The other party was too arrogant. Did he think he could threaten the Snake Swamp Ancient Kingdom by himself? Swish. An ancient aura was released, and the four-armed elder's body suddenly enlarged. He actually turned into an octopus-like demonic beast with a human head. I want to see how you are going to be exterminated. Boast. The half-human, half-beast demonic beast pounced at Lin Ling, causing a fishy wind to blow. Mo Lao has made his move. Boast. Many people in the crowd were looking forward to it. The four-armed elder was the Grand Elder of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. He had a majestic aura, and his strength was extremely terrifying. However, before he could get close to Lin Ling, an even more ferocious figure shot out from Lin Ling's shoulder and turned into a 2-meter giant ape. Its giant arm swept out, and with a boom, the half-human, half-beast demonic beast turned into a rain of blood. It couldn't even block a single attack. Such a formidable demonic beast. Boast. Everyone sucked in cold air. They had seen many demonic beasts, but this was the first time they saw such a terrifying one. Lin Ling continued to move forward. His cold expression caused the silent Snake King's eyes to flicker. Lin Ling's strength was indeed formidable. In fact, it is not impossible for us to negotiate. Furthermore, the Snake Swamp Kingdom can submit to you. Boast. He waved his right hand and shot a cup of wine at Lin Ling. It seemed like he was going to compromise. Lin Ling took the wine cup and continued to walk forward. Without even looking at the cup, he drank it. Then he said indifferently, "What do you want to talk about?" A hint of joy appeared in the Snake King's eyes. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He drank his wine just like that. This Lin Ling was indeed too young. "We were ordered by the Saint Race to eradicate your Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The Saint Race has a very powerful backer and isn't something we can resist. Hence, we made a move on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom." The Snake King seemed to want to explain his helpless position. "I know. That's why I gave you a chance to submit. Otherwise, I would have already destroyed the Ophidian Kingdom." Lin Ling's face was still calm. You are very arrogant, and I also believe that you have the strength. But in the end, you are only one person, and the Saint Race has already invited the 5 great ancient countries. So, between you and the Saint Race, I choose the Saint Race." The Snake King licked his lips, and his words made Lin Ling stop. "So, you still intend to refuse? Then what are you talking about?" "Never. I never planned to talk." "Lin Ling, you're too confident. Men, set up the 12 ancient beast formations." "Yes." The Snake King's expression changed very quickly, and he suddenly laughed tyrannically. The 12 elite experts behind him transformed into ancient beasts and took mysterious steps. They actually surrounded Lin Ling tightly in the middle. At the same time, an ancient aura spread out from the formation. It was a tyrannical and destructive aura. The Ophidian Kingdom's history seemed to be ancient. Their inheritance was not simple, and they actually knew how to set up an ancient formation. Lin Ling is dead for sure. He has been plotted against by the Snake King. The crowd was secretly delighted. Snakes were strange by nature and had many transformations. How could they be so easily trusted? However, Lin Ling actually chose to believe them. This was simply digging his own grave. "Lin Ling, you drank the 1,000-snake wine and were trapped by the 12 ancient beast formation. Today, you will die here." Pitiful. The Snake King proudly shouted as if he could see Lin Ling falling here, causing the crowd to cheer. Lin Ling was so pitiful. He proudly came here alone, but in the end, he died here. If a legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom fell here, their Ophidian Kingdom's name would be able to shake the Cloud Domain. I feel pity for you. You gave up a chance to talk before. Yes. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling, who was surrounded by the 12 ancient beasts, was still calm. His cold voice floated out, causing the Snake King's eyes to narrow. At this moment, he suddenly couldn't see through Lin Ling. "I forgot to tell you. I am an alchemist. Your snake venom is very weak to me and was easily dealt with. Thus, I was not poisoned." Pitiful. Lin Ling spoke again. He had been researching alchemy recipes in the Bitter Adversity Mountain. At this moment, his alchemy skills had improved by more than one level. How could a small poison from the cloud domain compare to the alchemy skills of the rainforest sacred land? Boom! Without saying anything else, Lin Ling's body burst with terrifying flames. A giant vermilion bird flew in the sky, turning the entire palace gate into a purgatory of fire. The ancient 12 ancient beast formation was instantly burned, and the 12 people died in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Pitiful. The Snake King's eyes widened. He didn't underestimate Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling's strength was very strong. However, he didn't expect that his strength had reached the stage where all schemes were useless. Strength could crush everything. You don't have to say anything. Pitiful. Subsequently, the Snake King heard an indifferent voice. It was from Lin Ling, and it seemed that he didn't need to say anything. This meant that no matter what the Snake King said, Lin Ling would kill him. Wait, we can still talk. Hurry. The Snake King anxiously said. His scheme had been exposed and he was filled with regret. Moreover, he didn't understand why Lin Ling didn't fear his poisoned wine. However, Lin Ling had already turned and left, no longer paying attention to his words. Perhaps it was the same as Lin Ling's words. Since the Snake King had given up the chance to talk, then there was no need to talk anymore. Bang! An even more terrifying storm of flames erupted from Lin Ling's body, turning into a pillar of fire that was several hundred meters tall that shot into the skies. Beneath these destructive flames, all the powerhouses in front of the palace gate died. As for the Snake King, he was also burned to death. Before he died, the regret in his heart became even thicker. Perhaps he shouldn't have chosen the saints. After all, no matter how strong the saints were, could they save him in his current state? Or perhaps he shouldn't have held on to any hope that he could use the poisoned wine to kill Lin Ling. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The flames burned and the palace collapsed. Lin Ling walked step by step out of the flames with Little Flame in tow, and it caused the hearts of everyone in the city to tremble violently. The battle had ended in less than 30 minutes. In the end, all the members of the imperial family had perished. Lin Ling was much more terrifying than they'd imagined. Those who don't submit will all die. Cold. Suddenly, an icy cold voice resounded throughout the sky above the city, and it caused everyone to be stunned. After that, all the cultivators knelt down. Submit. Yes. At this moment, they didn't have any right to object. Send someone to Ocean of Cloud City to look for Yunixuan. Yes. An indistinct voice descended into their ears like a gust of wind. When they raised their heads to look over, that terrifying figure had vanished. Just like how he'd arrived in an instant and left in an instant. The only change was that the top experts of Ophidian Swamp Kingdom had been annihilated, and only the ordinary experts remained. Chapter 753. The Cloud Sea King returns at this moment. In the distant Saint race, the Saint race was under the sea. Because the race's flame power was very hot and crazy, it would cause a fire disaster on the outside. Only in the water could they prevent the fire disaster from erupting. Patriarch, it's not good. In a rippling valley, a guard rushed in anxiously. A middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged in the valley. There was a layer of spirit chi on the surface of his body, blocking the seawater. Didn't I ask you to go to the Snake Swamp country to inform the Snake King? Why did you come back so quickly? The middle-aged man opened his eyes, and golden flames rippled. He was the current patriarch of the Saint race, Sheng Feiyun. Lin Ling went to the Snake Swamp country alone and killed the Snake King. The Snake Swamp country has already submitted to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The guard hesitated for a moment and finally said anxiously. Boom! A terrifying flame soared into the sky, evaporating a large amount of seawater. Sheng Feiyun stood up angrily. Lin Ling, good move. He had only been back for a day, and he immediately broke his right arm and killed the Snake King. This action could be considered as a thunderbolt. He destroyed the Snake Swamp country alone. When he went to the Snake Swamp country to subdue it, he mobilized more than half of the Saint race's experts and spent 3 days. Lin Ling only used 1 day. Lin Ling's wings are finally full. Ha! Sheng Feiyun said with an ugly expression. The current Lin Ling gave him a lot of pressure. Soon, Lin Ling would arrive at the Saint race. At that time, he would have to face Lin Ling's fury. If it was before, he would have the confidence to face Lin Ling. However, he was a little worried now. After Lin Ling returned, he killed 2 of the Snake Swamp country's experts with lightning speed. Why fear him? If he dares to come, he will die. Ha! At this moment, a faint and hoarse voice sounded behind Sheng Feiyun, causing him to tremble. He quickly bowed respectfully. Sheng Feiyun greets young Master Duan. N. A voice sounded out once more. A young man in luxurious robes walked over. His face was indifferent and his right hand was wrapped in gauze. A powerful aura bloomed from his body. He was from the Justice Duan family that was assisting the saints this time. Moreover, he was an old acquaintance of Lin Ling's. Duan Tiangang. At this moment, Duan Tiangang's eyes were filled with resentment. After knowing that Lin Ling was from the Cloud Domain and had appeared in the Cloud Domain, he had volunteered and brought a large number of experts with him. His purpose was to take revenge. In this trip to the ancient tomb, he was supposed to be the one with the greatest harvest. His future should have been meteoric, soaring to the heavens. However, Lin Ling's rise was like a dark horse, stealing away all his pride. Not only did Lin Ling become the one with the greatest harvest, he even crippled him. Fortunately, the Justice Duan family has been passed down since ancient times, and the elders of the family spent a lot of resources to help him stand up again. Lin Ling, this time, you will stay in the realm of clouds forever. Duan Tiangang said coldly. His right hand wriggled slightly like a demonic beast's claw. A corner of the gauze was revealed, and it made Sheng Feiyun's heart tremble. He seemed to see the scales of a Qilin. Get someone to invite Lin Ling to the Saint race for a meeting. Duan Tiangang left these words and disappeared from the valley. Sheng Feiyun's eyes narrowed, and then he nodded heavily. Lin Ling was terrifying indeed, and he was extremely fearful. However, Lin Ling had offended the Justice Duan family, and that was enough for Lin Ling to die. The Justice Duan family, one of the 5 great ancient kingdoms, was like a divine palace to him. Get the Cloud Sea King to send a letter of challenge. Sheng Feiyun finally said coldly. What? The Serpentine Swamp Kingdom has submitted? At this moment, voices of shock were rising and falling in the streets of Cloud Sea City. Today, the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom had sent someone to see Yunishuan and personally submitted to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This news was too shocking. After all, just a few days ago, the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom was the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's greatest enemy. Now, this was a 180-degree change. Lin Ling went to the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom yesterday and killed the Serpentine King by himself. Who would dare to refuse to submit now? More news came out from the streets, which made the crowd even more excited. He was indeed the legend of their Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He only used 1 day to subdue the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom, and he went there alone. Such pride and glory would definitely alarm the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom. Unfortunately, none of them went to the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom and missed that glorious scene. Right now, in the Imperial Palace of Cloud Sea City, everyone was looking at Lin Ling with shock. They were still surprised by Lin Ling's actions. Even Patriarch Tai Yen, who knew beforehand that Lin Ling was going to the Serpentine Swamp Kingdom, was surprised as well. He didn't expect Lin Ling to really do it. Right at this moment, in the sky above Cloud Sea City, the rolling clouds parted. A figure stepped on the clouds and arrived. He was wearing a golden dragon robe and had a dignified expression like the Emperor of the 9 Heavens. Finally, he stopped in the sky above Cloud Sea City and looked down at the living beings below. This emperor has returned. Is Yixuan here? Emperor. A voice that sounded like heaven's might echoed, causing many martial artists' hearts to tremble. This person was definitely a king spirit realm existence because they could feel that the person in the sky was emitting the aura presence of the innate king physique, which made them feel like prostrating themselves in worship. Who was that person? Many people looked up while some of the older generation martial artists narrowed their eyes. An ancient and terrifying name appeared in their hearts, the Cloud Sea King. The Cloud Sea King, the former number 1 monarch of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, had returned. At this moment, Cloud Sea City and even the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were in an uproar. Countless people appeared in the plaza in front of the Imperial Palace with heavy hearts. To the martial artists of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Cloud Sea King was like the sky in their hearts. When many martial artists were young, they were instilled with the idea to live by martial arts and assist the 9 Heavens Emperor in the future, the Cloud Sea King. Now that they saw the true body of the Cloud Sea King, they were in awe. On the giant plaza, Patriarch Tai Yen and the others appeared one after another. Lin Ling was among them as well. He frowned as he looked at the sky. This wasn't the first time he saw the Cloud Sea King. When he was fighting for the treasures left behind by the Cloud Sea King, he saw the shadow of the Cloud Sea King. At that time, the Cloud Sea King represented the heavens and asked him to kneel. At that time, he was still very insignificant and wasn't a match for the Cloud Sea King, but he still chose not to kneel. Today, he finally saw this former monarch. Kneel. In the sky, the voice with heavenly prowess echoed again, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Many people were afraid of the emperor's prowess and gradually knelt down. However, the younger generation of martial artists gritted their teeth and refused to kneel. When they were growing up, the Cloud Sea King had already disappeared. Hence, they weren't so respectful towards the Cloud Sea King. Seeing this emperor is like seeing the heavens. How can you ants not kneel? In the sky, the man in the dragon robe yelled out again. He frowned as he hadn't returned for many years. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was still the same, but the people had changed. However, these citizens didn't seem to revere him anymore, which infuriated him. Emperor Father, you haven't returned for many years. Are you going to suppress everyone when you return today? Right at this moment, an unresigned voice echoed. Countless people looked over and saw that it was the current Cloud Sea King, Yixuan. Chapter 754. Declaring war. Yixuan, you have grown up. You actually don't kneel in front of King Father. King. In the sky, King Yunhai looked at Yixuan and spoke coldly. In fact, he wanted to leave the throne for the Crown Prince. Hence, before he left, he gave the Crown Prince many advantages. He didn't expect his second son to go against his wishes and seize the throne. Did I say I would give you the throne? King Yunhai spoke coldly again. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was created by me. If I can create it, I can naturally take it back. That includes you, Yixuan. Kneel. Kneel. On the ground, Yixuan's face was a little pale. He couldn't resist his king father's prowess. When he wanted to kneel, there was a voice in his heart that stopped him. You don't have to kneel. King. At this moment, a majestic voice echoed in the plaza. Countless people looked over and saw that the speaker was Lin Ling. For some reason, after Lin Ling spoke, everyone felt a little more confident and didn't revere the former king as much. You are Lin Ling? The person who bewitched me to become King Yunhai and killed the Empress Dowager and my crown prince? In the sky, King Yunhai looked coldly at Lin Ling. He was filled with majesty. His brows were tightly knitted like a dragon's face was furious. Lin Ling was his citizen, but he was very arrogant and actually killed his wife and son. This ant really wanted to go against the will of the heavens. So what if I killed them? Lin Ling lifted his eyes and looked indifferently at the sky. Ancestor Tai Yen and the others were shocked. Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of King Yunhai. You have guts. In the sky, King Yunhai's face was even colder and more majestic. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was created by me. I have the right to take it back. Lin Ling, you are just a commoner under my feet. The majestic heavenly prowess surged out again, causing the clouds to roll. It was an innate royal aura. Not every martial artist had the royal aura. No matter how strong they were, they might not be able to have such a noble temperament. Only those who were born to be kings could have it. Royal aura was also a kind of power that could make people want to bow down in worship and retreat without fighting. Cloud Sea King. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up slightly, and that disdainful smile of his deepened. He didn't expect that the first thing King Yunhai did upon his return was to display his prowess and wanted to intimidate the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He even wanted Yunixuan and Lin Ling to kneel and proclaim themselves as king. However, did King Yunhai have the qualifications? Back then, when the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in chaos, there were beacons everywhere, and the citizens were in a panic. Where were you, King Yunhai? Lin Ling spoke coldly. His voice wasn't loud, but his prowess wasn't any weaker than King Yunhai's. Everyone's eyes flickered, and they didn't revere the ancient King Yunhai anymore. Lin Ling was right. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in chaos, and the number one monarch had disappeared. What qualifications did King Yunhai have to speak? On the other hand, it was Lin Ling who set the Heaven Mystics Kingdom in chaos and saved the citizens from the fire and water. Everyone would remember this favor in their hearts. Right now, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom is in chaos again. Where are you, King Yunhai? Lin Ling yelled out again, causing the clouds in the sky to rumble. King Yunhai's eyes congealed. Lin Ling was reprimanding him, the ancient emperor. You said that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was created by you, and so you have the qualifications to take it back. However, can you take it back? Do you have the strength to take it back? Ask everyone if they agree or not. Lin Ling took a step forward, and that powerful aura made it difficult for King Yunhai to breathe. It was as though the person beneath his feet wasn't a commoner but an emperor who was above him. King Yunhai wanted to be everyone's emperor once he returned. Would everyone agree? Lin Ling, our king is Lin Ling. Lin Ling is the king of the cloud region. In the plaza, in the streets, in the alleys, voices rang out. Combined together, it was like the thunder from the 9 heavens. It was as though heaven and earth were shaking. King Yunhai's face turned even paler. Everyone supported Lin Ling. They only remembered Lin Ling because when everyone's lives were in danger, it was the young man who saved them. The young man gave them a stable home, so they believed in Lin Ling. Swish! 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 Those who were kneeling before stood up one by one. They looked fearlessly at King Yunhai in the sky. At this moment, the prestige of the 9 heavens emperor disappeared. All of this meant that no one agreed. You are all courting death. King Yunhai's eyes widened. This was a great humiliation to him. He was the ancient emperor of the past. Today, no one gave him any face. No one feared him. King Father, you have gone too far. You have lost the hearts of the people. You are no longer King Yunhai. At this moment, Yunixuan's firm voice rang out. In the past, he would feel reverence when he saw his king father. Now, he didn't. He was like everyone else. He remembered who had sacrificed for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. That person was the true emperor of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The king of the previous generation flaunted his seniority. It was useless. Our king is Lin Ling. As though to release the pressure in their hearts, the loud voice rang out again. It spread from Cloud Sea City to every city, town, and village in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. At this moment, the Heaven Mystics' kingdom was mighty. Everyone gave Lin Ling the title of king. At this moment, everyone in the Fire Ancient clan was excited. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so loved. When the king of the previous generation appeared, everyone supported Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was also extremely surprised. That mighty voice moved his heart, and his eyes became a little moist. He even saw a 3-year-old child in the distance. He was also calling his name, supporting and believing in him. In his previous life, Lin Ling was just an ordinary person. In this life, he didn't expect to be respected by so many people. If you all go against my will, it is equivalent to going against the will of the heavens. You all will die. I will see how you regret it. In the sky, King Yunhai was so angry that his entire body was trembling. His face was ashen. However, no one cared about his anger. Lin Ling, I am here to issue a challenge on behalf of the Saint clan. Accept it. Accept. King Yunhai didn't forget his mission. He then sent a letter to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it and opened it. Flames appeared in his right hand and burned the letter. The letter only said that Lin Ling was to go to the Saint clan and fight. Yunhai monarch sneered, "Ants will always be ants. You have never left the cloud domain, so you don't know how strong the outside world is. You also don't know how terrifying the 5 ancient nations are. You have already provoked them, so the result is obvious. If you regret it in the future, I won't save you anymore. Take care of yourselves." His voice made everyone's face turn serious. Was the Saint clan going to make a move? The 5 great ancient nations seemed to be a very terrifying existence. Wait. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice echoed out, causing King Cloud Sea to frown. He looked at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction and lightly said, "What else do you want? If you want to beg for mercy, then I'm already angry. I won't speak up for you in front of the saints. I just want to ask you. Are you still King Yunhai?" Chapter 755. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. A stray dog, you think of me, King Yunhai, when you are in danger? Unfortunately, it is too late. Even if you still think of me as King Yunhai, I will not save you. King Yunhai laughed. He thought that Lin Ling was afraid, so he wanted him to be the middleman to plead with the saint race. Of course, his thoughts were not wrong. After all, the 5 ancient kingdoms were huge forces that even the upper 3 regions feared, let alone the tiny cloud region. Hence, it was normal for Lin Ling to be afraid. However, was Lin Ling an ordinary person? So you are not King Yunhai? Yes. Lin Ling nodded. However, you really don't have the qualifications to be King Cloud Sea. After all, you're a proud king, and yet you've become a messenger, and a lackey for the saint race. Ha. How shameful. Let me ask you, how much did the saint race benefit from you being a lackey and a messenger? How many times did you wag your tail? Yes. You. Yes. King Yunhai's pupils constricted. He thought that Lin Ling was going to beg for mercy, but who knew that Lin Ling was mocking him? Messenger? This is the King Yunhai who came swaggering? Yes. The crowd burst out in laughter, and even Yunixuan was mocking at this moment. His king father was very disgraced. Right now, the Heaven Mystics' kingdom was facing a calamity, but his king father didn't fight alongside the Heaven Mystics' kingdom and was on the enemy's side instead. Furthermore, he was even revealing a gloating smile. Not to mention everyone else, even Yunixuan did not recognize King Yunhai. The funny thing was that his king father showed a high and mighty face when he came. Ugly. You. Yes. This time, not only did he lose his dignity, but he was also being mocked. King Yunhai's face was ashen. He finally snorted. Soon, you will not be able to laugh. Yes. Finishing his words, he strode away. He wanted to see if these ants could still laugh when the Saint Race's army came. You are no longer King Yunhai. This means that you are not from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You are from the Saint Race. Did I say you could leave? At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the ground. An extremely hot flame aura erupted, transforming into an ancient vermilion bird that rushed towards King Yunhai. King Yunhai's face paled. He was only at the late stage of the King's spirit realm, but this aura was at the Emperor's spirit realm. He was the king of the Cloud Sea in the past, and he was proud of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Could he be proud in front of Lin Ling? He was no longer King Cloud Sea, but a lackey of the saints, a villain who took pleasure in other people's misfortune. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't treat him as King Cloud Sea, but as a member of the saints. Moreover, he was a member of the saints who couldn't see through himself. Can't you see yourself clearly? How dare you be so proud of coming to Lin Ling's territory? He was courting death. Boom! Lin Ling didn't kill King Cloud Sea. Instead, he used his aura to make King Cloud Sea fall from the sky. This was extremely humiliating. Lin Ling stepped forward until he was in front of King Yunhai. He stepped on him and said, "Why are you acting all high and mighty? You're nothing but a lackey of the sacred race. How dare you think you can leave so arrogantly?" Stomp. With one stomp, Lin Ling stomped King Cloud Sea to the ground. King Cloud Sea's expression was extremely ugly. In front of his citizens, he was reduced to a stray dog. In the world of martial Dao, the strong are respected. Can't you see that I am stronger than you? What a pathetic King Cloud Sea. He was so noble that he couldn't see through himself. Stomp. Lin Ling said indifferently. His voice was filled with mockery. King Cloud Sea tried to struggle a few times, but he failed every time. He was firmly stepped on by Lin Ling. King Cloud Sea had always thought of himself as the Emperor of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Hence, he had an innate sense of superiority. However, he didn't know that this sense of superiority was laughable. Being arrogant and feeling superior in front of a martial artist who was stronger than him was the same as courting death. In the world of martial Dao, the strong were respected. If someone was stronger than you, it didn't matter if you were the emperor or not. Stray dog. Stomp. The crowd looked coldly at King Cloud Sea and shouted angrily. Get lost. Get lost. Lin Ling kicked King Cloud Sea away. King Cloud Sea was covered in mud. He was so angry that his face turned red. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. You should thank Yunishuan that I didn't kill you. Otherwise, with your personality as a lackey, you wouldn't be able to leave here today. Of course, there is another reason. You thought that we were all going to die, so I spared your dog life. I will let you see how powerful your so-called saint race and the so-called 5 ancient kingdoms are. Get lost. Wait for me at the saint race. I will destroy the saint race. Get lost. The cold voice was filled with determination. Not only did it make King Cloud Sea's body tremble, but it also made many people's hearts tremble. Their king was going to fight the saint race for them. And he even said that he would destroy the saint race. King Lin Ling. Get lost. The loud voice rang out again. It spread out from the imperial city. As for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, many of them were from the Stone Saint Nation. Their king had drawn his sword and was going to fight for the Cloud region. For all of them, for the pride of the Cloud region. Lin Ling. King. Throughout the kingdom, millions of martial artists erupted with their auras, causing the clouds in the sky to roil. The sky that was filled with smoke suddenly revealed a blue sky. On the square, a youth in a blue and white robe looked up at the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face was looking up at the sky, and there was a determined smile on his face. For his home, for the people who believed in him, this battle should end. The deafening roar was undoubtedly the greatest humiliation to King Cloud Sea. After all, such glory and pride should have belonged to him. However, he was like a stray dog now. He could only leave with his tail between his legs. He didn't dare to be arrogant at all. It was night time. The lanterns were lit, and the city was brightly lit. The entire Cloud Sea city was bustling. Everyone was talking about the exciting event that happened during the day. Their king was going to draw his sword. The imperial palace was also bustling with noise. Only Yunixuan, the ghost marshal, and the others had serious expressions. Lin Ling was going to fight the saint race. They had some confidence, but Lin Ling was going to fight the Justice Duan clan of the 5 ancient kingdoms. This made them very worried. They knew that the 5 ancient kingdoms came from the upper 3 regions. They were the 5 strongest forces in the upper 3 regions. The Cloud region was only in the middle 3 regions. If not for Lin Ling's appearance, the Cloud region would only be in the lower 3 regions. Could they win? They were all worried. At this moment, in the garden, 2 figures sat together and looked at the bright moonlight in the sky. Lin Ling, I heard from Grandpa and the others that the 5 ancient kingdoms are very powerful. I am worried about you. Qin Xiaolan leaned her head on Lin Ling's shoulder. She liked this feeling very much. A gentle breeze blew past, causing her delicate face to reveal a happy expression. She had obtained the best man in the world, and she was very satisfied. She was even willing to die for her lover. Xiaolan, it's just the 5 ancient kingdoms. They aren't as terrifying as you think. Huh. Lin Ling brushed Qin Xiaolan's hair away from her forehead and smiled. Chapter 756. Upper Saint Region. Moreover, Yu is also from the Great Tang Empire. The heavenly concubine is currently studying at the ancient Dao Martial Palace. Once we're done here, I'll take you to the 7 Profound Martial House. Yes. Lin Ling smiled, causing Qin Xiaolan to smile happily. Far away in the garden, Ancestor Extreme Flame revealed a warm smile. He hesitated for a moment, but decided not to disturb Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan. After all, ever since Lin Ling had returned, he had been fighting for them. Now was the time to let Lin Ling enjoy some quiet time. However, he was worried about Lin Ling's battle with the saints. In that battle, their Heaven Mystics Kingdom would not be able to help. They could only depend on Lin Ling. After nightfall, Qin Xiaolan also left. Lin Ling stood silently in the garden with a cold expression on his handsome face as he silently looked at the night sky. An intricate mother-child insect appeared in his hand. This mother-child insect was golden in color and had the dazzling word Qin emblazoned on its surface. Spirit energy poured into it, and the insect spoke in a low voice, "Is there something you need?" The voice was calm, but it carried an irresistible majesty. Compared to the Cloud Sea King, who had lost face today, it was like a grain of rice. "Borrow people." Lin Ling faintly smiled. "Sure, how many?" The insect didn't hesitate and directly replied. "All the family heads." Lin Ling thought for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. The other side was silent, but soon, the low voice spoke again, "We agree." "Thank you." Lin Ling nodded. He owed this favor. "No need, you are still a guest elder of the Great Qin Empire. We will tell them." The insect quickly calmed down, but it still carried an irresistible majesty. Lin Ling let out a gentle smile and carefully placed the mother-child bug into the blue ring. The mother-child bug was the noblest species, able to transmit its message to a distance of over 10,000 li. Qin Nan had given him the mother-child bug, so he could use it to communicate with the man. And that person was the #1 emperor of the Great Qin Empire, the Great Qin Emperor. Lin Ling looked at the night sky again. His eyes were filled with coldness and madness. Family and friends were his reverse scale. If anyone dared to touch them, even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, he would still kill them. Therefore, he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight like crazy. He wanted to let everyone know that he was Lin Ling's reverse scale. He wanted them to know the consequences of touching his family. Everyone trusted Lin Ling would never disappoint them. The next day, white clouds drifted leisurely and the sun hung high in the sky. Everyone in the city had appeared. The entire city was filled with people, and their blood boiled as they gazed at their king. The king was going to fight. Wait here. When I return, this battle will be over. Lin Ling smiled and waved at the crowd. He did not ask them to go together because their opponents were not from the middle 3 regions, but from the upper 3 regions. They would not be able to resist them. Lin Ling, let's go together. However, Yunixuan's firm voice resounded. As soon as he took a step forward, the countless people behind him did the same. How could they watch as Lin Ling fought for them by himself? They wanted to fight side by side with Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. I alone am enough for this battle. All of them fell silent, but their gazes were still firm. They were too weak and could not help Lin Ling. However, they had the pride of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, so they wanted to carry that pride with Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and didn't say anything else. He just strode forward and left. Slap. The sound of footsteps resounded behind him. Countless people followed Lin Ling and forced their way forward. Lin Ling laughed bitterly. It seemed like he could not stop them. Ling, Grandpa will fight side by side with you. Patriarch Extreme Flame laughed loudly. He was extremely excited. When he was young, he imagined that one day, he would be able to lead countless family members, friends, and even people with the same bloodline into battle. However, that was just a dream. In this lifetime, he could not do it at all. But today, his grandson did it. Behind him was a dense crowd of people. There were people from the Cloud Sea City, the Stone Saint Nation, and the Flame Corps. There were millions of people, and some were even 3-year-old children. They all admired their own grandsons, causing Ancestor Extreme Flame to feel proud. Then let's go together. Lin Ling looked deeply at the excited crowd. In the end, he shouted loudly. If he couldn't stop them, then he would not stop them. He waved his hand. Destroy the Saint Race. Destroy the Saint Race. A mighty voice resounded. Countless gazes looked at the young man who was not even 20 years old. They were excited. Under the sunlight, the young man revealed a confident smile. It was exceptionally brilliant. His blue and white robe was like the clouds in the sky. Rumble. After that, the army followed Lin Ling and moved forward towards the Saint Region. The Saint Region was the core of the Cloud Region's 3 ancient nations. It was also the oldest race in the Cloud Region. Today, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's army had arrived. This was the first time in 10,000 years that such a thing had happened in the Cloud Region. Some martial artists from the Snake Swamp Nation and the Stone Saint Nation gasped. Under Lin Ling's lead, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was so arrogant. They actually killed their way into the Saint Region. This battle was a battle for survival, a battle for honor, and a battle for revenge. Lin Ling killed Xing Fifan, and the Saint Race wanted to kill Lin Ling. The Saint Race killed the Flame Corps and a large number of people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Thus, Lin Ling also wanted to take revenge on the Saint Race. They had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Lin Ling really came. In the Saint Region, there was a trace of excitement in the hearts of the Saint Race. Lin Ling was very powerful. Even their noble Saint Race bloodline didn't dare to underestimate him. However, the Saint Race now had the support of the even more ancient Duan clan. If Lin Ling dared to come, he wouldn't be able to go back. How should we entertain him? Duan Tiangang revealed a cruel smile. He knew that Lin Ling would definitely come. He was too familiar with Lin Ling's temperament. This youth dared to fight for his family. Apart from Lin Ling, the others are all ants. Once Lin Ling dies, millions of others will have to be buried with him. Thus, we only need to deal with Lin Ling alone. Beside him, Sheng Feiyun sneered. With the 18th young master, Duan Tiangang, there was nothing for him to fear. The 18th young master was said to be the most outstanding youth under the age of 20 in the upper three regions. How could Lin Ling be compared to young master Duan? It was a pity that he didn't know that Duan Tiangang was once defeated by Lin Ling, otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident now. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Saint Region's volcanoes seemed to know that a great battle was imminent. Thus, they constantly erupted. And behind the volcanoes was a vast sea. This was where the Saint race lived. They were born fire attribute martial artists and possessed a saint flame. Their strength was extremely formidable. Time passed quietly, and it was close to evening. A dense crowd began to appear on the horizon, and it was a grand and majestic sight. They're here. Many Saint race martial artists faintly smiled. That group of ants had arrived, and there were so many of them. It seemed that they would all die here. They were well aware that with so many people present, only Lin Ling could cause them to feel fear. But, Lin Ling was only one person. Even if the Saint race used numbers, they could still drown him. Chapter 757. Probing. After a long time, a large number of people stopped in front of the volcano. The leader of the group was a youth who looked coldly ahead. The sneer on his face deepened. The Saint race was very confident. They thought that with the support of the Justice Duan family, they would die. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Sheng Feiyun, get out here. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The three words, get out here, were like heavenly thunder that resounded mightily in the mountain range. In the mountain range far away, besides the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Saint race, martial artists from other regions were also attracted. They had heard of the battle between the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the Saint race. They had also heard of the huge ancient kingdom behind the Saint race. Hence, they found it strange that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom dared to provoke the Saint race. Wasn't this courting death? Under the volcano, there were many tables and chairs. Sheng Feiyun and the others sat quietly and drank tea. However, after hearing Lin Ling's frivolous shout, Sheng Feiyun's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He wanted Sheng Feiyun to get out here. Lin Ling, you killed my Saint race's Sheng Feiyun in the past. Did you think this day would come? Sheng Feiyun's cold voice rang out. One by one, the Saint race members stood up. Only Duan Tiangang was still drinking tea calmly. He wanted to kill Lin Ling to avenge his humiliation. However, Lin Ling would die too soon. He felt that it was too easy for Lin Ling. Hence, he wanted to slowly torture and kill Lin Ling. Today? Lin Ling's sneer deepened. He didn't say anything else and walked forward step by step. Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others nodded heavily at Lin Ling. They couldn't help much in this battle. After all, the other side was from the Saint race. They were stronger than them. If they really fought, they would affect Lin Ling and distract Lin Ling. Hence, they might as well support him from behind. Lin Ling thought so too. Perhaps Ancestor Extreme Flame and Old Man Huayong could help him solve some problems. However, it would be a chaotic battle. In that chaotic battle, he couldn't guarantee that his people wouldn't be hurt. Leader will definitely win. The members of the Flame Corps clenched their fists. They had blind trust. After all, when Dao Quang killed the members of the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling led the Flame Corps into the inner city. Today, the Saint race members of the Flame Corps. Lin Ling's Flame Corps. The Saints were stronger, they were existences that they could only look up to. Ever since the war between the Serpentine Swamp Nation and the Saints began, the Saints had rarely moved out. It was always the serpentine swamp nation that besieged them. But they believed that even if the saints were stronger, their leader would not be defeated. "You're going to fight the Saint clan alone?" In the distance, the martial artists from the various domains laughed, thinking that this young boy was a bit too frivolous. Of course, they weren't from the Cloud domain, so they only knew of the Saint race's reputation. They didn't know Lin Ling's name, otherwise they wouldn't have thought so. On the other side of the volcano, the Saint race members sat quietly. They had mocking smiles on their faces. Lin Ling was very strong. But to challenge the Saint race alone? That was a dream. Even if they used numbers, it would be enough to kill Lin Ling. The Saint race had 180,000 bloodlines. All of them were innately stronger than ordinary martial artists. 180,000, even if Lin Ling killed them one by one, it would be enough to exhaust Lin Ling. What's more, Lin Ling couldn't kill them all. Moreover, in order to welcome Lin Ling's arrival, the Saint race had made a lot of preparations. The Saint race was able to stand for thousands of years. They are definitely not fools. That youth is too reckless. The martial artists from the various ancient regions nodded silently. The path from Lin Ling to the volcano might seem peaceful, but it was definitely filled with danger. The danger was so great that if the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were to rush over, they would be completely wiped out. After all, a battle between two armies was different from a battle between martial artists. In a battle between martial artists, the attacker had the advantage and could catch the defender off guard. In the end, the attacker would be defeated. However, it was different in a battle between two armies. If the enemy had set up a trap or set up a troop formation, the attacker would be at a disadvantage. One came from afar and wasted a lot of energy and stamina. If the other waited patiently for the enemy to jump into the trap, then the defender would naturally have the advantage. But now, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was the attacker. They were travel-worn. The Saint race was the defender. They were waiting patiently. "Clan head, let's go and play with him. He killed brother Shengtong. He should be quite strong." On the Saint race's side, dozens of young elites looked at Sheng Feiyun and said. This made Sheng Feiyun frown. He had set up the entire race's formation and was waiting for Lin Ling to jump in and die. Hence, he did not want these outstanding juniors to take the risk. Furthermore, he knew Lin Ling's strength very well. He could easily kill the Snake King of the Snake Swamp Kingdom. He was probably not weaker than him. He might even be at the peak of the King's spirit realm. Ask young Master Duan. Sheng Feiyun finally said. He was still a little afraid of Lin Ling. Duan Tiangang was drinking tea indifferently, but he smiled and said, "We can try." He also wanted to see if Lin Ling's strength had improved after the trip to the ancient tomb. "Alright, young Master Duan. We will not let you down." Those young elites were all in high spirits. Lin Ling was the #1 genius of the Cloud region. They had always been dissatisfied, but they also knew that Lin Ling was not weak. However, they wanted to test his strength. If they could not escape unscathed, it was not difficult. Furthermore, they had already set up the formation. With young Master Duan here, what did they have to fear? Lin Ling, where is your pride? Dozens of young elites flew towards Lin Ling, their voices as proud as thunder. They knew that today's battle would not only shake the entire Cloud region, but there would also be a massive number of martial artists from the nearby regions that would come to watch. Thus, they wanted to prove themselves. After all, they were the most proud geniuses of the saints. Lin Ling continued to slowly walk forwards. In the distance, dozens of figures flew towards him. Some of them had proud expressions and some of them were cautious. But, he could see that they were here to test him. They were like the vanguard of a battle between two armies, testing the strength of their opponent. But testing Lin Ling? Did they have the qualifications to do so? Lin Ling disdained to speak. Instead, he stared ahead. He could feel that this mountain range was a bit mysterious. It seemed that this ancient saint race still had a deep background. How arrogant. You look about the same age as me, but you actually dare to ignore me. One of the youths frowned. Lin Ling was looking ahead, not even glancing at them. This caused him to feel a thick sense of humiliation. After all, although Lin Ling was strong, they were about the same age. He should only be a bit stronger. He was confident that he could make Lin Ling lose face. Silent Ridge Flame. He was the first to attack. The Saint Flame of the Saints appeared in his right hand. He looked at Lin Ling and slammed it down. Sacred Solitude, I will help you. Although we cannot defeat Lin Ling, if we can suppress Lin Ling's arrogant momentum and make Lin Ling lose face, then the Patriarch will be happy. On the ground, the three youths threw themselves at Lin Ling. They were in close combat and were confident in their abilities. Chapter 758. 100,000 Evil Warding Sacred Fire Formation. It seems like the Saint race has set up an array here. Lin Ling still looked ahead and muttered to himself. Everyone in the distance narrowed their eyes. This youth didn't seem to notice anyone making a move on him. The people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were rather nervous. Many of them had never seen Lin Ling's strength and didn't know if Lin Ling could withstand the combined killing intent of those geniuses. However, Patriarch Extreme Flame and the others were confident. Those geniuses from the Saint race were very proud, but no matter how proud they couldn't be compared to the geniuses from the Fire Ancient clan. Swish! Right at this moment, a sword light flashed by, and the sword intent gushed out. Those geniuses who tried to engage in close combat were instantly beheaded. In the sky, that genius who executed the golden flaming palm on Lin Ling didn't even look at him. With a flick of his finger, a blood-red vermilion bird's flame shot out, burning that golden flame and rushing towards that genius. Lin Ling found it laughable. It was fine to probe, but they should have sent stronger martial artists. What? The genius in the sky narrowed his eyes. With just one move, he knew the difference between him and Lin Ling. He hurriedly retreated, but he was still too slow. That wisp of flame instantly wrapped around him, turning him into ashes that fell from the sky. Swish! Swish! At the same time, a dazzling sword light slashed out like a meteor. Lin Ling didn't even look ahead. After a few slashes, he withdrew his sword and continued to advance. Swish! Swish! There was a reign of terror. Those geniuses who tried to probe and even tried their luck to humiliate Lin Ling were all killed. They thought that Lin Ling was stronger than them, but if they worked together, even if they couldn't humiliate Lin Ling, it shouldn't be hard for them to escape unscathed. However, the idea was good, but the reality was cruel. Were they here to probe? If they weren't qualified, they shouldn't even think about leaving. Sword intent. The martial artists from the various regions narrowed their eyes. They started to mock Lin Ling for overestimating himself, but they now realized that this youth was a little terrifying. The geniuses of the Saint race of the same age couldn't even block a single sword move. You're still so arrogant. The only one who wasn't surprised was Duan Tiangang. He already knew that Lin Ling wouldn't lose to those geniuses. He just wanted to see how much Lin Ling's strength had increased. Sheng Feiyun's pupils constricted. Dozens of the proudest geniuses of the Saint clan had died just like that, never to return. Lin Ling was so ruthless, he wanted to end the proud bloodline of the Saint clan. Sheng Feiyun, you're such a fool. That stray dog beside you knows my strength, but he didn't warn you. Instead, he sent the geniuses of the sacred race to their deaths just to test my strength. Huh, do you really think you found a powerful backer? Lin Ling continued to walk forward, his indifferent voice drifting out. Sheng Feiyun's heart trembled as he looked at young Master Duan who was beside him. Young Master Duan was drinking tea without a care. This made Sheng Feiyun grit his teeth. young Master Duan was indeed aware of Lin Ling's strength. Don't fall into his trap of sowing discord, young Master Duan said indifferently. This made Xing Feiyun furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. At this critical moment, he still had to rely on young Master Duan. However, Lin Ling was right. He was indeed a little foolish. It seemed like Duan Tiangang had purposely sent his juniors to their deaths. Duan Tiangang, actually, I'm quite surprised that you, a defeated opponent in the past, haven't been crippled. You even dare to appear in front of me today. Lin Ling continued to walk forward. Naturally, he also saw Duan Tiangang under the volcano. Moreover, he roughly knew the purpose of Duan Tiangang's visit. He was just a little surprised. Xing Feiyun's pupils constricted again. The dignified 18th young master, Duan Tiangang, actually lost to Lin Ling? He was clearer than anyone about the terror of the 18th young master. In his opinion, how could Lin Ling compare to Duan Tiangang? He was even confident that as long as he announced Duan Tiangang's name, Lin Ling would definitely be afraid and regret coming to the sacred region. However, Lin Ling and Duan Tiangang had known each other for a long time. He suddenly felt that his understanding of Lin Ling was very shallow. What did Lin Ling do in the rainforest sacred land? Lin Ling wasn't an ordinary genius from the cloud region who went to the rainforest sacred land. Are you afraid? With me here, what are you afraid of? Duan Tiangang lightly said when he sensed the change in Xing Feiyun's mood. Xing Feiyun smiled and nodded. That trace of worry disappeared in the end. With the Justice Duan family as their backing, the sacred race wouldn't be in danger. Bring out your ancient array. Let's see how badly Lin Ling can block it. Duan Tiangang added. He knew that the sacred race still had some trump cards. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, today's matter isn't just about you and the sacred race. It's also about me and you. However, if you want to fight with me, you still lack the qualifications. In the past, when he lost to Lin Ling, his martial heart collapsed. But this time, he seemed to be even more determined and confident. He recovered the arrogance of an 18th young master and looked down on Lin Ling. A crippled person with a shadow in his heart wants to regain some confidence in his words? However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded from afar, causing Duan Tiangang's pupils to narrow. Lin Ling had touched his sore spot. He indeed wanted to regain some confidence. Cut the crap and face the array. Duan Tiangang coldly shouted. He was somewhat angry in his heart. However, he had made many preparations today. Lin Ling was still going to die. It was just a matter of how he died that would make him feel more satisfied. Lin Ling, you've already stepped into the array. I'll let you experience the strength of the sacred race. Moreover, it's a battle between two armies, not a battle between martial artists. So, don't blame me for bullying you with numbers. Xing Feiyun stood up. His eyes were even colder. Finally, he waved his hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The volcano violently shook. Above the vast earth, countless golden flames shot into the skies, turning into a golden sea of fire. That destructive aura caused many people in the distance to tremble. They could feel the heat, an incomparably scorching heat. There was even a feeling of worship. This was a sacred flame, a noble and pure flame. Xiao 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 xiao. Outside the giant flame array, a massive number of sacred race martial artists flew over. Golden flames appeared on the surface of their bodies, constantly pouring into the array. It was as if they wanted to refine Lin Ling alive. How terrifying! Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others had dignified expressions. No wonder Lin Ling didn't allow them to fight. If they were to face such a sacred flame, then they would be completely annihilated. This is the legendary 100,000 evil warding sacred flame array. In the distance, some older martial artists muttered to themselves. They had heard of this array before. It was laid down with the bloodline of the sacred race. With a talent king body as the foundation, the more people there were, the more terrifying it was. In the legends, if 100,000 people with the bloodline of the sacred race appeared, then they could burn the world. In the past, the first-generation ancestor of the sacred race was hunted down by powerhouses of the upper three realms. In the end, the entire sacred race laid down this array and burned several hundred powerhouses of the upper three realms to death. A nightmare. To the crowd, this was an ancient array formation that was like a nightmare. Of course, although this array formation was powerful, it also had its flaws. That was that there had to be a large number of people to lay down the array formation. Moreover, their bloodlines had to be the same. This led to the fact that many people knew about this array formation, but very few people were able to lay it down. Chapter 759. Saint Flame Refinement. The middle three regions may be small, but they still have some foundation. Duan Tiangong's eyes narrowed. That array formation caused even him to feel a trace of dread. The saint race truly couldn't be underestimated. His right hand clenched into a fist, his hidden trump card causing him to ponder. If he was the one in the array formation, would he be able to withstand it? Although he didn't want to admit it, he already knew that if he was in the array formation, he might not be able to withstand it. Lin Ling will be fine, right? On the vast land, millions of Heaven Mystics Kingdom martial artists clenched their fists. They couldn't help much in this battle. They could only hope that the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, their king, could break through the enemy's encirclement. If their legend fell, then they would be duty-bound to follow him. In this battle, Lin Ling also shouldered the lives of hundreds of people. Ling, you won't lose. Ancestor Tai Yen once again spoke. The land in front of his eyes had already turned into a golden sea of fire. The flames roared and were wild. It seemed as though they wanted to purify and incinerate everything. Even the land began to melt like water under the wild burning of the golden flames. A fire pit that was 1,000 miles wide quietly appeared, its momentum vast and majestic. Around the fire pit were a massive number of saint bloodlines. They continuously poured the flames within their bodies into the fire pit, forming a great array formation that operated. As for the fire pit, it was naturally a forbidden land of death. Many people thought that even the legendary Emperor Spirit Realm martial artists would fall there. That youth was only 20 years old. How could he withstand it? That youth is not facing one person, but 80,000 saint race people. Someone looked at the fire pit and said. There were people walking around, and the number was constantly increasing. Despicable. On the Heaven Mystics Kingdom side, everyone saw this scene and clenched their teeth. Lin Ling was fighting 80,000 people alone. If it was one-on-one, none of the 80,000 people would be Lin Ling's match. But if they worked together and used the array formation to double their strength, Lin Ling would be even harder to resist. In the endless mountain range, it was silent. Only the crackling of the flames could be heard. At this moment, Lin Ling was enveloped by the extreme golden flames in the huge ancient formation, which made his expression turn colder. He was a fire attribute martial artist, but at this moment, he was surrounded by flames. This was very ironic. Moreover, if these flames were not many, they would not be terrifying. However, these flames seemed to be condensed by tens of thousands of people. This was somewhat difficult to deal with. The saint race, with their fire attribute bloodline, had actually laid down such a massive ancient array formation. The Eye of Time appeared. Lin Ling swept his gaze around, wanting to see through this array formation. However, this array formation wasn't mysterious at all. Its only characteristic was that it could gather fire. In that case, the only way to break the formation was to meet force with force. Boom! The terrifying golden flames began to envelop Lin Ling. It was so holy and so hot, as if it was the king of flames. Lin Ling's pupils constricted, and the vermilion bird's flames also erupted from his body. The blood-red flames and the golden flames were evenly matched. However, even though the vermilion bird's flames were more noble, there were more golden flames. After all, it was condensed from the flames of 80,000 people. I didn't know that when the amount of flames is condensed, the power is also so terrifying. Lin Ling's eyes shone coldly. If this continued, he would definitely be injured. Sheng Feiyun was indeed despicable. He knew that no one was his match in a one-on-one fight, so he asked the entire race to join forces. Ancient Flame Demon, you are the Flame Demon. You have a way to deal with this fire. With this thought, Lin Ling sensed his dantian and shouted. In his dantian, the sleeping ancient flame demon slowly opened its eyes. Its demonic eyes looked at Lin Ling and it seemed to be deep in thought. After a while, a low voice was heard. I want 1 million upper spiritual crystals. It proposed a deal. It seemed to want spiritual crystals to heal its injuries. Upper spiritual crystals? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. High-grade spiritual crystals were more precious than mid-grade spiritual crystals. Until now, he had not seen any. Hence, he shook his head and said, it can only be 5 million mid-grade spiritual crystals. If you reject it, I will die, and you will disappear from this world. The ancient flame demon roared. It seemed to be unwilling, but it finally compromised. This fire is very weak. It can't even enter the heaven and earth spirit fire list. It only relies on the number of people. However, this fire has a time limit. Once the time is up, the fire will reach a critical point and explode. By then, this place will be in a terrible situation. What? Lin Ling's heart skipped a beat. A terrifying thought appeared in his mind. The saint race seemed to be using fire to deal with him, but in fact, they were also dealing with everyone in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Once the time was up, this place would become a fiery hell. Grandfather and the others would not know about it and would definitely be burned alive. The saint race had planned to kill everyone from the beginning. Sheng Feiyun. Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. If you want to break the array, it's very simple. I can teach you how to break out of this 100,000 fire array. You just have to kill those saint race ants one by one. However, this fire is formed by 100,000 people. What's more, they are all fire elemental talents. Hence, why don't you absorb this fire and improve your king body? The ancient flame demon's cold voice echoed. This was the first time it had spoken so much to Lin Ling. In the past, it had always treated Lin Ling as an ant. However, after this period of interaction, it felt that this young man was mysterious. It could not see through him. Can I? Lin Ling asked in disbelief. Brat, why not? The ancient flame demon seemed to be angry. Lin Ling was doubting it. Alright then, let's begin. Lin Ling nodded heavily. His eyes turned even colder. Sheng Feiyun had a good plan. However, it was a pity that he had to fulfill Lin Ling's wish. Moreover, Lin Ling wanted to see how much his king body could improve with the fire of 80,000 people. Currently, his vermilion bird flame was a 6th grade king body. However, there was a conflict between flames. They would clash and fight, but they could also absorb each other. The Saint Fire wanted to refine Lin Ling, but Lin Ling could also refine the Saint Fire of 80,000 people. Sizzle. In the deep pit, the flames rolled like waves. Lin Ling withdrew the vermilion bird flame and turned himself into a huge whirlpool, madly absorbing the flames around him. Brat, there are gains and losses in this world. Although I can suppress the golden flames for you and prevent them from burning you, you will also be in danger. If you can't suppress them and tame them, you will die. The ancient flame demon's voice sounded. If I die, you will die too. Lin Ling sneered. He relaxed his body and allowed the golden flames to enter his dantian. The ancient flame demon guarded Lin Ling, preventing the golden flames from burning Lin Ling's body. It let the saint fire and the vermilion bird flame fight in his dantian. Rumble. Within the deep pit, the terrifying golden flames began to form a vortex. Looking from afar, it was a ghastly sight. Just think about it. 1,000-mile-wide pit was filled with flames. Just how large and terrifying were those flames? If I was in the array, I would be turned into ashes in the blink of an eye. The crowd stared at the sea of golden flames and said in fear, "Today is the winter solstice. Happy winter solstice. Everyone must eat well." Chapter 760. Breaking out of the formation, haha, refine him. In the distance, Sheng Feiyun laughed coldly. With a wave of his hand, he ordered even more sacred tribe bloodline cultivators to the side of the formation. He wanted to use numbers to crush Lin Ling to death. Will he die? Duan Tiangong's lips curled up slightly. If Lin Ling died in the formation, it would prove that Lin Ling was nothing more than this. Rumble. At this moment, in the deep pit, Lin Ling's expression was constantly changing, revealing a savage and pained expression. His dantian had already been occupied by golden flames, as if they were about to tear his dantian apart. As for the vermilion bird Dao platform, it was also bathed in golden flames. This puny little brat's perseverance is terrifying. The ancient flame devil looked coldly at Lin Ling, surprised by his perseverance. In fact, there was one more thing it had not said before, which was that if he wanted to refine the flames of 80,000 people, the success rate was only 30%. At this moment, Lin Ling's mind was hazy. There were too many flames, filling his mind with golden flames. It even made him feel drowsy, as if he was sleeping in the flames. This was very comfortable, as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. I can't sleep. If I sleep, I'll be refined. Suddenly, Lin Ling's mind became clear. He couldn't sleep. If he slept, his grandfather and the others would all die. Moreover, his mother would never be found. Who would take his father's grave to his mother? And Yu, the heavenly concubine, and the others would definitely be very sad. I can't sleep. I can't become a wisp of sacred flame. Wake up. Lin Ling kept shouting at himself. It had not been easy for him to walk from an ordinary youth to where he was today. He had stepped through many storms and waves. How could he capsize in the gutter? Vermilion bird flame, burn for me. With a shout in his heart, Lin Ling controlled the vermilion bird Dao platform in his dantian. The vermilion bird Dao platform was already cracking, and the blood-red flames had quietly turned golden, as if about to be refined. But after hearing Lin Ling's voice, the vermilion bird Dao platform shook violently, struggling and resisting. Gradually, the golden flames near the vermilion bird Dao platform quietly turned blood-red. At the same time, the ancient flame devil's demonic eyes opened. Refining. Refining. Refining meant that all the sacred flame vermilion bird flame. Rumble. As the vortex grew larger and larger, his dantian began to change. As the golden flames neared the vermilion bird Dao platform, they began to change color. Lin Ling's innate talent, the king body, began to rapidly increase. From the 6th grade, it gradually reached the 7th grade and then the 8th grade. Let the flames, fire flame 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 flame. Roar. Lin Ling roared in his heart. He wanted to use this fire to transform. Rumble. Roar roar. Within the fire pit, the ocean-like golden flames roared even more fiercely. At this moment, the outside world was completely silent. Countless people stared at the flames in silence. Ling. Ancestor Extreme Flame tightly clenched his fists as if his heart was bleeding. This feeling was like watching 80,000 people bully his little grandson, and his little grandson was only one person. As his grandfather, he couldn't do anything to help. Wait, look. There's blood in the flames. Just at that moment, someone cried out in surprise. The crowd in the vast mountain range narrowed their eyes. At that moment, they realized that within the raging golden sea of fire, there was a trace of blood-red color. No, that wasn't blood, it was a blood-red flame. How is this possible? Sheng Feiyun's eyes narrowed. The 18 evil warding arrays were passed down by his ancestors. It was said that they could burn gods and demons. But after such a long time, Lin Ling was still alive, and the flames were still stubborn. Go! If 80,000 won't do, 100,000 will do. We must refine Lin Ling. Sheng Feiyun's face grew even colder. At his command, 20,000 sacred clan bloodlines flew to the side of the array, and the flames poured into the ancient array. How can you not die in such a raging fire? Sheng Feiyun's eyes were filled with malice. Those flames could refine any Emperor Spirit Realm martial artist. No matter how proud Lin Ling was, he had to die. Boom! But at this time, the blood-red flames in the sea of golden flames grew bigger and bigger. It was like a spark that could start a prairie fire. From the size of a finger, it gradually grew into a raging inferno. One could even vaguely see the figure of a young man in the flames. The young man was walking slowly in the sea of flames. The flames of 100,000 people could not burn Lin Ling to death. Impossible. Sheng Feiyun's body trembled violently. He stood up from his chair subconsciously. He knew how terrifying those flames were. That was the sacred clan's greatest trump card. On the side, Duan Tiangong's eyes narrowed. His right hand gripped the handle of his chair, and he subconsciously clenched it until it exploded. Lin Ling is free. Yes. After a short moment of silence, hundreds of people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom suddenly cheered. Their king was going to rise. Their king was undefeatable. Boom! As if to confirm the thoughts of Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others, the giant ancient array began to undergo earth-shaking changes. The golden flames seemed to have suffered a defeat and were forced back again and again. As for the blood-red flames, they became increasingly exuberant, turning into a giant vermilion bird that circled in the skies. The dazzling flames caused the eyes of the 100,000 sacred race experts to narrow. The vermilion bird was huge. It was 1,000 miles wide. It was as if the vermilion bird god had descended. PFFF. The 100,000 people around the formation vomited blood. Their faces were pale. They felt that their innate flames were being absorbed by the formation. The formation was suppressing a terrifying fire demon that could erupt at any time. One person against 100,000 people of the sacred clan bloodline. This person will leave a proud history in the middle three regions. Who is he? In another direction, the martial artists of the various regions seemed to have forgotten how to breathe. Only now did they realize how terrifying that young man was. The young man dared to challenge the sacred clan alone. He seemed to have his own strength. That is Lin Ling. It is said that he is the #1 genius of the Cloud region. But why is his strength so terrifying? Someone nervously said. This caused the eyes of even more martial artists to focus on him. Lin Ling, this name caused a sense of familiarity to rise in their hearts. Bang! Another violent explosion sounded out, like a bolt of divine thunder crashing down from the heavens. At this time, a deep pit burst open and a fiery red figure floated out. This figure looked down at the 100,000 Saint Bloodline warriors as if he were looking down on the world. This dazzling figure caused all the martial artists below to stop breathing. The 100,000 evil warding arrays had been broken. Is this all you've got? An ice-cold voice echoed through the earth like thunder. Then, a monstrous killing intent filled the air. Burn me? Bang! With this voice, an even greater blood-red flame shot into the skies, turning into a constantly spinning column of flame that burned a massive number of Saint Bloodline warriors to death. This was an eye for an eye. 100,000 Saint bloodline warriors wanted to refine Lin Ling, but not only did they not succeed, but they were also refined instead. 100,000. And they were all powerful ancient bloodlines. Even so, they couldn't suppress a single person. In the distance, the crowd was shocked. They stood rooted to the ground, unable to speak. Stop. Stop. Chapter 761. Extermination of the race. The Saint race's bloodline was noble and sacred. It was left to him by the previous clan head. He was told to protect the bloodline no matter what. But now, the bloodline was being slaughtered. You're too much. Sheng Feiyun turned into a golden flame and shot forward. He wanted to get close to Lin Ling and stop Lin Ling, but the flames around Lin Ling were too extreme and too hot. He couldn't get close at all. He had the noble Saint Fire bloodline. When he saw Lin Ling's flames, it was like seeing an emperor. You killed my people, and I'll kill yours. Sheng Feiyun's eyes were red. Since he couldn't stop Lin Ling, he would kill Lin Ling's people and make Lin Ling suffer. He wanted to see if Lin Ling was more ruthless or if he was more ruthless. Swish! He was very fast and went straight for the people from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. He reached out his right hand and turned his claws into flames. The first person he wanted to kill was Patriarch Extreme Yen. This person seemed to have a deep relationship with Lin Ling. If he died, Lin Ling would definitely be in pain. He would definitely regret coming to the Saint region and even more regret offending Sheng Feiyun. Die. A voice filled with killing intent sounded, causing the people from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom to frown. The Saint race was very despicable. They didn't fight before. Lin Ling fought 100,000 people alone. Now that Lin Ling was free, they would naturally fight back. However, Sheng Feiyun didn't dare to face Lin Ling. Instead, he came to kill Lin Ling's family. Sheng Feiyun was too despicable. If Patriarch Extreme Yen died, Lin Ling would definitely be devastated. Stop him! Yunixuan shouted. Even if everyone from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom died, Patriarch Extreme Yen couldn't die. Unfortunately, they couldn't stop Sheng Feiyun with their strength. Only Old Man Huayong could fight. Of course, it was just a fight. It was hard to say if they could win. However, Sheng Feiyun's plan was very good. Family and friends were Lin Ling's reverse scale. He could get what he wanted. Qi. The terrifying blood-red flame tore through the void and turned into a gorgeous light in midair. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared in front of Sheng Feiyun. Bang! Sheng Feiyun's flaming claw was stopped by a hand. Sheng Feiyun's pupils constricted as he raised his head and saw a flame god standing in front of him. The flame god's long hair fluttered in the wind as if it was made of fire. The flame god's face was handsome, but there was a hint of madness and brutality in it. The flame god's red eyes were staring at Sheng Feiyun with murderous intent, brutality, and a thick sense of disdain. It was Lin Ling. He had arrived. Do you think you can kill my men? Lin Ling's cold voice drifted out, causing Sheng Feiyun's expression to drastically change. Only after coming into close contact with Lin Ling did he realize how terrifying Lin Ling was. So, could he do it? It seemed impossible. In front of me, you are the dignified patriarch of the saints, but in reality, you are nothing more than an ant. The cold and disdainful voice drifted out again. This was a thick humiliation for Sheng Feiyun. An ant had no right to speak. He could only watch the other party do whatever he wanted. This feeling of helplessness usually only appeared on Sheng Feiyun's opponents, but now it appeared on him. I killed your sacred bloodline, so you killed my family and wanted to make me suffer. But, can you kill them? Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. That was a kind of confidence that he had everything under his control, causing the hearts of the people in the distance to tremble violently. Powerful strength could dominate everything, and the sacred clan had always been able to dominate everything. But now, they had met their nemesis, and that nemesis was only one person. Moreover, it was a very young man. However, that man alone was enough to render the entire sacred clan helpless. "Look over there," Lin Ling said coldly again. Sheng Feiyun opened his mouth, and a feeling of uneasiness spread out in his heart. He turned his head to look, and suddenly his whole body trembled. He saw that on the other side of the broken array, a terrifying giant ape was slaughtering his bloodline. Over there, screams of pain and killing filled the sky. His bloodline was like ants, and their lives were worth less than human lives. Under the attack of the giant ape, they all turned into a rain of blood. One by one, they died one by one. There were 100,000 people, and they died one by one. Blood flowed like a river, and countless souls were formed. Some of them resented Lin Ling, and thought that Lin Ling was cruel and merciless. Some of them blamed Sheng Feiyun, and thought that Sheng Feiyun had caused the sacred clan to suffer a nightmare, and that he was no longer qualified to be the patriarch. There were also people who resented the Justice Duan family. It was the Justice Duan family that had bewitched them to fight Lin Ling head-on, and made them think that Lin Ling could easily kill them. However, no matter what kind of resentment they had, it was useless. The giant ape didn't care about their regret, pain, and sorrow. It would only send them one by one to hell. "No!" Sheng Feiyun cried out in pain. This was the sacred clan's sorrow, the sacred clan's nightmare. He even saw some 15-year-old youths who used to mischievously call him grandpa in front of him, and now they were all dying in pain. Blood and killing drifted in this world. 100,000 people died one after another, causing the entire area to be in absolute silence. The crowd could only watch the massacre, watch the terrifying demonic beasts slaughter, and their gazes quietly fell on the indifferent young man. At this moment, the young man was like a god of death, causing them to feel uneasy. Provoking a killing god, and the entire clan would be annihilated. "Open your eyes and watch carefully, they will die because of you. Kill." Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold. He dared to come here, and decided to be a villain. He also remembered the Sword Elder's words to him. Don't be afraid of killing intent, and kill those who should be killed. If he was afraid of killing intent, he would regret it. He would cause harm to his loved ones because of his soft-heartedness. Therefore, Lin Ling wouldn't let himself do things that he would regret. If the killing intent was too heavy, and if heaven and earth punished him, then he would bear it alone. For his loved ones, he dared to enter the 18 layers of hell. Die because of me? Lin Ling, you are too ruthless, you will be punished by heaven. Sigh. Sheng Feiyun sat down powerlessly. He couldn't resist, and could only watch Lin Ling kill his people. This was a punishment worse than killing him 1,000 times. The previous generation's patriarch gave the sacred clan to him, but he let the sacred clan fall and perish. He was ashamed of the previous generation's patriarch, and even more ashamed of the sacred clan's bloodline. What angered him the most was that he couldn't do anything to help, and could only watch as his clan members were killed. I am ruthless. Are you not ruthless? Sigh. Lin Ling said coldly, and looked at the endless land in front of him. Your formation has a time limit. Once the time limit is up, there will be no more life within a 10,000 li radius. Are you not ruthless? Shiver. Lin Ling actually knew. That's right, when the 100,000 evil warding formation's sacred fire reached a critical point, heaven and earth wouldn't stop this fire, and this fire would wreak havoc on the land. At that time, the sacred clan's people would hide in the sea, and all living creatures would be destroyed by the sacred fire. But now, they had failed. We will die too? Shiver. In the distance, the hearts of the martial artists from various regions trembled fiercely. Sheng Feiyun was indeed ruthless, even bystanders had to die. I am too much? Shiver. Chapter 762. The sorrow of the saints. These words were like a thunderbolt from the highest heavens, causing Xing Feiyun to tremble once more. Behind Lin Ling, the members of the Flame Legion looked at the youth, their fists tightly clenched. With their leader here, their brothers who had died unjustly would all receive an explanation. This was their leader, he would never allow the Flame Legion to die in vain. However, since you say I am ruthless, then I will show you how ruthless I am. Little Flame, leave none of the 180,000 saint bloodlines alive. Merciless. Lin Ling's emotionless voice floated out once more, causing Xing Feiyun's heart to drip blood. Leave none alive? Leave none alive? No, I admit defeat. I beg for mercy. Please don't slaughter them. They are innocent. The saints cannot all die. Xing Feiyun fell to his knees in front of Lin Ling, constantly kowtowing. This time, he was panic-stricken. He regretted everything. He didn't think that the final trump card of the saints wouldn't be able to kill Lin Ling. Instead, it would allow Lin Ling to become a killing god. All of this was like a dream. If he had a choice, he would have chosen to surrender as soon as possible and give up the pride of the saints. Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Ling waved his hand. In the past, when he had wiped out the Zhang family of one of the 8 ancient clans of Cloud Sea City, he hadn't slaughtered the old or the young. But afterwards, he learned that when he was bitterly cultivating at the 7 Profound Martial House, the Zhang family's bloodline had attempted to take revenge. They had secretly killed some members of the Fire Ancient clan. Although their revenge hadn't been able to shake the Fire Ancient clan, and the remaining members of the Fire Ancient clan had been slaughtered instead. But this had taught Lin Ling that hatred could make one forget everything. They forgot how strong the enemy was, they forgot how weak they were, and they only thought of revenge. This was a firm heart of martial arts. Thus, Lin Ling would never make this mistake again. He was merciful, but the enemy might not be grateful. They only remembered hatred, only thought of revenge. Thus, he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Everything was as he had said. For his loved ones, he was willing to be the villain. He was willing to bear the cycle of karma, and he was willing to let all the resentment of the saints fall upon him. He was the spiritual pillar of the Fire Ancient clan and the Heaven Mystics kingdom. If he didn't bear this burden, then who would? Whoosh! On the other side of the volcano, the giant red ape had transformed into an ancient slaughter beast. Rivers of blood flowed through the volcano and corpses littered the ground. Howls of anguish shook the world, making it seem as if the setting sun was dyed red, as if it were mourning for the desolation of the earth. In the distance, the martial artists of the various regions had complex complexions. The deeply rooted saint race that had been passed down for thousands of years had suffered a horrifying slaughter today. Not a single person from the entire clan managed to escape. Although in the merciless world of martial arts, the extermination of a clan was not a rare thing, after seeing it with their own eyes, they still felt incomparably shocked. Heaven and earth were heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. This was also the wisdom of this world. The people from the Heaven Mystics kingdom remained silent. They weren't that shocked because they knew that if the saint race didn't die today, they would be the ones to die. Since the saint race wasn't benevolent, they didn't need to be benevolent either. Furthermore, this was a war of revenge. There was no right or wrong, no innocence or injustice. It was just a matter of different standpoints. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. Perhaps only this sentence could explain everything. No. Xing Feiyun sat down powerlessly and looked blankly at the ground in front of him. The ground had already turned blood red. The blood of the saint race flowed into the sea in the distance, causing the sea to turn blood red as well. It was an exceptionally ghastly sight. 180,000 people, not a single one was spared. Many of the corpses were incinerated by the flames. Only a berserk red-furred giant ape was roaring at the sky. It had killed so many that its fur was blood red. They're all dead. They're all dead. Sheng Feiyun's voice was filled with sobs. He was the only one left in the entire saint race. How sad. The young Master Duan that you relied on is drinking tea right now. He didn't save any of the 18 people. This is the backing of your saint race. Lin Ling's mouth curled into a mocking smile. Sheng Feiyun looked over and saw that at the foot of the volcano, Duan Tiangang was still drinking tea. His expression was indifferent. He didn't help or stop them. It was as if all of this had nothing to do with him. Why? Sheng Feiyun muttered to himself. Because you're just a chess piece. The Duan family doesn't care about your death at all. They only care about whether I'm dead or not. Lin Ling coldly smiled. Sheng Feiyun's pupils constricted. At this moment, he suddenly felt that Lin Ling was even more dreamy. Lin Ling wasn't the number one genius of the cloud domain. He wasn't just a youth that returned from the rainforest. He seemed to have many secrets that no one knew. And these secrets were huge. Wiping out the saint race was as easy as lifting a finger. What was laughable was that he thought Lin Ling was only a so-so. He thought that using the power of the entire saint race would be enough to kill Lin Ling. Watch carefully. Who is the young Master Duan that you relied on? Lin Ling coldly smiled again. With a wave of his right hand, the flame chains tied up Sheng Feiyun. Lin Ling wanted to show Sheng Feiyun that with Duan Tiangang behind him, the saint race could win against him. Lin Ling didn't just want Sheng Feiyun to regret the death of the saint race's bloodline. He also wanted Sheng Feiyun to regret his own choice. Taking a step back would allow one to have a better future. However, if Sheng Feiyun didn't take that step back and still wanted to destroy Lin Ling and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, then it wouldn't be a better future. It would be hell. On the ground, Lin Ling walked forward step by step. The crowd in the distance had a solemn expression. Today was Lin Ling's battlefield. Duan Tiangang, you've recovered your strength. Let me see what you have to be proud of. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. It was domineering, carefree, and disdainful of the world. At this moment, under the volcano, Duan Tiangang's expression was cold. He was still drinking tea. Previously, he didn't stop Lin Ling from killing the saint race because the saint race was too useless. He thought that the saint race would make things difficult for Lin Ling. However, it was useless. Not only did Lin Ling not die, but he also shocked the earth and emitted a dazzling light. As a result, Lin Ling walked towards him with a majestic aura, humiliating him. Loser, you don't dare to fight? Lin Ling shouted again. The frivolous smile on his face became even wider. Bang! Duan Tiangang crushed the teacup in his hand and took a step forward. Lin Ling, don't be too proud. I'm not the same person as before. It's still the same. Loser, you're still a stray dog today. Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at Duan Tiangang from afar. Is that so? Then I'll show you the ancient Qilin bloodline. Duan Tiangang's lips curled into a confident smile. Although he was heavily defeated by Lin Ling last time, he knew from Prince Duan that the terrifying fire demon that Lin Ling summoned didn't belong to Lin Ling. This meant that he only needed to defeat Lin Ling. Now, his strength had doubled because the Duan clan didn't want him to be dispirited. They used up a large number of their seniors' bloodlines to reattach his terrifying arm. Chapter 763. Qilin vs. Vermilion Bird. Duan Tiangang shouted proudly. He felt like he had soared into the sky. Back then, he was only at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and was ranked 7th among the 18 young masters. 80% of those in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm were no match for him. But now, he was confident that he was invincible. The invincible realm was terrifying. There were countless geniuses in the rainforest Holy Land. There were many ancient countries, disciples of old Xian, and all kinds of bloodlines. But to be invincible in the same realm, this was one of a kind. Therefore, he was confident that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds compared to the tomb. Lin Ling was indeed strong, but he could only defeat 70% of the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. How could he be his opponent? Swish! Duan Tiangang gently tore the white cloth on his right hand. An ancient, brutal, and bloodthirsty aura spread out. Under countless shocked gazes, the arm finally appeared. It was the arm of a Qilin. It had a green Qilin armor and shimmering claws. After the white cloth was torn, it seemed like a taboo had been undone. The arm continued to expand until it reached the ground. The terrifying muscles were even thicker than Duan Tiangang's body. Duan Tiangang had transformed into a half Qilin. Rumble. The ground shook violently. An oppressive aura spread out, making it difficult for the crowd to breathe. Just a glance was enough to make them tremble in fear. You still have confidence in yourself? Duan Tiangang's voice floated out, deep like thunder. Then, he took a step forward and shot towards Lin Ling. With the Qilin arm, all martial arts are useless. I'll show you the terrifying bloodline of the Duan family. Today, if you don't reach the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, you'll stay here forever. Rumble. Rumble. Baleful aura surged in the air like an ancient Qilin pouncing towards Lin Ling ancestor Extreme Flame, and the others frowned. The bloodline of an ancient country was more mysterious and terrifying than the bloodline of a saint. Moreover, the youth seemed to be an extremely powerful genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. Could Lin Ling win? They were nervous, but there was nothing they could do. They could only pray. After all, a battle of this level wasn't something they could participate in. Dominating the world. Lin Ling's gaze turned cold. He was surprised by Duan Tiangang's Qilin arm. After all, he was well aware of Duan Tiangang's strength. He was a top genius below the age of 20. At the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, he could defeat 80% of the geniuses. However, in such a short period of time, Duan Tiangang seemed to have reached the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and was invincible. The bloodline of an ancient kingdom was indeed very mysterious. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen such a great increase in strength in such a short period of time. However, during this period of time, it wasn't just Duan Tiangang who had increased his strength. Lin Ling had also increased his strength by quite a bit. Boom! In mid-air, the two youthful figures approached from afar. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, they collided violently. The momentum of the collision caused the entire ground to tremble. Countless people's pupils constricted. This was a battle between the top experts of the middle three regions. Moreover, they weren't experts of the older generation. Instead, they were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. The most frightening thing was that the 5 great ancient countries' geniuses had appeared, but the insignificant Cloud Domain's geniuses were still fearless and fought back with their swords. This sharp contrast made the crowd feel as if they were dreaming. When did the middle 3 regions give birth to someone who could fight against the 5 great ancient countries' geniuses? In this battle, even if Lin Ling was defeated, it was still a glorious defeat. However, how could they know that in the upper 3 regions' ancient tomb, Lin Ling from the insignificant Cloud Domain had already clashed with the top geniuses of the 5 great ancient countries? Moreover, he had returned victorious. Therefore, in Lin Ling's heart, no matter how powerful a genius background was, they were nothing more than this. Boom! Surging energy erupted once more. Soon after, a cry of surprise rang out. What kind of fire is this? Under countless shocked gazes, Duan Tiangang's invincible Qilin arm was on fire. Moreover, Lin Ling's sword had cut open the hard scales, causing blood to flow out. Shock. Everyone was shocked like a celestial being. The result of the first confrontation was beyond everyone's expectations. Even Ancestor Extreme Flame and the others widened their eyes. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so strong. As for Sheng Feiyun, his mouth was wide open. He wanted to see Lin Ling die at the hands of the 18th young master, but the 18th young master didn't seem to be able to shake Lin Ling. The 18th young master, to him, was a godlike existence. Could it be that Lin Ling had really reached the level of a god? Sorry, Intermediate Emperor Spirit Realm. Before I came back, I was already invincible. Break for me! Lin Ling shouted. The great sword in his hand was like thunder in the sky as it slashed down. Shwa! Blood splattered everywhere. A third of the thick Qilin arm was cut off. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, causing Duan Tiangang to frantically retreat. His face was deathly pale. The shock in his heart was no less than anyone else's. According to his estimation, after obtaining the Qilin arm, Lin Ling was no longer his opponent. However, the situation was the opposite. Not only was Lin Ling not suppressed by him, but he had also easily cut off his Qilin arm. How was this possible? During this time, you are not the only one who has increased your strength. Lin Ling stepped forwards, the flames around his body becoming even more exuberant. This caused Duan Tiangang's pupils to widen. Lin Ling was too terrifying. In such a short period of time, his strength had increased once again. What level of monstrous genius was this? How could he know that in the Seven Profound Martial House, Lin Ling had already defeated an invincible Middle Emperor Spirit Realm proud son of heaven? Therefore, to Lin Ling, his arrogance was nothing but a joke. I don't believe this. I will definitely defeat you. I have already obtained the ancient Qilin bloodline. I will definitely kill you. Duan Tiangang constantly shook his head. Reality had given him a great blow. He had come with confidence, but this was the result. Break! With a roar, he chose to cut off his own future and give up the Qilin arm that his senior had grafted onto him. He wanted Lin Ling to die. Even if he became a cripple, he wanted Lin Ling to die here forever. Awo! Duan Tiangang's arm broke apart. After the arm fell to the ground, it seemed to come to life. It constantly wriggled, quietly forming an ancient Qilin. This Qilin opened its eyes, and an imposing aura that seemed as if all living things were nothing but dogs filled the air. It was as if it represented the true Qilin, the true bloodline. Any martial arts illusion, any unorthodox Qilin bloodline was nothing but an ant in front of this Qilin. However, this was indeed a drop of Qilin bloodline. Although a long time had passed and it had lost a great deal of its ferocious nature, it was still proud. Awo! With another roar, the world changed, and the sound spread throughout the entire cloud domain. A lightning-like figure rushed towards Lin Ling. The Qilin had moved. Bang! At the same time, Lin Ling's complexion became even more indifferent. He stretched out his left hand, and the flames of the vermilion bird crazily condensed, forming a massive vermilion bird. The hot heavenly winds caused his clothes to flutter. At this moment, he was the true vermilion bird god. What a resolute youth! He didn't retreat, he chose to fight again. As the crowd saw Lin Ling stretch out his hand, they felt as if they were in a dream. At this moment, this youth had become so magnificent, as if they were witnessing a battle between ancient god beasts. Qilin against vermilion bird. Bang! Chapter 764. King Physique of Transcendence, he's crazy. Many people gasped. Lin Ling was too calm. At this moment, he could be killed at any moment, but Lin Ling still didn't move. Could it be that Lin Ling was planning to fight head-on with the Qilin? Chi! Chi! At this moment, a pair of blood-red wings appeared behind Lin Ling. It was condensed from flames, but it was so real that it made people feel like they would never forget it. Along with the appearance of the wings, an extremely terrifying heat burst out. Rumble! On the ground, the flames that had been extinguished previously soared into the sky like dragons, rolling and roaring. It was incomparably terrifying. It was as if the flames were summoned by the vermilion bird. This was the appearance of the Sea of Flames. What kind of flames are those? They seem to be even more terrifying than before. Many people's faces stiffened. They realized that Lin Ling's flames seemed to be able to increase at any time. It was incomparably mysterious. Great vermilion bird's flames. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the flames. It was filled with endless confidence and an aura that made the flames on the ground soar into the sky. Rumble. With a slap, the blood-red flames collided with the tyrannical Qilin. In midair, a dazzling circular flame ripple spread out crazily with the collision as the center. It was like fire, like a blade. Pa! Pa! Large amounts of mountains in the surroundings were cut in half. Squat down. Many cultivators shouted crazily. This collision was too terrifying. It was hard to imagine that this was the strength of a human. Wait, look over there. After dodging the terrifying shockwave, someone pointed forward, causing even more gazes to look over. In the air, the young man was standing straight with one hand behind his back. His other hand was stretched out, and his palm was tightly gripping the Qilin's huge face. The Qilin's body was being burned by the crazy flames, and a large number of its scales had cracked open. The young man had captured the Qilin alive. The ground was silent, and everyone was even more silent. The Qilin that was condensed from the ancient Qilin's blood was caught by the young man and was being burned by the flames. Impossible. In the distance, Duan Tiangang roared. What kind of flames did Lin Ling have? How could they be so terrifying? 8 motifs true fire, vermilion bird's flames. As if knowing Duan Tiangang's disbelief, a proud voice rang out in midair. 8 motifs true fire, this meant that it was an 8th-grade king body. In the holy land of the rainforest, there were very few people who had a king body. Even Duan Tiangang had only seen it 3 times, and only the top geniuses of the Justice's Duan family. Now, a young man. Duan Tiangang's true king body. Sheng Feiyun, you used 100,000 people to gather the flames, but in the end, you gave me the 8th-level monarch body. Tell me, should I not thank you? Said Lin Ling mockingly. In the distance, Sheng Feiyun was stupefied. Had Lin Ling refined the flames of 100,000 people and turned them into his own? Had he obtained a supreme king body? If that was the case, then the fact that he had 100,000 bloodlines kill Lin Ling was in fact helping Lin Ling. As he thought of this, his mind went blank. Chi. Under countless gazes, the Qilin was burned by the flames until it gradually turned to ashes. And in the skies, only Lin Ling stood there. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he calmly looked at the distant Duan Tiangang. Ripples of flames bloomed from his body, making him seem like the king of flames. The surrounding people were afraid that they would miss something. They stared at Lin Ling. Today was indeed Lin Ling's battlefield. And in the distance, King Yunhai's face was pale. He had been watching all of this from beginning to end, but the result had surpassed his expectations. At this moment, he no longer had the bearing of an emperor, only the fear of a weak martial artist. Had the saints been defeated today? It seemed that no one could stop Lin Ling. Duan Tiangang, you ant. A cold voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing Duan Tiangang to grit his teeth. He had lost again. The 18 saints had all been annihilated. Sheng Feiyun had lost his will to fight and was like an ant. Duan Tiangang had been defeated again and again. No one could stop Lin Ling's rise. Today, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom had won. Sigh, Tiangang, why do you have to do this? At this moment, a soft sigh rang out, causing many people's hearts to tremble. There was still someone else? From the vast sea, a tall and sturdy figure walked over step by step. He stepped on the sea as if it were flat ground. He was dressed in black armor and looked like a king from the sea. Following his footsteps, huge waves erupted from the sea. One figure after another followed him out, densely packed. At a glance, the entire sea was filled with people. The sea water evaporated under that huge aura. It was terrifying. You already have a heart demon. You lost the battle with Lin Ling. Just step down. Why do you have to cripple yourself again to win? After all, Lin Ling will die today. Sigh. The figure said softly. His voice was filled with regret. As he got closer, the first thing Lin Ling saw was that he was Prince Duan. He didn't expect that a prince from the Justice Duan family would cross mountains and seas to come to the middle three regions from the upper three regions just to kill him. Moreover, he didn't come alone. He brought a large number of experts with him. There are at least 20 experts from the middle three regions over there. That must be a big shot from the Justice Duan family. He actually summoned so many experts. Sigh. Below the mountains, the crowd looked at the mighty group of experts and the corners of their mouths trembled. It was terrifying. 20 experts from the middle three regions had come. Lin Ling couldn't escape death. No, look at the flags over there. There are people from the upper three regions. Sigh. Someone looked at a corner of the sea, then took a few steps back. More strong cultivators had appeared there, all of them seemed to be at the Emperor's spirit realm. There were even many who they couldn't see through. They were like mysterious mountains that they had to look up to. A single expert was enough to destroy the middle three regions, but there were so many of them. The Justice Duan family had terrifying rallying power. It seemed that they had to kill Lin Ling today. Many people even realized that in the middle three regions' long history, this was the first time so many experts from the upper three regions had arrived. And they were all here for a single person. It had to be said that today's Saint Domain battle was one wave after another. Everyone thought that with the ancient array laid down by the 100,000 sacred race bloodline experts, Lin Ling would die without a doubt. However, Lin Ling alone swept across the world, slaughtering the sacred race. Then, he fought Duan Tiangang, leaving only 2 sacred race experts left. At that time, everyone thought that Lin Ling had won. In this Saint Domain battle, Lin Ling had returned victorious. However, the previous battle was only the beginning. The true battle had just arrived. Middle 3 regions experts appeared, upper 3 regions experts appeared, and the Justice Duan family appeared. They were mighty and powerful, crushing everything. In the end, Lin Ling had lost. Did we lose? Could it be that from the very beginning, our results were already set? The faces of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's people darkened. Their hearts were like dead ashes. Chapter 765. The Elder's Existence, Ling, Old ancestor Tai Yen looked at the youth that was still standing firm, and his heart ached. His grandson was standing for his family, standing for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He was doing his best, but he still couldn't compare to those great families with deep backgrounds. With more than 20 people from the middle 3 regions, this was enough to destroy the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You will all die. A soft voice floated out from Imperial Prince Duan's mouth. His eyes were ice cold. To him, these people in front of him were nothing but ants. Today, he had come, and all of these ants would die. But his focus was Lin Ling, and even the Justice Duan family's focus was Lin Ling. In order to kill Lin Ling, they had called upon all the major forces to move out. Although it was troublesome, it was worth it. Lin Ling, you are a fool. Imperial Prince Duan said sarcastically as he looked at the youth that was still standing firm in front of him. Why? Lin Ling's face was still calm, and one couldn't tell if he was happy or sad. Imperial Prince Duan nodded. This Lin Ling was young and his background was ordinary, but he always gave off a calm and steady feeling. With this mentality, Lin Ling was much better than Duan Tiangang. Duan Tiangang acknowledged that Lin Ling was indeed a terrifying talent. But the more terrifying he was, the more he had to be erased. Otherwise, in the future, he would be the nightmare of the Justice Duan family. 1. You should not have offended the Justice Duan family. 2. You should not have come to the saint race. You should have hidden in the 7 profound martial house. Violating these 2 rules is enough for you to die. Not only that, but you were too arrogant. You thought you could win alone, so you died. Imperial Prince Duan lightly said, his lips curved up in a smile. It was as if he could already see the result of this generation's genius, Lin Ling, condensing his saint domain. Lin Ling was silent. Imperial Prince Duan sighed and said, "Don't you have anything to say?" Lin Ling was still silent. Many people guessed that Lin Ling was helpless. No matter how outstanding his talent was, how could he compare to the powerhouses of the previous generation? Kill him, kill him. Far away, Sheng Feiyun kept roaring. He even shouted hysterically. He could finally avenge the 100,000 lives of his saint clan. Lin Ling was too complacent. What he didn't know was that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. How could he, Lin Ling, be a match for the Justice Duan family? For a time, everyone had their own thoughts. Lin Ling continued to stare silently at Imperial Prince Duan, his gaze landing on the mighty martial artists behind Imperial Prince Duan. I really don't have anything to say. If there is anything, it would be that I feel that those people are very pitiful. Oh. Imperial Prince Duan raised his eyebrows and the smile on his face deepened. What do you mean? He was not in a hurry to kill Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was already doomed. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much. He slowly put his sword back on his back. His calm demeanor stunned Prince Duan. Then, he smiled, thinking that Lin Ling had given up on resisting and was doing the last thing in his life. Imperial Prince Duan, you are very foolish. However, Lin Ling said softly after putting his sword back on his back. Why? Imperial Prince Duan suddenly found it funny. First, I didn't offend the Justice Duan family. It was the Justice Duan family who came to provoke me. Second, I came to the Saint clan knowing that the Justice Duan family was also here. How could I not be prepared? Lin Ling said calmly. Imperial Prince Duan's eyes narrowed, but he quickly smiled. I knew you would be prepared, but it was not within my consideration. After all, no matter how prepared you are, it is useless. Is that so? Lin Ling nodded and looked at the people behind Imperial Prince Duan. You are very pitiful. You came to die for the Justice Duan family. Come out, my battle is over. It is your turn. Come out? The battle was over? The crowd was puzzled. Was Lin Ling not going to fight? Moreover, who was he going to ask to come out? Was he going to ask the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to fight? Upper 3 regions, Great Qin Empire, 12th family head Qin Nan has arrived. Great Qin Empire, 8th family head Qin Shao has arrived. Great Qin Empire, 21st family head Qin Empire has arrived. Great Qin Empire, 24th family head Qin Empire has arrived. At that moment, loud shouts could be heard from afar. The wind and clouds were billowing, and a large number of people were stepping on the clouds. Their auras were even more terrifying. They were all cultivators from the upper 3 regions. The cultivators behind Imperial Prince Duan narrowed their eyes, and even some of the cultivators who had cold smiles on their faces froze in place at that moment. Great Qin Empire, 24th family head Qin Empire has arrived. In the upper 3 regions, who didn't know how terrifying the 24th family head Qin Empire was? They were the pillars of the Great Qin Empire, and were existences that no one in the upper 3 regions dared to provoke. Upper 3 regions, they are all martial artists from the upper 3 regions? In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, every martial artist's heart trembled. Their legend had brought martial artists from the upper 3 regions, and they were from the great Qin Empire of the 5 great ancient kingdoms. One must know that Lin Ling was only a martial artist from the middle 3 regions, but he had summoned the people of the great Qin Empire. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a dream. Family head? What is a family head? Grandmaster Tai Yan's body trembled with excitement. He knew that the people who had come were very strong, but what was a family head of the great Qin Empire? I've read the ancient records. A family head status is like the ruler of a region in the upper 3 regions. Also, the great Qin Empire seems to only have 24 family heads. But now, they have all come for Lin Ling. Yunixuan, who had read many books, couldn't help but speak with excitement. Those legendary figures had all been summoned by Lin Ling. The legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, was indeed worthy of his reputation. How is it possible? Who is he? Sheng Feiyun was in a daze. The glimmer of hope that he had just seen disappeared once again. He suddenly had a feeling that Lin Ling's mysteriousness came from his identity. Lin Ling's identity was much more noble than his own. The only mistake he had made with Lin Ling was that he didn't know what shocking things Lin Ling had done in the rainforest. Of course, it wasn't just him. Everyone was curious. Lin Ling was just an ordinary youth. If he could summon 24 family heads, then what was his identity? The 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire are under the orders of the Great Qin Emperor to go to the Cloud region to assist the Great Qin Empire's guest elder, Lin Ling. A proud voice sounded from the ground. Qin Nan smiled as he looked at Lin Ling in front of him and nodded. This time, the Great Qin Emperor had personally issued the order, and it was an urgent order. This showed how important Lin Ling was to the Great Qin Emperor. Therefore, within half a day, the 24 family heads of the Great Qin Empire, no matter where they were, no matter what they were doing, immediately put down what they were doing and rushed to the Cloud region. Those who disobeyed would be killed immediately. They didn't dare to delay an urgent order from the Great Qin Empire, so they hurried over. And now, they didn't seem to be too late. Brother Qin Nan, thank you. Lin Ling walked step by step towards the Great Qin Empire. Countless pairs of eyes stared at his proud figure. The doubts in their hearts were finally resolved. Elder. Lin Ling was actually an elder of the Great Qin Empire. Chapter 766. End everything, Prince Duan, I told you that you are a fool. Lin Ling walked towards the Great Qin Empire's side. He didn't even look at Prince Duan. Everything was as he said. His battle was over. Next, it was the Great Qin Empire's turn. Lin Ling. Prince Duan's expression was extremely ugly. The 24 family heads had arrived, and they weren't any weaker than him. They were all in the Holy Spirit realm. He had lost this battle. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't consider the possibility of the Great Qin Empire helping Lin Ling. However, it was because of this that he brought so many powerful cultivators. What surprised him was that Lin Ling didn't bring just one family head, but 24 family heads. The Great Qin Empire seemed to have mobilized all the powerful cultivators of the Great Qin Empire for Lin Ling. This was the reason why he had lost. He had underestimated Lin Ling's importance in the Great Qin Empire's heart. Don't you think that your arrogance was laughable? In the distance, Lin Ling's mocking voice sounded again. Prince Duan's body trembled. He thought back to everything and felt that it was laughable. He thought that he was the Oriole and could catch the mantis. However, he was still the mantis. Lin Ling was the Oriole. At that time, he was actually proud in front of Lin Ling and asked Lin Ling if he had anything to say. Lin Ling was very calm and had a mocking look on his face. Now, he understood what Lin Ling was mocking. I told you that you were pitiful. Now you know where the pity is. Lin Ling's voice sounded again. The powerful cultivators behind Prince Duan had bitter expressions on their faces. They knew where the pity was. They had worked so hard for the Justice Duan family, and now they were all going to die here. It was very sad. They were still thinking about how to make a name for themselves. In the next moment, they were going to die. Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold. He slowly raised his hand and looked at Prince Duan. He knew that Prince Duan was very strong, but there were many people on his side who were stronger than Prince Duan. Prince Duan, I'll ask you one last time. Do you have anything to say? This was what Prince Duan asked Lin Ling before. Now, Lin Ling asked Prince Duan in return. However, what could Prince Duan say? He was a great marquis, but he had nothing to say in front of the insignificant Lin Ling. Kill. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth. Another massacre was coming. Lin Ling would not show any mercy since he knew that when the other side had the right to control his life, he would not show any mercy either. That was because he knew that when the other side had the right to control his life, he would not show mercy either. 24 Xuanwu Heavenly Tribulation Arrows. After Lin Ling waved his hand, the entire land was filled with murderous intent. The 24 clan leaders looked at each other and nodded coldly. They had brought more powerful cultivators with them than Prince Duan. Each of them had brought their most trusted subordinates. The Great Qin Empire had the ancient bloodline of the Xuanwu. When these powerful cultivators gathered together, they could unleash the terrifying heavenly calamity arrow rain. The 24 Xuanwu arrows were the ultimate skill of the Great Qin Empire. One arrow was not scary, but 10,000 arrows were terrifying. Whoosh! In the sky, the most beautiful scene appeared. A giant Xuanwu formed by tens of thousands of people appeared. The Xuanwu's cold eyes looked at Prince Duan. The ancient armor gave off a dazzling light. If one looked closely, the light was formed by countless arrows. This also meant that the Xuanwu was formed by arrows. Retreat! Prince Duan's eyes widened. There was a destructive aura in front of him. As an important figure in the Justice Duan family, how could he not know about the 24 Xuanwu arrows? The powerful cultivators behind him were shocked. Even without Prince Duan's warning, they could feel the terror in front of them. They wanted to retreat. They regretted coming here. But it was too late. Boom! Countless arrows fell from the sky. Each arrow carried the true meaning of martial arts and could pierce through anything. When tens of thousands of arrows gathered, it was a nightmare. The first wave of arrows fell and instantly pierced through the bodies of many powerful cultivators. Among them were Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators and Saint Spirit Realm cultivators. But wherever the arrows passed, they all fell. Lin Ling, spare my life. Many martial artists began to shout. They were extremely panicked. Unfortunately, their pleas for mercy were met with a second round of arrows of death. The 24 Xuanwu arrows were controlled by 24 powerful family heads. Its power was like a death god's arrow rain. Boom! When the second wave of arrows passed, the sea turned into a sea of blood. Waves rose into the sky. Some cultivators wanted to escape, but could they be faster than the arrows? Another large number of cultivators died. Nightmare. Another nightmare of slaughter. The hearts of the people in the distance beat violently. The powerful cultivators they looked up to died one by one in front of them. It was very dreamy, and even very scary. Today, the cloud domain seemed to be facing the greatest massacre in history. Rumble. The arrow rain carried with it a billowing killing intent. Wave after wave of arrows rained down, making one wonder just who would be able to survive this rain of arrows. As for Duan King, his face was filled with incomparable fear. He used the cultivators behind him as shields and grabbed Duan Tiangang to flee. He was angry, he was aggrieved. He was the dignified Duan family king, but after encountering Lin Ling, he had been forced to flee twice by Lin Ling. The last time was an accident and he could forgive that. But this time was no accident. He had come fully prepared, and yet he was still defeated like a stray dog. Moreover, even if he tried to escape, there was only a 10% chance of him doing so. As the cultivators behind him died one after another, he finally clenched his teeth and gave up on Duan Tiangang. And at this time, Duan Tiangang felt as if he had fallen into a nightmare. Lin Ling had ruthlessly crushed his heart of martial arts once more. The massacre of the 24 Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity arrows didn't take long. Time passed quietly. The foot of the volcano and the shore of the sea were littered with corpses. It was even more terrifying than the massacre of the 100,000 holy race cultivators. And the great Qin Empire's cultivators all had cold expressions. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. When they used the 24 Black Tortoise Heavenly Calamity arrows, there was only killing in their hearts. Everything else had disappeared. Only after killing all the enemies would they stop. The earth fell silent. Only a desolate wind blew, making it seem as if there was no one here. But in reality, there was still a large number of people far away. It was just that their hearts were shaken, so they couldn't speak anymore. The Justice Duan family brought the cultivators of the various domains. They thought that the battle was over and that the Justice Duan family had won. But those cultivators didn't even have a chance to shine when they arrived and died one after another. Everything was just as Lin Ling said. They were very pitiful. But they couldn't blame others. After all, they were the ones who came to seek death. And compared to the holy race cultivators, their deaths were even more tragic. After all, the holy race cultivators at least put in some effort, but they didn't do anything. Lin Ling is so scary. Below the mountains, everyone's gaze finally landed on the youth in blue and white robes. The youth was young and handsome, with a slender figure. Chapter 767. 6 Great Saint Lands, is it over? Everyone from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom still felt like they were in a dream. They all looked at Lin Ling, and countless images appeared in their minds. The young Lin Ling came from the Cloud region. Back then, he decided the chaos in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and fought against the geniuses of the 100 territories. Today, he fought against the Saint Clan. He had grown into an existence that could not be underestimated in the 100 territories. Ling, good job. From now on, the Cloud region is our home. Patriarch Taiyan's eyes were wet. Everything was over. He didn't know how Lin Ling became an elder of the great Qin Empire, but he knew that Lin Ling had always been fighting. Their fire ancient clan protected the Cloud region, and Lin Ling fought outside and gradually achieved impressive results. Everything seemed simple, but he knew that Lin Ling must have paid a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. We won. Finally, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom let out a loud laugh. The Cloud region belonged to them from now on. On the other hand, Sheng Feiyun was in a daze. He had lost, and there was no turning back. Lin Ling's strength was beyond his imagination. From the very beginning, he wasn't an existence he could provoke. He wanted to say something, but the flaming chains that bound him burned him, and in the end, he was killed. At this point, no one from the Saint Clan survived. It was a true extinction. In the sky, Lin Ling looked indifferently in front of him. Then, he took a step and appeared in front of the sea. There was a youth who was struggling to get up, but he was severely injured and failed several times. However, when he sensed Lin Ling's arrival, his body trembled. Duan Tiangang, you're not dead yet. Lin Ling looked at Duan Tiangang gently. Duan Tiangang's eyes turned red. He wanted to say something but couldn't. He even looked at Lin Ling, his heart trembling. Lin Ling had given him nightmares twice. You should have lived well. Unfortunately, you brought disaster upon yourself. Lin Ling sighed softly. At this moment, he he felt that Duan Tiangang was very pitiful. The 18th young master had fallen to such a state. No one could tell who was right and who was wrong. Duan Tiangang had his own pride, so he challenged Lin Ling again and again. Lin Ling had a place he had to protect, so he wanted to fight Duan Tiangang. Perhaps, the winner was the king's way to explain everything. Swish! A sword light slashed, Lin Ling Tiangong's Tiangang. He was a Tiangong's Duan clan was had. Duan Tiangong's Duan clans mocked him. That was why he worked Duan Tiangong's Duan clan. Was Duan Tiangang clan? Clan, Duan Tiangang, Tiangang, Duan was Tiangong's Duan clan. He Duan he clan was a Duan was Duan clan. Duan. In the end, Lin Ling gave him a slash. This slash killed him, but perhaps it also freed him. The wind blew through Lin Ling's clothes and lifted his long hair. He looked at the vast land and looked at the souls that had died in this battle. Suddenly, his heart was filled with complex emotions. This was the first time he had killed so many people since coming to this world. But when he saw the smiling ancestor Extreme Flame in the distance, the darkness in his heart quietly disappeared. His heart of martial arts became even more resolute. He knew why he had to kill. Grandfather. Lin Ling revealed a brilliant smile, making him look like the boy next door. Ling, you win. The confident voice of Ancestor Extreme Flame came from afar, causing Lin Ling to smile even more proudly. Far away, King Yunhai watched this scene in a daze. Everything was different from what he had imagined. He had wanted to gloat when the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was wiped out. He wanted to let everyone know that it was a mistake not to choose him, King Yunhai. But now, he was the one who had made a mistake. King Father, you are old. King Yunhai left quietly. But just as he took a few steps, a cold voice rang out. He turned around and saw that it was his second son, Yunixuan. At this moment, he smiled and seemed to feel that he was indeed old. Yixuan, King Father's foresight is not as good as yours. Leaving behind a soft sentence, he disappeared into the crowd. Perhaps in this life, he would never have the face to return to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He had lost to his son, Yunixuan. His son had better foresight than him. He believed in Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling could make the Heaven Mystics Kingdom rise. And Lin Ling had done it. The Saint Race and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were at war. The legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, had single-handedly slaughtered the Saint Race and seized the Cloud region. The news spread like the wind throughout the middle three regions. In the middle three regions, the Cloud region had become the #1 region. It was an existence that no one dared to provoke. As for the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling, this person's name had spread throughout the middle three regions. The sound of the wind drifted, gradually crossing the mountains and crossing the seas, spreading to the upper three regions. In the ancient countries, the cities had already posted notices. Everything about Lin Ling made all the countries in the upper three regions realize just how terrifying Lin Ling was. Lin Ling's name had shaken the middle three regions. In addition, his name had shaken the upper three regions in the ancient tomb. Now, his name had truly shaken the 100 regions. The 5 great ancient kingdoms, the great Qin Empire's guest elder, the 7 profound martial houses' proud son of heaven, these were enough to make it so that no one dared to provoke Lin Ling. And in the 100 regions, Lin Ling was the only one who had risen like a madman and bloomed with such dazzling brilliance. At this moment, in Cloud Sea City, in the heart of the Fire Ancient Clan's volcano, Lin Ling was sitting cross-legged. Flames appeared on the surface of his body. There were as many as 8 of them, circling around Lin Ling like fairies. These were the 8 Adi true fire. Although each flame was only the size of a fist, it was the essence of fire. If it erupted, it would be incomparably terrifying. I didn't think that the cloud domain would have such an unexpected harvest. Feeling the flames floating around him, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. With his current strength, his invincibility in the middle stage of the royal spirit realm was even more stable. After all, the 8th grade king body had increased his strength by 30%. When he reached the middle stage of the royal spirit realm, he was confident that he would be able to rush into the top 100 on the Pride of Heaven list. You're actually so happy with such a useless flame? At this moment, a deep voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling's eyes to widen. It was the ancient flame devil. This flame is an 8th grade flame. It can allow me to have 80% of the true meaning of fire. It is already very powerful. Lin Ling said indifferently. 80% of the true meaning of fire was only 20% away from the pinnacle of the true meaning of fire, so how could he not be happy? The vermilion bird flame, a flame that can't even be ranked on the heaven and earth spirit fire list, but it can actually make you happy. Moreover, the name is nice, but does it have the true meaning of fire? The ancient flame devil's voice sounded out again. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that at present, many flames were called flames, but true flames were not like that. For example, the ancient flame devil's flame was a true flame. Flames were obviously of a higher grade than ordinary flames, hotter and more destructive. The place you are at is just the rainforest sacred ground, but this world is much bigger than you think. There are 6 sacred grounds, namely the rainforest sacred ground, void sacred ground, wavering light sacred ground, water moon sacred ground, green cloud sacred ground, and 6 shaman sacred ground. Your flame is like the light of a firefly in front of the experts of the 6 sacred grounds. The ancient flame devil's disdainful voice sounded out, causing Lin Ling to suck in a breath of cold air. This world was so big. Chapter 768. Leaving. Lin Ling realized that he still had a long way to go, but he was looking forward to it. After all, the world was so colorful, the further one's goal was, the better. The ancient flame devil felt the battle intent in Lin Ling's heart and became silent. It seemed to be surprised. After all, if an ordinary person heard this news, they would be disappointed. After all, they were not the strongest and were still ants. However, Lin Ling's fighting spirit was even higher after hearing this. Kid, you have a very special temperament. When you fought for your family, you were not afraid of heaven and earth. You were not afraid of death, which surprised me. However, I can tell you that it is very difficult for an ordinary warrior to leave the 6 great saint lands, but it is possible for you. The ancient flame devil seemed to be more talkative than usual, which surprised Lin Ling. The ancient flame devil was much more clear-headed. You have a talent that is more terrifying than the vermilion bird's flame, but it has not awakened yet. The ancient flame devil said again. Lin Ling frowned and pondered. A talent that was more terrifying than the 8th grade king body? What was that? Could it be the eyes? Lin Ling's heart trembled as he guessed it. However, this talent may not be awakened. In the end, it still depends on your experience. Okay, give me all your spirit crystals. This is what we agreed on before. The ancient flame devil said. Lin Ling nodded and took out the spirit crystals. You are so weak. You only have middle spirit crystals. If I had not woken up too late, I would not have entered your body. You are too useless. The ancient flame devil said with disdain. Lin Ling did not care about the ancient flame devil's words. After all, they were of different levels. He asked curiously, you seemed to be very murderous before, killing everyone you saw. But now you seem to be more talkative. That formation destroyed my consciousness and wanted to take over my body. Killing was caused by my bloodline, not my soul. My soul was continuously destroyed by the formation, so naturally, my body was in control of everything. At that time, it would be a massacre. The ancient flame devil said coldly. Lin Ling understood. The mysterious person in the tomb wanted to get the ancient flame devil, so he used the array to destroy the ancient flame devil's intelligence. After he broke the array, the ancient flame devil gradually recovered. However, an ancient flame devil with intelligence was better than one that only knew how to kill. After all, an ancient flame devil that only knew how to kill ancient flame devil would devour him one day. After giving the ancient flame devil, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and he was in his mind. Eyes, what was the ancient flame devil's eyes? For even the ancient flame devil to think highly of it, and for it to be able to walk out of the 6 great holy lands, what secrets did this eye hide? Perhaps he was his was? Is God God, Tian? The days passed quietly. Lin Ling's cultivation increased slowly. He was one step closer to the middle stage of the emperor spirit. The people of the great Qin Empire had already left. Only Qin Shao and his son Qin Jingtian were left. They planned to return to the rainforest Holy Land with Lin Ling walking out of the cultivation ground. Many people of the Fire Ancient clan greeted Lin Ling respectfully with smiles. Lin Ling returned their greetings one by one. He came to the Fire Ancient clan's square. There, Qin Shao and the Taiyan Grandmaster were already shouting. Both of them were old drunkards. At first, the Taiyan Grandmaster was extremely respectful of Qin Shao. After all, he was the leader of the great Qin Empire and his strength was unfathomable. However, after interacting with him, he realized that Qin Shao was easy to talk to. He did not look at others with arrogance just because he was stronger. Of course, the Taiyan Grandmaster also knew that the strong had their own pride. The reason why he could talk to people of the same generation was because of his grandson, Lin Ling. Because Qin Shao gave Lin Ling face, he also treated the Taiyan Grandmaster as a friend of the same generation. Lin Ling, come and drink. Seeing Lin Ling come, the Taiyan Grandmaster and Qin Shao said at the same time. This made Lin Ling smile bitterly. He looked at Qin Jingtian beside Qin Shao and saw that the latter also had a bitter expression. Clearly, he had been forced to drink with many people during this period of time. After Lin Ling smiled, he also sat down beside the 2 old men. He picked up his wine cup and drank. Then, he spoke his thoughts. His main purpose of returning this time was to let the Fire Ancient clan go to the Mountain River Valley. What, we can also go to the Rainforest Holy Land? The Taiyan Grandmaster was a little excited. He did not expect that he would have the chance to step into that holy land in this lifetime. Lin Ling, can we go too? Lin Qingcheng and the other juniors heard the Taiyan Grandmaster's exclamation and all ran out. They were also very excited. Lin Ling smiled and then nodded. Yeah, the Rainforest Holy Land. That is the martial arts holy land of the 100 domains. I didn't think that we would be able to go. Lin Qingcheng and the others suddenly jumped up in excitement. There was no martial artist that didn't yearn for the Rainforest Holy Land. Old Yen, Lin Ling is now ranked 200 on the Proud Son of Heaven list. He has also established himself in the 7 Profound Martial House. With the great Qin Empire there, you don't have to worry about anything happening. Qin Shao smiled and then looked at Lin Ling. Old Yen, you have a good grandson. As far as I know, this little grandson of yours has only been at the 7 Profound Martial House for a year, but he has created a massive number of miracles. He has become the fastest growing monstrous talent in the 7 Profound Martial House. Is that so? Tell me about it. Regarding his little grandson, the Taiyan Grandmaster was incomparably interested. Even Lin Qingcheng and the other juniors were also interested. After all, after Lin Ling had returned, he had only briefly recounted his experiences. This made the Taiyan Grandmaster's heart itch. But they knew that this little grandson of his had always been low-key. Although there were some dazzling things, he didn't like to exaggerate them. Okay, I'll tell you one by one. Qin Shao was also interested. Gradually, more and more people gathered in the square. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head and quietly withdrew. He looked at the bustling square and couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart. No matter how arrogant and overbearing he was in the outside world, at home, he was only a child of the Fire Ancient clan. Time quietly passed. 3 days later, Lin Ling set out. This time, he and the Qin Shao father and son went together. As for the Fire Ancient clan, because there were too many of them, they had to go to the Rainforest Holy Land in batches. The Great Qin Empire was responsible for escorting them. With the Great Qin Empire's help, Lin Ling could naturally rest assured. Lin Ling, the legend of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When he arrived at the huge city gate of the Cloud Sea City, there was already an endless crowd gathered there. This made Lin Ling a little surprised. Were all these people here to send him off? All the acquaintances looked at Lin Ling and smiled. All the people from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom looked at Lin Ling and were incomparably excited. Alright, it's not like I'm not coming back. Everyone, there's no need to send me off. The endless crowd, and all of them were grateful. This made Lin Ling's heart somewhat excited. Send off, our king. Boom. With a loud shout, fireworks bloomed in the sky. Countless people knelt down on one knee. Layer upon layer, the grandeur was awe-inspiring. Even Qin Shao was incomparably excited at this scene. Although he was above everyone, he had never experienced being sent off by so many people with respect. It seemed like Lin Ling had won their hearts. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were moist. He waved his hand and didn't say anything else as he strode away. Behind him, fireworks bloomed as hundreds of people knelt down on one knee. It wasn't just the Cloud Sea City. It seemed like the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom knew that their legend was leaving. Hence, they all looked in the direction of the Imperial City and knelt down on one knee. He was their benefactor. Their legend, Lin Ling. It's over. Perhaps it's a little late. Sorry. Chapter 769. Killing in the prairie. Early in the morning, the sun was charming. Under the blue sky, the green prairie was extremely quiet. Occasionally, one or two birds would fly across the sky, adding a bit of life to the silent earth. Hiya! On the prairie, 3 horses galloped, leaving the dust in their wake. On the horse, Lin Ling looked ahead. There was a blue sky and white clouds, a vast prairie. It gave him a feeling of galloping through the world, of being free and unfettered. He had been in this world for several years now, and he was becoming more and more powerful. One day, when he stood at the peak of the clouds, he didn't know what that feeling would be. Lin Ling. A figure called out from the side. Old Master Qin. Lin Ling turned his head, a bit puzzled. Qin Shao faintly smiled. Currently, in the Rainforest Holy Land's 7 great martial halls, your strength is above average. 3 months from now, the 7 Profound Martial House will hold the 7 Profound Heavens Pride Ranking Tournament. At that time, you must not miss it. Lin Ling nodded. He had missed the 7 Profound Heavens Pride Ranking Tournament's preliminaries. This time, it should be the semi-finals, and there would be even more powerful geniuses that would appear. The geniuses of the 5 great ancient countries had all sorts of mysterious king physiques. They would bloom together, and the era of geniuses would begin. Lin Ling also had a touch of anticipation. Someone is spying on us. Hurry up. At this moment, Qin Shao frowned and said. Lin Ling and Qin Zhengtian's eyes flashed. Someone was following them? The 3 horses sped up, crossing the prairie like a bolt of lightning, splashing up the broken grass. In front of them, the vast sea of rain appeared. As long as they took a dragon boat, they could reach the Rainforest Holy Land. However, Lin Ling frowned even more. His soul force could feel that the feeling of being spied on had not disappeared. Rather, it was becoming stronger. He was sure that someone was following the 3 of them. Moreover, the strength of those people were not weak at all. Stop your horses. At this moment, a cold voice sounded out. A man wearing a large cloak appeared. Beneath the cloak was a cold and indifferent face. He lifted his foot and then heavily stomped on the ground. Bang! The earth cracked open, and a surging power erupted. Even the distant sea of rain was shaken by the impact. Lin Ling and the other two's horses were startled and raised their front hooves, causing Lin Ling and the other two to abandon their horses and leap up. When they landed on the ground, the three of them frowned as they looked at the cloaked man. Saint Spirit Realm Expert. Qin Zhao's complexion became dignified. At the same time, a large number of cloaked men appeared in the surroundings. They seemed to walk out from the darkness, an extremely strange sight. Moreover, they had blocked the path of Lin Ling and the other two. Is Lin Ling here? It was the leader of the cloaked men. Then, he slowly took off his cloak, revealing an extremely ferocious face. There was no flesh on his face, it was like a skeleton. Who are you? Lin Ling slowly unsheathed the large sword on his back, and his voice became deeper. He felt that the cloaked men knew that he was Lin Ling, otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped him. They only asked him this question to obtain confirmation. The cloaked men's goal was very simple. They were here to kill him. One had to know that not many people knew that Lin Ling had gone to the cloud domain. After the battle with the Saint race, many people knew that Lin Ling had been in the cloud domain, but Lin Ling had already left. Moreover, his whereabouts were mysterious. However, the cloaked men still came to find him. This meant that they had come prepared. The Fighting Evil faction. The man with the bloodless face coldly said. He was like a zombie that had crawled out from the ground. The Fighting Evil faction was an extremely strange faction in the 100 territories. During the Dragon Lake competition, Lin Ling had once killed a member of the Fighting Evil faction. It was ghost god Qi Yen. This meant that today, these people had come to avenge Scarlet Flame. The Fighting Evil faction was savage by nature. Lin Ling had killed one of their members. Even if they had to go to the ends of the earth, they would come for revenge and even exterminate his entire clan. It seems that you already know why we've come. At this moment, two cloaked men beside the cloaked man said in unison. They lifted their cloaks, revealing pale faces. What was strange was that these two people looked exactly the same. They seemed to be twins, and they weren't too old either. They should be proud sons of heaven from the rainforest's holy land. Yin Yang twin demons. Qin Zhengtian stared at the two youths and said in a dignified voice. You're quite knowledgeable. The two cloaked men said in unison. Yin Yang twin demons. These two were proud sons of heaven from the 7 profound martial house. They were ranked around the top 100, and their strength was at the late Emperor Spirit Realm. They were both extremely powerful. What was most terrifying was that these two were born from the same womb. If they joined forces, even a Saint Spirit powerhouse would be obliterated by them. Moreover, this had happened before, and had alarmed the rainforest's holy land. Yin and Yang, when they joined forces, their combat strength would more than double. Lin Ling's pupils flashed. Today, he was in a bit of a crisis. These two youths were peak proud sons of heaven, and their cultivation was higher than his. Not only that, but there was also a Saint Spirit Realm cloaked man leader. On his side, Qin Xiao was a Saint Spirit powerhouse, but he could only block one of them. Qin Zhengtian was weaker than him, so how could he be a match for the Yin Yang twin demons? As he looked around, besides these three powerhouses, there were also many other Emperor Spirit Realm powerhouses. It seemed that they had made ample preparations today. Kill. The cloaked man leader said in a low voice. He took a step forward, and as if he had stepped through the void, he was the first to appear in front of Qin Xiao. Old Master Qin. Lin Ling anxiously shouted. You and little Tian, leave immediately. I will stop him. Qin Zhao's expression was dignified. This cloaked man's aura was strange, and he cultivated ghost god martial arts. Although he didn't fear him, it would be difficult for him to defeat him in a short period of time. The longer he stayed here, the greater the danger. "Let's go!" Lin Ling shouted. He called out to Qin Jingtian and immediately left. Boom! Just as the two of them moved, the battle between Qin Shao and the cloaked man leader erupted. The momentum was so great that it shook the earth. Far away in the Rain Sea, many cultivators also sensed the commotion. They couldn't help but rush over and watch the battle with fear and trepidation. "It's Lin Ling." Someone recognized Lin Ling and felt that Lin Ling was very unlucky. Lin Ling's name had just shaken the 100 territories, and now he was surrounded and killed. Furthermore, the cloaked men all had ghost god auras. They must be the revered fighting evil sect. "I'll help you. Yang, you go and kill Lin Ling." One of the Yin-Yang twin demons looked at Qin Shao. He knew that the great Qin Empire's leader was very powerful, so he planned to join forces with the leader to kill Qin Shao. "Okay, Lin Ling is only in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. I will kill him." The other youth named Yang leapt towards Lin Ling, and the other cloaked men also attacked. "You dare to kill a member of the fighting evil sect? You will die even if you run to the ends of the earth." The cloaked man closest to Lin Ling attacked. His strength was in the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, and he could control the aura of the Netherworld. He transformed into a sinister ghost claw and grabbed at Lin Ling. Chapter 770. The experts arrive, you're courting death. Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He swung the Tyrant Song sword in his hand, and the true intent of sword and true intent of fire fused together to form a sword slash that swept through everything in its path. With a single slash, it severed the ghost claw and even split the cloaked man at the middle stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm into two. Whoosh! Blood spurted out like rain, causing the fighting evil faction's members to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling was stronger than they had imagined. "How dare you kill a member of the fighting evil faction? Die!" Yang pounced over, his spirit energy exploding as he punched out. That punch seemed to have opened the gates of hell, accompanied by a large number of ghosts. Yang seemed to have the only Yang energy in hell. "Brother Qin, you go first. I'll stop him." Lin Ling wanted to break out of the encirclement with Qin Jingtian. Qin Jingtian was weaker than him, so Lin Ling wanted to buy time for Qin Jingtian. Qin Jingtian also knew that it would be useless for him to stay. Instead, it would be harmful for him, so he ran forward like crazy. "Kill!" Lin Ling's eyes were cold. In his left hand, the flames of the vermilion bird gathered in a frenzy. The dazzling flame set the prairie ablaze. When an ancient vermilion bird appeared in his palm, he looked behind him and punched out. "You want to fight me head-on? You're courting death." Yang roared, his voice filled with arrogance and disdain. He had heard of Lin Ling's name before. He was ranked 200 on the 7 Profound Heavens Pride list. His strength was not bad, but he was at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm and ranked 100. Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm, so Lin Ling was like an ant to him. Boom! Fist and palm collided, and a terrifying aura exploded, as if it wanted to destroy the grassland. The crowd in the distance trembled. A battle between heaven's prides was indeed terrifying. Whoosh! As soon as his palm touched the Hell's Fist, Lin Ling's body trembled and his aura surged. His opponent was very strong. Not only was his cultivation level higher, but he was also not an ordinary late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator. Lin Ling was almost injured, but he used the explosive force to retreat, trying to break out of the encirclement. Not bad. Yang also took half a step back. His eyes were filled with horror. His fist had not been able to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, that fist had not been easy for him. There were still flames burning under his palm. This meant that Lin Ling's king body was even higher than his. It was at least at the 8th grade. What a terrifying genius. If it weren't for the fact that his cultivation level was lower than his, he might have been the one to die in this exchange. We can't let them escape. Kill. Yang's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't allow Lin Ling to live any longer. Moreover, he was only an early-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, but he had been forced to take half a step back. This was a humiliation to him. Kill. A large number of Emperor Spirit Realm experts pounced on Lin Ling, attempting to surround him once more to prevent Lin Ling from escaping. Many of these experts were at the late stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. Even in the upper 3 regions, they were existences that couldn't be underestimated. Only the fighting evil faction could summon so many Emperor Spirit Realm experts so easily. Dominating Song of the World. Lin Ling shouted. He swallowed a pill to recover his spiritual energy and stamina. He knew that this was going to be a tough battle, so he couldn't waste any of his spiritual energy. Then, he swung his sword again. The sword was like fire. Whoosh! Another 2 Emperor Spirit Realm experts were killed in a single strike. This caused the hearts of the fighting evil faction's cultivators to tremble. Geniuses were indeed not measured by common sense. They could easily fight those with higher cultivation levels. As for the crowd in the distance, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's name had shaken the 100 regions. Many people had doubts in their hearts, but now they were all gone. This genius seemed to be able to easily kill ordinary Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators. No wonder the fighting evil faction had sent so many experts to kill him. Lin Ling, where do you think you're going? Yang. Although Lin Ling had killed several Emperor Spirit Realm cultivators, he had been delayed. Yang caught up behind him. His right fist was pulled back at an angle that exceeded the limits of a human's ability. It was as if his fist had turned into a bow. Yang energy from hell condensed in his fist and shot out crazily. Ancient devil welcoming pill. Shit. Lin Ling's expression was extremely ugly. His opponent was really strong. Even with his 8th grade king body, he couldn't win against him. He was suppressed by his opponent's cultivation level, so he had to use an even more powerful move. The pill entered his body, causing the flames inside his body to change. When they appeared in Lin Ling's left hand, a vermilion bird formed from white flames bloomed. Lin Ling didn't hesitate. He looked behind him and struck out with his palm. Boom! Yang energy from hell collided with the ancient flames, creating a vortex of spiritual energy. The surging energy even killed an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator nearby. It was terrifying. Ah! Yang! Yang let out a painful cry. This time, he couldn't block Lin Ling's flames. The white flames wrapped around his body and burned him continuously. Finally, he fell to the ground, his voice fading away. He had been burned alive by the ancient flames. Lin Ling was already invincible in the mid-stage Emperor Spirit Realm. Now that his king body had been upgraded and he'd used the ancient devil welcoming pill, his strength had increased by another 10%. This allowed him to fight someone 2 levels above him and kill Yang. Of course, this was his limit. After all, the ancient devil welcoming pill had a time limit. It couldn't be used carelessly. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. He quickly swallowed a large amount of pills. He'd also been injured in this clash. The vermilion bird Dao platform in his dantian was cracked. Even if he could win against a late-stage Emperor Spirit Realm genius, it wouldn't be easy. And there were countless experts around him. If he was seriously injured, he might even die. Go! Go! Lin Ling didn't stop. He took a step forward and sped across the grassland like a bolt of lightning. The cloaked figures were stunned, unable to react. Their top genius of the fighting evil faction had died just like that. Yang. Yang. In the distance, Yin and Yang were born from the same womb. He immediately sensed that Yang had died, and this made him release a shocking roar of anger. Clearly, he had not expected this result to occur. Kill him. Kill. Yin gave up on attacking Qin Shao and pounced toward Lin Ling. The crowd in the distance was completely shaken. The strong cultivators of the fighting evil clan had all come out, and not only had a few died, but even a top genius of the fighting evil clan had also died. Could Lin Ling's strength be ranked below the top 100 on the fighting evil clan? Blazing Sun, Sparrow Sun. Kill. Lin Ling's face was incomparably cold as he ran. A large number of cloaked figures surrounded him. As he ran, he gathered a powerful solar storm. After a giant sun appeared in his palm, he slammed it heavily into the ground. Rumble. The solar storm appeared, wreaking havoc on the grassland, turning it into a sea of fire. Several more of the fighting evil faction died. Lin Ling was about to break out of the encirclement. Yin's expression was unsightly. This Aunt Lin Ling was really tenacious. Today, Lin Ling won't be able to escape. Kill. Chapter 771. Pain, Heavenly Dragon Empire, how despicable. They are taking advantage of the situation. Many people in the distance secretly thought. The Heavenly Dragon Empire had arrived at a good time. Lin Ling's chi had been weakened and he had been injured. Moreover, many people from the fighting evil faction had died. That way, the Heavenly Dragon Empire wouldn't have lost many people and they would have been able to kill Lin Ling. Qin Jingtian, leave quickly. Don't look back. Go. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. There was even madness, anger, and brutality in them. However, he firmly suppressed them. Today, he was facing two major powers. Therefore, leaving this place was the right way to go. Do you think that you can leave? Go. At this moment, baleful aura surged in front of them. A large number of experts had arrived. A flag with the word Duan embroidered on it was fluttering in the wind. The Justice Duan family had also arrived. Moreover, other than the Duan imperial prince, there was also an old man with white hair who looked like a lion. That old man's eyes were like lightning. His body was tall and sturdy. A tyrannical aura burst out with each step he took. Another Holy Spirit realm expert had arrived. Two ancient empires and the fighting evil faction had come to kill Lin Ling today. In order to kill Lin Ling, there are so many experts. Many people were shocked. The ancient empires valued Lin Ling very much. Lin Ling would not be able to escape today. Bastard! The road ahead was blocked. Lin Ling had no choice but to stop and look into the distance. Fortunately, Qin Jingtian had already left. Lin Ling's eyes were firmly fixed on the experts of the Justice Duan family. His eyes were even colder and even more ruthless. The experts who met Lin Ling's eyes suddenly felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they were looking at the eyes of a demon god. The more a junior like Lin Ling forced him, the colder he became. Why should I be afraid of him? He is only one person. Go. The Duan imperial prince was also shocked by the killing intent in Lin Ling's eyes. It even made him feel like giving up the chase. It seemed that if he did, the consequences would be very serious. But in the end, he calmed down. Perhaps Lin Ling had left him too many nightmares. Therefore, when he saw Lin Ling, his heart was filled with fear. However, in the current situation, Lin Ling was alone, so why should he be afraid of him? Lin Ling, you can die with pride. Before you die, you actually asked Qin Shao of the Great Qin Empire to accompany you in death. You even asked the powerful cultivators of our two ancient empires to come out and kill one person. Only you have this kind of glory in the rainforest Holy Land. The white-haired old man blocked Lin Ling's path like a heavenly soldier, his cold voice drifted out from his mouth. Tell me your name. You. Lin Ling's eyes were still cold as he spoke indifferently. Zun Wang. You Zun Wang, Imperial Wang. I'll remember this name. One day, I'll definitely kill you. Kill. Lin Ling said word by word, causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. They stared at the youth in the center, shocked by his determination and fearlessness. One had to know that the experts surrounding Lin Ling were all stronger than Lin Ling. They were all famous figures in the 100 territories. But Lin Ling was still not afraid. What kind of willpower was this? Qin Shao, die. Kill. At this moment, an angry roar came from afar. Then, a roar sounded, shaking the heavens and earth. Many people focused their eyes and looked over. Qin Shao had died. 2 Saint Spirit stage experts attacked. One was the leader of the fighting evil sect, the other was Lord Long of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Although Qin Shao was strong, how could he block the opponent's assassins? Dead. The leader of the great Qin Empire has fallen. Kill. Many people felt sorrow in their hearts. A king above tens of thousands of people died today in order to protect Lin Ling. Father. In the distance, Qin Zhengtian lost his spirit and knelt on the ground powerlessly. His father was dead. Master Qin. Father. Lin Ling's eyes became blank as he stared in the distance. The face of the benevolent old man appeared in his mind. The old man who trusted him the first time he went to the Qin clan. But today, in order to protect him and Qin Zhengtian, that old man died. Master Qin. Father. Lin Ling roared at the sky, causing the clouds in the sky to rumble. His heart was in pain. His friend, his elder, died in front of him. It was the first time he was so sad since coming to this world. Father. Around him, Duan Zunwang and Lord Long laughed coldly as they looked at the youth in grief. They did not attack, they were enjoying this moment. Die, you all must die. Father. Lin Ling's body trembled. An extremely terrifying coldness was emitted from his body, causing the surrounding cultivators to feel a chill in their hearts. At this moment, they seemed to be afraid. What are you afraid of? He's just a junior. Roar. Among them, a tall and sturdy man shouted angrily, as if he wanted to prove his fearlessness and attract the attention of Duan Zunwang and the others. However, when he took a step forward, his gaze met with the youth in the center, and an indescribable fear arose in his heart. What kind of eyes were those? Those eyes seemed to see through heaven and earth, see through the ancient times. Those were emotionless eyes. Bang! His head exploded, causing the pupils of the surrounding people to constrict. They only looked at each other, and that person died. What did Lin Ling do? How terrifying! All of this was like a dream, and also very ironic. That person wanted to prove himself and also wanted to be valued by the big shots of the ancient countries, so he volunteered to fight. In the end, he was killed in one move. That was a soul force attack. Those with a weak soul force, do not look at him. This boy has already turned into a demon. Duan Zunwang coldly said, causing many people to nod. They didn't dare to look at Lin Ling again, but they were still shocked in their hearts. Lin Ling had been surrounded by so many powerhouses, but he had still managed to kill one of them. He had even caused all the other martial artists to fear him. He was so domineering. Which proud son of heaven in the rainforest Holy Land could do this? Today, the Justice Duan family has received orders from the imperial court to kill the 7 profound martial house disciple Lin Ling. This boy has already turned into a demon. If he is not killed, then it will be a great disaster for the 100 territories. Therefore, for the sake of the common people of the world, the Justice Duan family will kill Lin Ling. The old man Duan Zunwang calmly looked at Lin Ling and righteously said. In his heart, Lin Ling was already dead. A martial artist who has turned into a demon has a cruel nature. Therefore, for everyone's safety, my heavenly dragon empire will also kill him. Yes. Mr. Long kindly said. They said these words because they didn't want to leave any traces behind. After all, Lin Ling had a powerhouse supporting him from behind. Although they didn't fear him, they wanted to avoid as much trouble as possible. But, their words were very hypocritical. In the distance, the crowd despised them. If they wanted to kill, then kill, but they were actually looking for excuses. The people of the ancient kingdoms were so prideful. Of course, although they sighed in their hearts, they also knew that in this world, the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. No matter what despicable things the winner did, everyone only knew that he had won. They only cared about the result, and did not care about the process. Kill, kill, kill. Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling's pupils were filled with killing intent. His mind was blank. He only wanted to kill. He wanted to kill all these hypocritical and insidious people. He wanted to avenge old man Shao. Therefore, he wanted the ancient flame devil to come out. Little demon, let me come out. Killing will plant a heart demon in your heart of martial arts. My wisdom has not yet been restored. After I come out, I may not be the one controlling the ancient flame devil. Kill. Chapter 772. Kill. Kill, kill, kill. Kill. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. His mind was also blank. He only wanted to kill. He wanted to kill all these hypocritical and treacherous people. He wanted to avenge old Master Shao. Therefore, he wanted the ancient flame devil to come out. Brat, let me out. Killing will plant an inner demon in your martial heart. My intelligence has not recovered yet. When I come out, I might not be the one controlling the ancient flame devil. In his heart, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded. Kill. Kill. There was only one word in Lin Ling's heart. Kill. Even if he turned into a devil, even if he turned into a killing god, he would still kill. Life was like a mayfly in a dream. How could he let the senior who doted on him die for nothing just because of his own safety? Old Master Shao could not die for nothing. No, definitely not. Lin Ling could not do that. He was a person who would take revenge for any enmity and repay any kindness. Lin Ling's hands drooped down. His slender body stood there as if he had lost his soul. He even seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Many people looked at Lin Ling and their gazes froze. What did Lin Ling do? What is that? Kill. At this moment, someone pointed at Lin Ling and said. They saw white smoke coming out of Lin Ling's body. It was extremely dreamy, but it gave people an even stranger feeling. It was very cold. Everyone felt even colder. They could feel the coldness from the youth even from a few hundred meters away. At the same time, an ancient aura that seemed to have come from ancient times filled the air. Amidst the hazy smoke, a huge figure quietly appeared, causing the entire land to shake violently. What did Lin Ling do? Kill. Many people's voices changed. They subconsciously retreated. That aura was very terrifying. It made them feel as if the youth had turned into a devil. How is this possible? That terrifying demonic beast has always been in his body. Kill. Imperial Prince Duan's eyes were wide open. The figure that appeared quietly made him realize that it was a nightmare. In the past, a large number of experts from the Duan family died in the mouth of that demonic beast. And now, it had appeared again. Master Long also lost his gloating smile, and his old eyes widened. They all thought that the ancient demonic beast was so terrifying that it was not something that Lin Ling could control. Therefore, They guessed that the last time Lin Ling summoned the demonic beast, it must have been an opportunity. After being summoned, it could not be summoned again. But now, the truth was that a mere Emperor Spirit Realm Jr. was hiding a terrifying demon beast within his body. The fog gradually dispersed. 100-meter-tall flaming fox appeared. Its 4 limbs were on the ground, and its huge cheeks revealed sharp, cold teeth. Its eyes were red and filled with monstrous killing intent. Its 2 front paws were on the ground, and they were filled with an invincible power, causing the earth to tremble. Behind the 9-tailed fox, 6 dazzling tails were wagging, shocking everyone. The ancient flame devil had reappeared. Lin Ling is actually above the ancient flame devil. Yes. At this moment, Master Long shouted in horror. On the ancient flame devil's head, Lin Ling's body appeared. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, and his lower body was buried in his head. Only his upper body was exposed. It made people wonder if the ancient flame devil was Lin Ling. Roar. An angry roar sounded. With the demonic beast as the center, a towering inferno swept out in all directions. Ah ah ah. Ah. This fire instantly killed a large number of warriors. Whoosh. Smoke filled the air. A figure weaved in and out, and a large number of lives were lost. The crowd could only vaguely see that the huge demonic beast was very fast. It weaved in and out of the crowd, and when it waved its claws, it seemed to directly bring people into the void, killing them instantly. Boom! Flames swept out in all directions with the demonic beast as the center, turning the grassland into a sea of fire. It was very terrifying. The demonic beast had appeared and slaughtered everything. Retreat! Retreat! Master Long and the other experts were also panicking. They frantically flew into the sky and watched the massacre below with fear. The people of their 2 ancient countries, the people of the fighting evil faction, were dying under the demonic beast's mouth. Wait, this demonic beast doesn't seem to be conscious. Prince Duan stared at the ground and said fearfully. He remembered that the demonic beast had laughed evilly last time. It had laughed like a fox and had the intelligence of a human. But this time, the demonic beast seemed to only know how to kill and nothing else. This demonic beast must have been injured or sealed before. Now that it has forcefully come out, the injury or seal appeared again. Master Long guessed. But their guess was right. At this moment, Lin Ling had already lost consciousness. The only thought in his mind was to kill everything in the world. And this killing intent was passed on to him by the ancient flame devil. As for the ancient flame devil, it only had killing intent. Only the ancient flame devil's soul was still protecting Lin Ling. It did not allow Lin Ling to completely transform into the ancient flame devil. After all, if Lin Ling truly transformed into the ancient flame devil, then Lin Ling might die. This world would only have the ancient flame devil, and there would be no more Lin Ling. Furthermore, the ancient flame devil's soul would also be turned to ashes, leaving behind only its massive body. The massacre continued. Hell of fire. The hearts of the crowd in the distance trembled violently. In their eyes, there was only destruction, nothingness, silence, and suppression. Even if they used their eyes to look, they would still tremble with fear. As for the warriors on the ground, they all cried out in pain. They wanted to escape, but they could not. They could only die one by one. What a terrifying demonic beast. But that demonic beast's aura is getting weaker and weaker. It seems like it will die at any moment. In the sky, Master Long sucked in a breath of cold air. But he had the bloodline of a dragon and could sense the fluctuations of souls. And now, the ancient flame devil's soul fluctuations were getting weaker and weaker. And once the ancient flame devil lost its soul, it would die. Of course, his guess was correct. But there was one thing wrong. When the ancient flame devil's soul died, then the ancient flame devil would appear. A soulless ancient flame devil was even more brutal and terrifying. It wanted to kill everyone in the world. Alright, we'll use numbers to make the ancient flame devil's soul die. And I'm guessing that Lin Ling has been possessed by the ancient flame devil. Now that he's dead, only the ancient flame devil is left. Prince Duan nodded. His guess was normal. After all, the ancient flame devil was so terrifying that even they had to retreat. Lin Ling was only a junior in the Emperor Spirit Realm. How could he block the ancient flame devil's devouring? Then, he was shocked. In order to kill Lin Ling, the Justice Duan family had paid a terrible price. Roar! At this moment, the earth shook violently, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. A huge explosion of flames appeared in the sky, layer upon layer, causing the prairie to seem as if it was rolling over. The terrifying flames soared into the sky, and the residual energy rushed towards Prince Duan and the others. Its speed was incomparably fast, and several of the experts were instantly burned to death. Even Prince Duan was too slow in retreating, and his arm was infected by the flames. Chapter 773. Behind the scenes, no. Prince Duan cried out in pain. He had cut off his own arm, but the flame still wrapped around him, covering his body with inextinguishable ancient flames. Am I going to die? Prince Duan yelled crazily. His cultivation was useless against the flames, he could only be burned to death. Suddenly, he felt like he was in a dream. A moment ago, he thought that he had finally killed Lin Ling to vent the hatred in his heart. However, in the next moment, he had died along with Lin Ling. This kind of death was very depressing. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have listened to that person and come for revenge. His body fell from the sky into the sea of fire. Before he died, he saw the young man's body lying in the sea of fire, which made him roar unwillingly. Could it be that Lin Ling was still alive? Rumble. The forbidden flames continued to erupt, no one could stop them. The flames burned all the way to the Sea of Rain, and it took half an hour for the flames to die down. The flames were so terrifying. Only 2 people were left in the sky. One was Master Long, the other was the elder from the Duan family, Duan Zunwang. Even the leader of the fighting evil faction was burned to ashes by the forbidden flames. It was terrifying. Any Saint Spirit Realm expert was like an ant in front of the ancient flames. Master Long and Duan Zunwang looked at each other, fear in their eyes. Master Long looked at the ground that had turned into ruins. Where's the ancient flame devil? The area below had already become a forbidden land of death. There was no one left, only a hazy white smoke drifting up. The incomparably terrifying ancient flame devil from before had now disappeared. It died from self-destruction. Master Long said. Duan Zunwang said with an ugly expression. He was stronger, so he was the first to avoid the ancient flame devil's flame before it died. He saw that the ancient flame devil's aura was getting weaker and weaker, as if its soul was about to collapse. Then, a terrifying flame burst out, and the ancient flame devil disappeared. Everyone in the prairie was dead, only the 2 of them were left. Let's go down and see. Master Long. Master Long didn't believe it and flew down. The ground was still a sea of fire, but there was indeed no one here. There were no ancient flame devils either. This place was like the 9 Serenities' hell. The 2 experts looked at the empty land, and veins popped out on their foreheads. Lin Ling, how hateful. Their men were all dead, and even Prince Duan had fallen. This result also shocked the hearts of the crowd in the distance. Had Lin Ling been killed by the accumulation of countless experts? Although Lin Ling had died in this battle, it had still shocked the 100 realms. At that moment, the crowd did not see that in the rolling flames in the distance, there was a gigantic red ape covered in blood. It was even burned by the flames, and it was running madly with a person on its back. In the final explosion of the Great Fire, this red ape was the only one who had survived, and the reason it could survive was because of the ferocious beast's great recovery abilities. However, even though it survived, the red ape's life was also at stake. However, it had a conviction in its heart, and that was to carry the young man out. This giant red ape was Little Flame. In front of him, the sea of rain was gradually approaching. This caused Little Flame's eyes to flicker, and his pace to quicken. However, at that moment, a beautiful figure stood in front of the sea of rain and blocked Little Flame's path. A clear voice like a bell rang out, "You're not dead yet. You're really tough. I've sent so many great forces to kill you, but they've all died. Lin Ling, you're very powerful." Yes. That person was a young girl wearing a long black dress. She had a devastatingly beautiful face, and her eyes were very beautiful. They were silent like the night sky, and anyone who saw them could not help but fall in love with her. However, her words and her intentions were completely different from what she appeared to be. Little Flame looked at the young girl cautiously and did not move. "Lin Ling, you shouldn't have challenged the palace lord. The moment you decided to challenge him, you already had half a foot in hell. The palace lord's power is not something you can shake." Yes. The young girl did not seem to be in a hurry. Her voice rang out like a bell. At that moment, Lin Ling was unconscious. His mind was filled with only killing everything. It was as if he would turn into a killing demon at any moment and lose his mind forever. However, he could faintly hear the young girl's words. "The palace lord could not allow you and Sakura to live, so he ordered me to destroy you. Between you and Sakura, I chose you, but the palace lord chose Sakura. In the end, I crippled Sakura. He was addicted to my beauty and was completely defenseless against me. In the end, his cultivation was crippled by me, and his innate king physique was taken away by me. In the past, the son of the previous palace lord, Di Wuji, was the most promising candidate to become the next palace lord. However, he was crippled by someone. His bloodline and inheritance wanted to seize the lost glory, but in the end, he was crippled by someone. The soft voice seemed to ring in Lin Ling's ears, causing him to subconsciously clench his fists. Was his elder brother crippled? After your elder brother was crippled, it was your turn next. In fact, it was me who ordered them to surround and kill you today. However, you are indeed more terrifying and mysterious than your elder brother. The experts of the two great ancient countries came to kill you, but they all died. Only 2 people were left. However, you were only seriously injured. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you have once again proved my vision. Your potential is even greater than Sakura's." The voice floated over again. The killing intent in Lin Ling's heart became even more intense. It was her, everything was set up by her. No wonder he had been hiding his tracks, but he was still hunted down by the people of the two great ancient countries. Moreover, the two great ancient countries moved out at the same time. None of this was a coincidence. As expected, this girl was not an ordinary person. She approached his elder brother with a purpose. Today, she caused the death of old man Shao. This girl was truly sinister. Alright, it's time to end this. Although you are very mysterious, you are still like an ant to me. Remember, my name is the Second Dream. The ethereal, even gentle voice sounded. However, there was a sinister killing intent in it. Lin Ling could not move. At this moment, he had forcefully used the ancient flame devil. Even if the Second Dream did not attack, he would die at any time. He could only watch as the Second Dream did whatever she wanted. Roar! At this moment, Little Flame let out a wild roar. The red fur all over its body grew like bamboo shoots and its body became even bigger. It was a full 5 meters tall. It carried Lin Ling on its back and ran all the way towards the Sea of Rain. What, this beast actually awakened its bloodline when it was about to die after suffering such serious injuries. The Second Dream's beautiful eyes focused. She waved her right hand lightly. It was as if the void had been shattered. Rays of light flowed and a light palm shot out. However, it was still too slow. Little Flame's speed was obviously faster than before. It carried Lin Ling and rushed into the sea of rain. In the next moment, they disappeared into the vast sea. This sea, the Broken Dragon Prison, is the intersection of the two great holy lands. Lin Ling is seriously injured and cannot pass through the Broken Dragon Prison. Chapter 774. Another holy land. The Rain Sea was boundless, and on the other side was the Water Moon Holy Land. However, it was difficult for ordinary people to break through the Broken Dragon Prison and reach the Water Moon Holy Land. Rumble. The terrifying power of the sea roared. In the sea, Lin Ling's body was hit hard and the Vermilion Bird Dao platform collapsed. Of course, this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that the ancient flame devil had begun to invade him and seemed to want to devour his will. If it succeeded, he would turn into a mindless ancient flame devil. The ancient flame devil that devoured Lin Ling came from the ancient flame devil's body and not its soul. The ancient flame devil's soul was in a self-sealing state. Previously, in order to protect Lin Ling and prevent Lin Ling from being devoured by the ancient flame devil's body, the ancient flame devil's soul had been trying its best. But in the end, it ran out of soul power. One must know that the ancient tomb's array was to destroy the ancient flame devil's soul and take its body. If Lin Ling did not break the array, the ancient flame devil's soul would have been destroyed. After that, the ancient flame devil's soul awakened and could control the ancient flame devil's body for a period of time so that it would not turn into a mindless killing beast. Old Man Shao, Big Brother. At this moment, Lin Ling's consciousness was frantically resisting. The second dream was the mastermind behind this attack. How could Lin Ling let them off so easily? He, Lin Ling, could not die here. He still had to challenge the palace lord. Ancient flame devil, you want to devour me? Unless we die together. Lin Ling's unyielding will was fighting, he couldn't lose, he had to win, life was a challenge, he had to overcome it, he wanted to destroy the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family. Lin Ling did not lose this battle. The two ancient countries came to kill him and only the two of them returned alive. This was a tie. If Lin Ling did not die, the two ancient countries would have provoked a terrifying existence. This meant that the two ancient countries had lost. The second dream had also lost. She had provoked Lin Ling. The gate of heaven is broken and the Chu River opens. The jade water flows to the east. The two green mountains face each other. The lonely sail comes from the horizon. Under the boundless green mountains, a clear voice floated. It was free and easy, with satisfaction, the ancient mountains echoed endlessly. Master, in this exchange between the three sects, our Qingyun sect is once again last. A mountain, the mountain sect's mountain. The Reliance School is still the best. Many of their warriors have reached the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm. What amazing geniuses! Another girl's voice rang out with envy. Bai Yunfei is very powerful, but I don't like him that much. In the mountain range, an old man in a blue robe was slowly walking with a dozen disciples. They were from the nearby Blue Cloud sect, and the Blue Cloud sect was one of the strongest sects in the surrounding area. It was unknown how many young elites had come here in order to enter the sect to learn martial arts. Wait, look! There's someone by the river. Suddenly, the girl called Wan pointed at the river in the distance. Let's go and see. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They hurried over one after another. They saw a young man lying on his stomach by the river. The waves pushed his body from time to time, causing his long hair to flow with the waves. Next to the young man was a small monkey. This person might be dead. Let's ignore him. One of the girls said. Maybe he's not dead. Wan frowned. She crouched down and checked. Master, he's still alive. The old man pondered and shook his head. This person's origin is unknown. Since he's not dead, let's leave him here. But Master, didn't you say that saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda? If he stays here, he'll be eaten by the monsters in the mountains sooner or later. Wan was a little reluctant. Alas, let's take him back then. The old man nodded. He looked at the young man and found that he had no cultivation. He was just a commoner, so he didn't fear him as much. Everyone continued to move forward. Along the way, they found a carriage to take the young man. In the carriage, the young man lay quietly. His long eyelashes fluttered from time to time. Finally, his eyes slowly opened. There was a flash of light, but it quickly disappeared. Where is this? The young man was Lin Ling. He floated along the sea and was finally rescued by the people of the Azure Cloud School. That young man is very handsome. None of the male disciples of the Azure Cloud School can compare to him. At this time, the clear voice of a girl came from outside the carriage. Wan, you don't even like Bai Yunfei. You actually like that trash. He's not bad looking, but in this world, strength is respected. A man without strength is useless. Another voice came. Senior, don't talk nonsense. The girl called Wan, blushed. Lin Ling frowned slightly. He checked his body and smiled helplessly. His vermilion bird Dao platform was broken, and his entire body was injured. Many of his meridians were broken, and his dantian was damaged. This was the most tragic battle he'd had since coming to this world. Xiao Yan. Lin Ling hurriedly looked to his side. When he saw the sleeping little monkey, he relaxed. Xiao Yan had also been seriously injured, but the body of a wild beast was always stronger than that of a human's. Their recovery was also stronger, so Lin Ling wasn't that worried. In this exchange between the three schools, you've all seen the difference in your strength. You don't even have a single earth spirit. You should train hard when you go back. An old man's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's eyes to focus. Earth spirit? These people were very weak. It looked like they were from some small, remote school. On the path of martial arts, you must first strengthen your meridians, temper your bones, and cleanse your marrow. Only then can you go further. The old man's voice came again, instructing his disciples. This place isn't the sacred ground of the rainforest. Lin Ling guessed. After all, the old man's martial arts were different from the sacred ground of the rainforest. His soul force quietly spread out, and he immediately found that the old man's strength was at the Emperor's spirit realm. However, his body was extremely sturdy, and he sat there like a fierce tiger. Training the body. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. On the path of martial arts, there were 3,000 paths. The martial arts of the sacred ground of the rainforest refined the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one's own use, forming a powerful attack and defense. But the martial arts of the rainforest seemed to focus on the body. It was hard to say which of the two was stronger, but their paths were the same. It was just that they had different methods. My vermilion bird Dao platform is destroyed, but I still have my king body. Since I've come to another sacred ground, I might as well start over. A bold idea arose in Lin Ling's mind. Recultivate. Chapter 775. Blue Cloud Sect. Cultivating one's physical body had to be done in the early stages of martial arts. The further one progressed, the harder it would be to cultivate. For example, the experts in the rainforest Holy Land could no longer cultivate their physical body. After all, the amount of spiritual energy in their bodies had already become a habit. If one wanted to strengthen their physical body, there would be conflict. However, if one strengthened their physical body from the beginning and allowed their spiritual energy and physical body to reach a state of balance, this situation would not occur. Lin Ling did not expect that the destruction of the Vermilion Bird Dao platform would bring him such great benefits. He wanted to be reborn, and once he returned, he would sweep through the world. If I'm going to destroy it, I'll destroy it completely. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with decisiveness. He destroyed the Vermilion Bird Dao platform in his Dantian once again. He was confident that with his alchemy skills and experience, he could recover to the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm in 3 months and even break through to the next realm. Puff! The destruction of the Vermilion Bird Dao platform caused Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. The people outside the carriage also noticed and thought that Lin Ling's old injuries had flared up. Many of your meridians are broken. If you hadn't met me, you would have become a cripple for the rest of your life. You wouldn't even be able to carry a bucket of water. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. His attitude was like that of an expert. Lin Ling secretly smiled. The old man seemed to have a high status. However, if he were to meet the old him, this old man would be like an ant. After all, the old man was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit Realm. However, Lin Ling planned to learn the Blue Cloud sect's physical body cultivation technique. Therefore, he said respectfully, I hope Senior can give me some pointers. You're too old and your talent isn't good. If you learn martial arts, you won't be able to reach the martial spirit realm in your lifetime. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, a tall girl immediately said disdainfully. Lin Ling's gaze swept over. The girl was only at the martial spirit realm. He shook his head. He naturally did not care about the words of an ant. Therefore, he continued to look at the old man. Master, didn't you always say that meeting is fate? Since he was sincere, why not help him a little? Said the girl called Wan Er. Lin Ling looked at her calmly, and a good impression of her appeared in his heart. Ai, although your aptitude is not good, but meeting is fate. Then come with us to Qingyun sect. The old man sighed. Although he had agreed, it was clear that he did not think highly of Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and nodded. He only needed to see the Blue Cloud sect's cultivation technique. As for guidance, he did not need it. His martial arts experience was better than anyone here. The Qingyun school was like a paradise on top of a high mountain. Within 100 li radius, there were youths learning martial arts. It was the holy land of martial arts. Of course, to Lin Ling, this was only a school that was slightly stronger than the Guyan school. The days passed quietly in peace. After becoming a disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, Lin Ling obtained a basic body cultivation technique, the Demon Ox body strengthening technique. This was the first time Lin Ling had seen such a cultivation technique. As if he was thirsting for it, he began to crazily learn it. With his experience, as long as he could come in contact with it, it would not be difficult. In less than a month, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had quietly advanced from the body refinement realm to the peak of the martial spirit realm. As for the most talented disciple of the Azure Cloud sect, the strongest was only at the peak of the martial spirit realm. However, in order to not shock the world, Lin Ling hid his cultivation. As for the method of hiding, it came from a set of cultivation techniques from the Limitless Sword Saint's memory. He believed that even the Azure Cloud sect leader would not be able to detect it. Lin Ling was very low-key in the Azure Cloud sect. He did what ordinary disciples did. After he was done, he cultivated in his own residence and rarely came in contact with others. Over time, many disciples of the Azure Cloud sect did not put Lin Ling in their eyes. They thought that Lin Ling was hired by the sect to do odd jobs. Regarding this, Lin Ling was happy. After all, he could cultivate more peacefully. The only person who often came to look for Lin Ling was Wan Er. She was a kind-hearted girl. She had a lot to talk about with Lin Ling. Most importantly, Lin Ling's knowledge always made Wan Er's eyes light up. A casual sentence from him could easily solve Wan Er's cultivation bottleneck. Little flame, after you're done playing, come back at noon. On the peak of the Azure Cloud sect, Lin Ling looked at Little Flame, who was about to leave, and said, "GG." Little Flame waved his hand and left. Lin Ling shook his head. There were still 2 months before the 7 Profound Genius ranking competition. Therefore, he would rush back at that time. With his current cultivation speed, it seemed that it would not be difficult for him to recover his full strength. Lin Ling casually picked up a branch and stood quietly. He was practicing his sword. After cultivating his physical body and reaching the peak of the martial spirit realm, his body's strength had greatly increased. His foundation had become more solid, which was of great help to his sword Dao. The wind gently blew past. An indescribable feeling was emitted from Lin Ling's body. At this moment, he was not the trash in the eyes of the Azure Cloud sect's disciples. Instead, he was showing off his ability and was even filled with killing intent. This was the sword of killing. It was transmitted to Lin Ling by the ancient flame devil's killing intent. Swoosh! With a slash of the sword, the wind stopped flowing. If there was an expert here, they would definitely notice that the wind had been cut off. This was a terrifying realm. After all, wind was invisible and colorless, making it difficult to capture. To be able to cut it off with a branch, this meant that his attainment in Sword Dao was extremely terrifying. Lin Ling, every time you practice your sword, you give me a strange feeling. It seems that this kind of temperament has only appeared on my master. In the distant mountain path, a clear voice rang out. It was Wan. Lin Ling kept his sword and stood. He was not surprised by Wan Er's appearance. She had seen him practice his sword many times. It was just that his realm was too deep and Wan could not understand it. He's also practicing his sword? He's just grabbing a broken branch and putting on an act. What a piece of trash. He's been in the Azure Cloud sect for a month and still hasn't reached the first stage of body transformation. At this moment, another voice sounded out. Several youths followed behind Wan, striding over. Lin Ling, if you kneel down and kowtow 3 times, as your senior brother, I might give you some pointers. A youth in luxurious brocade robes walked the fastest. He proudly appeared in front of Lin Ling, the corners of his mouth curled up in a proud smile. Lin Ling was very low-key. In the Azure Cloud sect, he was a servant and a piece of trash. They usually disdained to pay attention to him, but what they were jealous of was that Wan often came to find Lin Ling. This made them very angry. Lin Ling looked at the youths and shook his head. He did not say anything. Their strength was too weak. He did not even have the thought of teaching them a lesson. Wan look. This is the mysterious Lin Ling that you spoke of. But from what I see, he's just a piece of trash. Lin Ling, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing? Lin Ling's disregard made the youths even angrier. One of them walked out in large strides. Lin Ling, do you need your senior brother to give you pointers? Lin Ling sighed. He knew that sometimes you disdain to pay attention to a fly, but if you don't get rid of it, the fly will continue to entangle you. So he lightly said, how do you want to give me pointers? How about this, let's have 3 moves. If you can block it, then you win. If you can't, then kowtow 3 times. The youth joked. The others also took joy in Lin Ling's misfortune and laughed. Lu Qing, you've gone too far. Lin Ling just arrived at the Azure Cloud sect. How can he be your opponent? Wan couldn't stand it anymore and reprimanded. Then he admits that he's weak? Since he's a piece of trash, why is he using a branch to put on an act? Wan, you're too gullible. The youth called Lu Qing said. This made Wan open her mouth. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say anything. Wan, on the path of martial arts, realms don't represent everything. Sometimes, technique is the key to victory. At this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice came out, making Wan Er's beautiful eyes light up. That's all for today's update. I'm really tired and tired. But even though I'm tired, I still have to ask for the monthly votes. I realized that after 2 days of outburst, my monthly votes didn't increase at all. I can't even outburst anymore. Chapter 776. Bitter training. She realized that every time Lin Ling spoke, there was a hint of philosophy. That kind of feeling, Lin Ling was like a grandmaster. Deliberately mystifying. Lu Qing's pupils constricted. He did not like Lin Ling's tone. Technique is the key to victory. Then I'll ask for some advice. Ferocious tiger fist. His fist was like a ferocious tiger. It was said that this martial art was comprehended by an elder of the Azure Cloud sect by observing a ferocious tiger. It could increase one's strength by 3 times, reaching 20,000 jin. Senior Lu, teach him a lesson. The other disciples sneered. They had long found Lin Ling an eyesore. Now, they were looking forward to seeing Lin Ling being knocked to the ground with a single punch. Lin Ling, be careful. Wan Er anxiously shouted. Tiger's form, no tiger's intent. Lin Ling, however, shook his head. The branch in his hand turned into a strange trajectory. Without a sound, it passed by the fist and gently hit Lu Qing's arm like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The seemingly ordinary branch hit instantly disintegrated the fist and dislocated Lu Qing's arm. What? At the same time, a distant elder looked at the branch in Lin Ling's hand in shock. His body trembled. This elder was the current head of the Azure Cloud sect. He was also the elder who brought Lin Ling back. As for Lin Ling, he had never taken him seriously. He thought that the youth would be mediocre in his life. However, when he passed by, he saw such a strange scene. It was a move without any spiritual energy or strength, but it broke Lu Qing's powerful martial arts like an antelope hanging its horn. Was this Lin Ling just lucky? Or had his swordsmanship reached the point of perfection? Moreover, that was not a sword. It was just a normal branch. Was this the level of difficulty that Master had mentioned before, surpassing a sword without a sword? However, how could such a strange thing happen to a youth? Ah, my hand. Lu Qing was rolling on the ground in pain. His hand was dislocated, while the others were staring with their eyes wide open. They couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Lin Ling, a person without any cultivation, defeated senior brother Lu in one move. Was he still the trash of the Blue Cloud sect? I like peace and quiet, so get out of my sight now. If you come here and cause trouble again, I won't just break an arm. Lin Ling looked at Lu Qing and said indifferently. At the same time, he put away the branch and slowly walked towards the wooden house. Teach him a lesson? What are you waiting for? On the ground, Lu Qing let out an angry roar. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but in the end, he was taught a lesson by Lin Ling. How could he stay in the Azure Cloud sect in the future? The faces of the several disciples beside him became surging with killing intent as they rushed towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and slowly turned around to look at them. His eyes instantly turned icy cold. This was an extremely terrifying killing intent. Plop. The legs of those disciples went soft and they sat down on the ground. Their faces were deathly pale. Lin Ling's eyes were so terrifying. When they met Lin Ling's eyes, they found themselves in the death prison. Blood flowed like a river and corpses were everywhere. A slender figure holding a sword walked out from the mountain of corpses. That feeling was as if they would be killed by that figure in the next moment. Let's go. Those disciples quickly got up and crazily rushed down the mountain. They didn't even dare to pay attention to Lu Qing. Lu Qing naturally didn't dare to stay and also fled. He couldn't understand why he was afraid of Lin Ling when he had no cultivation. This kid is so mysterious. He actually released an aura that made me feel incomparable fear. Far away, the old man's face was incomparably dignified. This was the first time he discovered this low-key youth. He couldn't see through him. Just when he thought that Lin Ling was a peerless expert, he discovered that Lin Ling had no cultivation. This feeling of being neither high nor low made his mind fuzzy. The days slowly passed. Lin Ling lived in seclusion every day and constantly improved his strength. He'd also cultivated the ox demon body fortification method to the peak. He could transform into an ox demon with boundless strength. His strength could reach millions of kilograms, incomparably terrifying. The Water Moon Holy Land's cultivation method was different. It focused on constantly challenging the limits of the human body. This made Lin Ling realize that in addition to the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and meridians, every cell in the body was even more tyrannical. When the cells also contained vigorous spirit energy, the strength of a martial artist would greatly increase. The rainforest sacred land was different. It had always strengthened the Dantian's Dao platform. And now, Lin Ling's cultivation had already recovered to the peak of the earth spirit realm. A spirit chi seed had appeared in his dantian. This was all thanks to the many treasures in his green ring. The yang spirit fruit was the most helpful. It provided the essence of life and allowed Lin Ling's body to continuously strengthen. In addition, Lin Ling could break through to the earth spirit realm at any time, but he didn't choose to do so because his body hadn't reached the required level. If his cultivation level increased but his body didn't reach the required level, then it would be even more difficult to cultivate in the future. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to leave the Azure Sky sect. After all, the martial arts methods here were no longer suitable for him. The ancient flame demon had already entered a deep slumber in his dantian. When he thought of this, Lin Ling's heart grew cold. When he'd summoned the ancient flame demon again, he'd almost been swallowed by the killing intent and turned into a mindless ancient flame demon. He even knew that if it hadn't been for the ancient flame demon's soul forcefully protecting him, Lin Ling might really have died. The ancient flame demon's body and soul seemed to be separate. One was for slaughter and annihilation, while the other had the intelligence of a human. The mysterious formation in the old tomb was to destroy the ancient flame demon's soul and turn it into a wild beast that only knew how to kill. Then, it would be controlled by others. Now that the ancient flame demon had entered a deep slumber again, this meant that its body could awaken at any time and slaughter the world. I wonder what happened to the soul. Lin Ling was secretly worried. Only the ancient flame demon's soul could intimidate the body. Unfortunately, the soul seemed to have entered a deep slumber. It was severely injured this time, unless he could find a spiritual herb that could recover the soul. In conclusion, with the help of the ancient flame demon's soul, Lin Ling had luckily survived this ordeal. As for the ancient flame demon's body, he didn't dare to summon it again. This was because if he did, no one would be able to save Lin Ling. The only outcome would be death. This also meant that although Lin Ling had the powerful ancient flame demon's body, he couldn't use it in the short term. In fact, the body was a ticking time bomb. The murderous aura has always been hidden in my body. Although it has calmed down, it could erupt at any time. I have to be careful. The previous summoning had paid a terrible price. The surging murderous aura shrouded Lin Ling's body. If it were to erupt, Lin Ling would lose consciousness again and only think of annihilating the world. Moreover, during this period, Lin Ling had also sensed the murderous aura. However, it was suppressed by Lin Ling's strong willpower. This murderous aura was also something that Lin Ling had to deal with. Chirp chirp. Outside the house, Little Flame came back with 2 juicy red fruits in its little paws as it smiled proudly at Lin Ling. Little Flame, where did you go to steal fruits again? Lin Ling smiled helplessly. After taking one of the fruits, Lin Ling ate it and said, after eating, spar with me. Chirp chirp. Little Flame nodded and hugged the apple to eat. It was extremely cute. During this period, Lin Ling had constantly sparred with Little Flame. Little Flame's strength was very strange. Sometimes, he couldn't see through it. That powerful body seemed to have no limit. This made Lin Ling feel that even if he was at his peak, he might not be a match for Little Flame. Chapter 777. Azure Cloud Sect Gathering Rumble. Not long after, in a hidden valley far away from the Azure Cloud Sect, a terrifying battle erupted. Little Flame had transformed into a 5-meter-tall giant red-haired ape. Every move of his was earth-shattering and his strength was incomparably great. On the other hand, Lin Ling used his physical body to resist. He also unleashed the bull demon body strengthening art. Lin Ling's aim in this spar was to find out how much his physical body had improved. Therefore, Lin Ling didn't use any of his martial intent. Bang! Bang! In the valley, the pure strength of a man and an ape collided, causing the ground to crack. At this moment, no one from the Azure Cloud sect was here. Otherwise, it would be shocking. After all, Lin Ling's strength had already surpassed all the geniuses in the nearby area. He was almost comparable to the elders of the sect. Time was like sand in one's hand. If one wanted to hold it tight, it would often slip away from one's hand. Unknowingly, Lin Ling was already 19 years old. Currently, he had completely washed away his immature face. Under his handsome facial features, there was an indescribable calmness. Deep in his eyes, there was a flicker of sharpness. That kind of depth didn't seem to exist in a 19-year-old youth. Lin Ling, the sect bell has rung. All the disciples have gathered. On this day, Wan came to Lin Ling's residence and spoke. Lin Ling's eyes flickered and nodded. In reality, he had already planned to leave to find a more profound physical body cultivation method. In the Azure Cloud sect, he couldn't let go of Wan. Therefore, before he left, he planned to leave a large amount of elixirs for Wan. At least, Wan could become a top genius in the nearby area. Following Wan to the Azure Cloud sect's plaza, a large number of youths were still practicing martial arts, displaying powerful martial arts. After hearing the envious voices of their peers, all of them proudly puffed out their chests. So powerful. Wan stared at the plaza without blinking. Those senior brothers had practiced the sect's martial arts to perfection. On the path of martial arts, the physical body is the key. However, the martial intent is also the foundation. Lin Ling indifferently said. With his insight, he naturally didn't place these martial arts in his eyes. Although these martial arts were strong, they were only used to display one's strength. They couldn't be compared to the rainforest Holy Land, where one cultivated the true meaning of martial arts. True martial intent? What is that? Wanner was curious. She always felt that Lin Ling was more powerful than her teacher. It's a kind of ethereal concept. You can borrow the power of heaven and earth to support yourself. There's the true meaning of fire, the true meaning of water, the true meaning of sword, and so on. If one day you feel that your body has reached its limit, then you can try to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts and develop in this direction. Lin Ling indifferently said, giving Wan pointers on the martial Tao of the rainforest's sacred land. What he didn't know was that just an ordinary sentence would cause a peak Valkyrie to appear in the Water Moon Holy Land in the future. She was a formidable genius that dual cultivated both the mortal body and martial intent. Alright, I got it. Wanner nodded. Lin Ling gently flicked her forehead. To Wanner, he treated her like a little sister. In addition to giving her a large number of dawn, Lin Ling also recorded his martial arts experience in a bamboo slip, preparing to give it to Wanner. You're deceiving junior sister Wanner again. Lin Ling, you've been in the Blue Cloud sect for almost 2 months. You haven't made any progress in your cultivation, but why do you keep deceiving junior sister Wanner? At this time, a sharp voice came from behind. A tall woman walked over, looking at Lin Ling with disdain. She was the daughter of the Blue Cloud sect's great elder. She had an illustrious reputation in the Blue Cloud sect. She was also one of the top geniuses of the Blue Cloud sect. Her name was Kai Xianling. Senior sister, Lin Ling didn't deceive me. Wanner anxiously argued, but Kai Xianling reprimanded her with a glare. The kind Wanner didn't say anything else, but she still believed in Lin Ling in her heart. Lin Ling, you should properly cultivate in the Blue Cloud sect. Why do you keep putting on an act in front of Wanner? Let me tell you, if you continue like this, the Blue Cloud sect won't let you stay. Kai Xianling looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He was too lazy to say anything. The Blue Cloud sect won't let him stay? He had already planned to leave. As for putting on an act, to put it bluntly, in terms of martial arts experience and foundation, even the current Blue Cloud sect master would concede defeat in front of him. After all, the Blue Cloud sect master was only at the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Lin Ling was also at this realm in the past, but he was a Heaven's Chosen. Defeating the Blue Cloud sect master would be easy. The sect master is here. At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice, silencing the entire square. The Blue Cloud sect master and various elders appeared. Their eyes swept across the crowd. The reason why we have gathered all of you here today is because of a grand martial arts event. Currently, there are Heavens Chosen from the sacred ground who are here to provide guidance. They are at the sacred Moon Mountain, so all the sects nearby are planning to attend. Our Blue Cloud sect is the same. Heavens Chosen from the sacred ground? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He guessed that it should be Heavens Chosen from the 7 great martial arts halls in the rainforest sacred ground. The martial arts there were even more powerful. He wondered if he could find a more profound physical body cultivation technique. The crowd was excited. Heavens Chosen were like the children of God to them. They needed to look up to them. Moreover, they had never seen a Heavens Chosen in their lives. However, there are too many people going to the sacred Moon Mountain, so the Blue Cloud sect can't bring all of our disciples. We can only bring 30 at most. The sect master said again, then announced the names one by one. Among them were Wanner and Kai Xianling. They were all top geniuses of the Blue Cloud sect. However, when Lin Ling's name was announced, the square went silent for a moment. Then, a large number of dissatisfied voices could be heard. Lin Ling, that trash is going too? That's too lucky. Sect Master, did you mispronounce his name? Lin Ling is not a genius. My strength has already reached the martial spirit realm. Lin Ling hasn't even reached the first realm of body tempering. He's also a newcomer. What qualifications does he have? Their voices were filled with disdain, like the waves of the sea. Sect Master, Lin Ling shouldn't have the qualifications. He often puts on an act. Don't be fooled by him. As the eldest senior sister, Kai Xianling couldn't help but say. This is my decision. Are you questioning me? The sect master looked at Kai Xianling indifferently and said with a frown. He was the old man who saw Lin Ling's mysterious aura. The reason why he called for Lin Ling was because he felt that Lin Ling had an indescribable feeling. Great Elder. Kai Xianling couldn't help but look at her father. The Great Elder frowned and wanted to say something. However, he remained silent. He also didn't understand why Lin Ling was qualified to go. In his heart, Lin Ling was just a servant and trash. However, this was a small matter. He didn't want to question the sect master because of this. Lin Ling, this is your opportunity. Don't embarrass the Blue Cloud sect on this trip. The Great Elder looked at Lin Ling and scolded angrily. However, Lin Ling's expression was calm. He didn't care at all. This trash is really lucky. Kai Xianling stared at Lin Ling with dissatisfaction. Her eyes were filled with disdain and pride. Chapter 778. Meeting a robber on the way early in the morning of the second day, the group set off. The sect leader and the elders went first while the disciples went in groups of 3 to 5. Lin Ling went with Wanner, but Kai Xianling didn't seem to trust Lin Ling, so she insisted on going with him. Lin Ling, although this trip isn't far, be careful. I'll leave Wanner to you. The sect leader took a deep look at Lin Ling, then smiled. Lin Ling smiled back and nodded. Even if the sect leader didn't say anything, he would protect Wanner. A trash like him wants to protect Wanner? Sect leader, you think too much. At the side, Kai Xianling stared into the distance and mumbled to herself. This made the sect leader frown, but he didn't say anything. He just felt a little unhappy in his heart. This Kai Xianling was the daughter of the great elder, and in addition to her outstanding talent, she didn't seem to put anyone of the same age in her eyes. She was too arrogant and only respected powerful geniuses. If they weren't as strong as her, they were all servants. Lin Ling looked at Kai Xianling calmly. He was in charge of protecting Wanner, and Kai Xianling wasn't under his protection. As for Kai Xianling's arrogance, Lin Ling just didn't like it, but he didn't care. Maybe Kai Xianling thought that Lin Ling was trash, so she didn't care about Lin Ling, but Lin Ling didn't need to explain anything in front of Kai Xianling. The three of them rode on their horses and slowly went towards Moon Saint. It would take them at least 3 days. On the horse, Lin Ling looked into the distance. His mind was very clear. He had been cultivating since he came to Water Moon Holy Land, and this was the first time he went out. The Water Moon Holy Land was slightly different, but Lin Ling couldn't tell what the difference was. Lin Ling, what do you think is different about the warriors outside? As they walked, Wanner asked Lin Ling questions from time to time. She liked talking to Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling seemed to have a lot of knowledge. Lin Ling smiled and slowly began to talk about some of his experiences. Deliberately mystifying things? Have you ever seen a powerful martial artist who can split mountains and seas? He's just a frog at the bottom of a well. Kai Xianling said coldly from time to time. After all, Lin Ling was talking about the battles between the strong, such as the mysteries of the ancient tomb. However, Kai Xianling didn't believe in this at all. With Lin Ling's strength, would he have the chance to encounter such things? Lin Ling glanced at her indifferently, not even bothering to pay attention to her. A day later, the three of them crossed mountains and rivers. Before long, they arrived at a dense forest. Up ahead, there was a huge battle going on. Dozens of people were fighting, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be ordinary civilians who had encountered some bandits. How arrogant! I can't believe he's still doing such a crazy thing when he's so close to Lunar Saint Mountain. Kai Xianling frowned and said coldly. She was about to make a move. Wait, things aren't as simple as they seem. Lin Ling looked at the front indifferently and said softly. His words stunned Kai Xianling for a moment, and the ridicule in her eyes became more intense. People who practice martial arts should help when they see injustice. How can a coward like you talk about martial arts? Some things can't be judged based on the surface. You want to be glorious, but you have to see the situation clearly. Lin Ling frowned. If Wanner wasn't here, he wouldn't have bothered to say anything. Coward! Kai Xianling shouted and ignored Lin Ling. She spurred her horse and rushed forward. Senior sister! Wanner called out worriedly. She also looked at Lin Ling, not understanding why Lin Ling didn't help. However, Lin Ling shook his head. If he could help others with a little effort, Lin Ling wouldn't refuse. However, there were two groups of people fighting in front of them, and there were many things that weren't right. Lin Ling had to be cautious. First, the commoners were dressed strangely. Second, his soul strength had detected that there were many Earth Spirit Realm practitioners among the commoners, but they hadn't made a move yet. They were restraining themselves. Therefore, there must be something fishy going on. When a cultivator walks the world, sometimes impulsiveness will bring a heavy price, and so will showing off. Lin Ling said faintly. Wanner nodded. Compared to her senior sister, she trusted Lin Ling's experience more. Bandit, give me your life. Kai Xianling of the Azure Cloud sect is here. At this moment, Kai Xianling was riding a fine horse, looking valiant. She had the aura of a heroine, and she was also a bit excited. She could easily dominate everything with her powerful martial strength, and then receive everyone's admiration and praise. At some point, she had even imagined how dazzling she would be. After the battle, the commoners would surround her and admire her as if she was the pride of the heavens. After a moment, she charged into the crowd and pounced directly at the bandits. A few of the bandits' eyes revealed a cold light as they were incomparably surprised. They'd seen 3 people pass by earlier, and had guessed that they were sect disciples. One had to know that sect disciples were always wealthy, with all sorts of pills and spirit herbs, as well as martial arts and methods. Therefore, they'd always been the targets of their pillaging. However, sect disciples were all very strong, so they had to set up traps every time they pillaged. At this moment, both sides seemed to be fighting each other, but in reality, the commoners were their people as well. So long as those arrogant genius disciples had the intention of showing off and came to help, then both sides would be able to besiege those genius disciples. This kind of trap had been effective time and time again, and it was the same now. However, they'd seen 3 genius disciples appear, but only one of them had pounced over. "First Master, what do we do?" One of them called out lowly. "Move." The first master could only wave his hand. There'd been a change in the plan, but that was all they could do. "Little girl, you've been fooled. Today, we'll take you back to Shan Fortress and let you have a taste of being ridden by 10,000 people." Everyone revealed a greedy look, including those martial artists who'd shouted for help earlier. "What?" Kai Xianling's beautiful eyes narrowed. She was surrounded by everyone, and those people's gazes were not good. It was as if they could see through her clothes, which made her feel very uncomfortable. She realized that she'd been fooled. Lin Ling was right. Some things weren't as simple as they seemed. Those commoners were actually bandits in disguise. "Catch her!" The bandits around her shouted, which made Kai Xianling a little flustered. At this moment, she suddenly blamed Lin Ling. Lin Ling seemed to have noticed something, but why didn't he stop her? She was resentful, but she didn't expect that Lin Ling hadn't warned her. However, Lin Ling's warning had been met with disdain from her. Moreover, she might not have listened to him. "Lin Ling, it's just as you've guessed. Those bandits aren't as simple as they seem." On the other side, Wan was still riding on her horse. She looked at the scene in front of her and said worriedly. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He wasn't too surprised. When he saw Kai Xianling being surrounded, he frowned slightly. With Wan around, even if he didn't like Kai Xianling, he would still save Kai Xianling for Wan's sake. "Qingyun sect's disciple, with me here, no one can touch you." At this moment, a whistling sound was heard. It was like the cry of an eagle, and it caused the clouds to surge. A figure stepped on the air. His white clothes were like the white clouds in the sky. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked handsome and mighty. A sword pierced through the air. Chapter 779. The Genius by Yunfei, so powerful. The bandits' pupils shrank. They were most afraid of encountering a genius disciple from a school. It was extremely easy for him to fight someone of a higher level. "Who is it?" Kai Xianling's beautiful eyes were also looking forward. Suddenly, a look of excitement appeared in her eyes. In her eyes, the young man who was like a proud son of heaven slaughtered everything and saved her from her nightmare. He was a real young hero, the idol of her dreams. His handsome appearance, his elegant white robes, and his powerful strength, all of these made her heart pound with eagerness. The young man's strength was extremely strong. He was at the early stage of the earth spirit realm. His sword was unpredictable and had the power to split a mountain. With a swing of his sword, heads fell off. The bandits died one by one, leaving only Kai Xianling in front of the forest. At this moment, her heart was trembling. It was as if she and the young man were the only ones left in this world. A swordsman. This was the warrior she admired. It was said that a swordsman was the most ethereal and elegant. Wherever his sword passed, heaven and earth would shake. "Thank you," Kai Xianling said somewhat nervously. "No need. We are all disciples of a school. When we go out, of course we will help each other." The young man calmly withdrew his sword. At the same time, a large number of people also arrived. They were all disciples of a school. At this moment, they looked at the white-clothed young man and said, "Senior Bai Yunfei's sword is still sharp. Aren't you a disciple of the Blue Cloud School?" "We are disciples of the Reliance School," a young man said with a smile. The Reliance School, the Sunset School, and the Blue Cloud School were the most famous martial arts schools in this area. "Bai Yunfei, you are the #1 genius?" Kai Xianling stared at the white-clothed young man. Her heart was beating faster. The #1 genius of the Reliance School, Bai Yunfei. She didn't expect that it would be this proud young man who saved her today. She became even more nervous. Bai Yunfei was handsome and elegant. He was also a swordsman. He was the object of admiration of the girls of the 3 schools. Haha, it's just a false reputation. "Junior sister, you are going to the Moon Saint Mountain, right? Let's go together. If something like before happens again, I can take care of you," Bai Yunfei said with a smile. "Okay." Kai Xianling nodded immediately. She felt extremely lucky to be able to travel together with Bai Yunfei. Then she pointed to the distance. "There's a junior from the Azure Cloud School over there." By now, Lin Ling and Wan had arrived on horseback. Wan Er's appearance was sweet, and her figure was filled with the charm of a woman. The eyes of the Reliance School lit up, but they hid it well. Bai Yunfei gave Wan Er a few more glances. Compared to Kai Xianling, Wan was clearly more feminine. "Earlier, you seemed to be watching with folded arms. As a man, shouldn't a man lend a helping hand when a fellow student is in trouble?" Bai Yunfei looked at Lin Ling again and said softly. Lin Ling chuckled. He didn't even bother to look at Bai Yunfei. "He's cowardly and incompetent. He was already scared out of his wits when we fought the bandits. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have been besieged." Kai Xianling was explaining her previous situation. She did not want Bai Yunfei to think that she was incompetent. "Earlier, I seem to have warned you not to be careless," Lin Ling said with a frown. Kai Xianling's expression froze. Lin Ling had indeed warned her. But at that time, she wanted to shine brightly, so she ignored Lin Ling's words. Now that Lin Ling had said this, she felt somewhat embarrassed. "You warned me because you were afraid. Compared to senior brother Bai Yifei, you're like an ant under the ground," Kai Xianling reprimanded. She could not bear to lose face. Although she knew that she was wrong, she could not swallow the anger in her heart that was being reprimanded by someone who was inferior to her. Lin Ling was very weak. From the beginning, she had looked down on him. So no matter what Lin Ling did, she would not change her position in her heart. "Senior sister, you..." Wan could not help feeling wronged for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had warned Kai Xianling, but she did not listen. Afterwards, she pushed the blame to Lin Ling. Her senior sister was too unruly. "Okay, let's go." Lin Ling did not care at all. His goal was to send Wan Er to Lunar Saint Mountain. Everyone else was like air. "Let's go together. If something happens, you won't be able to protect them," Bai Yunfei said indifferently. His expression was somewhat arrogant and overbearing. "Do as you wish." Lin Ling didn't even bother to look at Bai Yunfei. Lin Ling didn't have a good impression of Bai Yunfei. Bai Yunfei was a very proud and arrogant person. In order to show off in front of others, Bai Yunfei used words to suppress Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling wouldn't even bother to pay attention to an ant like that. "Senior brother, this brat is ignoring you." The several disciples of the Reliance School looked at Lin Ling's back with ugly expressions. "Just a mediocre person. Don't mind him." Bai Yunfei shook his head. He looked at Kai Xianling with a faint smile. This girl was barely passable. On the way to Lunar Saint Mountain, at least he would not be so bored. But compared to the girl called Kai Xianling was still lacking in flavor. But whether that was the case or not, he would know after tasting her. And Kai Xianling were toys for Bai Yunfei to pass the time on the way to Lunar Saint Mountain. If he made a move, these two girls would not be able to escape from the palm of his hand. The other disciples of the Reliance School smiled faintly. They knew that Senior Bai Yunfei was a playboy. How could he be interested in a mere Kai Xianling? Kai Xianling did not know so much. She looked at Bai Yunfei with admiration. "Senior Bai Yunfei, we've made a fool of ourselves. That is a piece of trash from our school. He doesn't even know etiquette. He doesn't even have the qualifications to speak to Senior Bai Yunfei." Then, one after another, the group continued to move forward. It looked like they were moving together, but in reality, they were divided into two groups. Lin Ling and Wan were in front, and Bai Yunfei was behind them. As time went on, Bai Yunfei and Kai Xuanling's relationship seemed to be getting better and better. Senior Bai Yunfei is a swordsman and the #1 genius of the 3 schools. Why don't you talk to him? A young man on a horse came up to her. No need. I'll be with Lin Ling. Smiled and refused. The young man was a little embarrassed. In the end, he left in embarrassment. He was surprised that there was a girl in the 3 schools who did not like Bai Yunfei, but liked to be with a piece of trash. This was too strange. Lin Ling drank lightly. He did not pay attention to the people behind him. After a while, he smiled. Bai Yunfei is a swordsman. You like swordsmen the most. Why don't you get closer to him? I don't know. I always feel that he is a little hypocritical. Although his smile is very beautiful, it seems that he has a purpose. Shook her head. Lin Ling was a little relieved. Although was kind, she was not stupid. At least, she was smarter than Kai Xianling. A long road tests a horse's strength, and a long time reveals a person's heart. Some people are not as simple as they seem. Wan's eyes flashed. Lin Ling's words were philosophical, which made her heart light up. Some things were not as simple as they seemed, just like the bandit incident. Some people were not as simple as they seemed. Was it like Bai Yunfei? Bai Yunfei, the #1 genius of the 3 schools, the most admired person of all the girls. Was he not as gentle and elegant as he seemed? Chapter 780. Acting on occasion. Lin Ling, I got it. Looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Her words carried a deeper meaning, which made Lin Ling stunned for a moment. This little girl seemed to be even more intelligent than he thought. Lin Ling couldn't help but think of the second dream. The second dream was also very intelligent and very shrewd. However, compared to Wan had a more kind and pure feeling. The second dream was very sinister and ambitious. It was as mysterious as the night. The pitiful one was his big brother. Because he was enchanted by the second dream's beauty, he ended up in a terrible state. In the past, Lin Ling wanted to remind Di Shi Tian, but at that time, Di Shi Tian didn't listen at all. Lin Ling wondered how he was doing now. When I return to the sacred land of the rainforest, the second dream, your nightmare, will begin. Lin Ling said to himself coldly in his heart. This hatred, he would definitely take revenge. Along the way, they finally arrived at the area of the sacred Moon Mountain. Everyone found an inn to stay in. At night, the bright moon was like water, illuminating the earth with a pure white color. A beautiful figure walked out of the room. Looking at the full moon in the sky, the corners of her mouth revealed a happy smile. She was Kai Xianling. During this period of time, she and Bai Yunfei were getting closer and closer. Bai Yunfei also liked her very much. On the surface, he adored her very much. This made her feel that she was the happiest woman in the world. After all, Bai Yunfei was the object of admiration of all the young girls in the 3 major schools. However, today she got him. She would make all the girls envy her. Are you going to Bai Yunfei's place? However, after taking a few steps, a soft voice rang out. Kai Xianling frowned. Under the moonlight, she saw a slender figure sitting in the garden, drinking wine indifferently. It was Lin Ling. What does it have to do with you? Kai Xianling said coldly. Did Bai Yunfei say that you will be the only woman in his life? So he asked you to accompany him tonight. Lin Ling's indifferent voice rang out. So what? Bai Yunfei said that I'll be his first woman. After we return to the 3 schools, he'll announce it publicly. Lin Ling, are you jealous? Unfortunately, you're no match for Bai Yunfei. Kai Xianling said proudly. Lin Ling shook his head. I just want to say that Bai Yunfei isn't who you think he is. Maybe everything he did was just a show. Shut up. Don't insult Bai Yunfei. Kai Xianling immediately raised her eyebrows, causing Lin Ling to smile faintly. For the sake of Wan Er's face, that's why I said it. If you don't like it, then pretend I didn't say anything. Also, don't look at this world with your eyes. What you see with your eyes may not be the truth. With that, Lin Ling slowly walked away. A piece of trash like you has the right to speak? Kai Xianling laughed disdainfully and walked towards Bai Yunfei. She believed in her own eyes. Under the bright moon, she walked towards Bai Yunfei with the excitement of a young girl. Step by step, she walked towards Bai Yunfei. In her mind, she was fantasizing that in the next moment, she would become the happiest woman in the world. I'm here. Bai Yunfei was already waiting in front of the door. His white robes fluttered in the wind, making him look even more dashing under the moonlight, causing Kai Xianling's heart to beat faster. Xiaoling, I love you. You're so beautiful today. Bai Yunfei's long hair was tied behind his head, looking handsome and confident. Step by step, he walked towards Kai Xianling. Holding her hand, he slowly walked into the room. Yunfei, I'm a little nervous. Kai Xianling was still more concerned about her reputation, so she was a little nervous. You still don't believe me? I'll make you the happiest woman in the world. Didn't that Lin Ling look down on you? I can teach him a lesson for you at any time. As long as it's your request, I'll do it. Bai Yunfei said with a pause between each word as if he was making an oath of love. In this trip to St. Moon Mountain, I'll also announce our relationship to the world. Yunfei, you're so good. Kai Xianling was moved. Bai Yunfei really did love her. Lin Ling had almost caused her to lose the best man in the world. This Lin Ling was so hateful. Next time, she'd let Lin Ling know how much Bai Yunfei loved her. The two entered the room and slowly closed the door. The lights were turned on, and the 2 figures hugged each other quietly. Gradually, the sound of clothes slipping off could be heard, and the soft voices of a man and a woman could be heard in the room. Far away, Lin Ling was already cultivating. To him, Kai Xianling was just a passerby. He only cared about Wan Er. The night passed quietly. At dawn, everyone in the inn woke up. They packed their luggage and set off again. This place was already at the foot of St. Moon Mountain. Lin Ling walked out with his horse. Looking at the ancient mountain in front of him, his eyes were shining constantly. Last night, he had unknowingly broken through to the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm and recovered to the early stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. He was only one realm away from the early stage of the Emperor Spirit realm. Lin Ling was a little dissatisfied with such a fast recovery speed. After all, his physical body hadn't improved. Now that his realm had improved, it would be even harder to increase the strength of his physical body. Therefore, the need for a more advanced physical body cultivation technique was imminent. "What's the matter, Lin Ling?" Wan was next to him. She also walked over with her horse. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. "It's nothing. Let's go up the mountain." Leading their horses forward, the two ignored the disciples of the Reliance school. At this time, a large number of people came out from the inn. It was the disciples of the Reliance school. At the head of the group was Bai Yunfei. At the moment, he was in high spirits. It was no wonder that so many women admired him. "It's Bai Yunfei." There were already many disciples of the other schools in the inn. They were all going to St. Moon Mountain, and when they saw Bai Yunfei, many of them narrowed their eyes. As expected, the number one genius of the three schools, Bai Yunfei, was also coming to St. Moon Mountain. It seemed that the St. Moon Mountain was a gathering of geniuses. "Yunfei, wait for me." At this time, the voice of a young woman could be heard from the inn. Kai Xianling quickly ran up to Bai Yunfei. Feeling the gazes of everyone around her, she quietly wrapped her hand around Bai Yunfei's arm with a proud smile on her face. With so many people watching, Kai Xianling would let them know that she, Kai Xianling, had already obtained Bai Yunfei. She was the happiest woman in the world. Aside from looking at everyone else, her eyes were also looking at Lin Ling and Wan, as if she was showing off. In the distance, Lin Ling shook his head. He didn't care at all. Wanner's beautiful eyes narrowed. She was incomparably surprised. She then looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. "Your senior sister, in order to obtain the envy of the entire world, has sacrificed herself." Wanner's body trembled. She understood what he meant, but she didn't think that her senior sister would give up her virginity for the sake of glory. "Unfortunately, the truth isn't as simple as it seems," Lin Ling said again. At this moment, the disciples of the three schools were all staring at Bai Yunfei in shock. They didn't think that the number one genius, the proud son of heaven, Bai Yunfei, would have a partner. This would break the hearts of countless young women. "Let go! Let go!" At this time, Bai Yunfei shouted. He didn't think that Kai Xianling would suddenly wrap her arms around his arm. "Yunfei, you!" Exclamation point. Kai Xianling was surprised. Bai Yunfei's attitude was different from last night. "Merry Christmas. Thank you for the gift. I love reading." "Thank you, my dearest father." Chapter 781. One word, get lost. Doing such a thing in front of so many people is a disgrace. "I absolutely cannot do it," Bai Yunfei said indifferently, causing Kai Xianling to unwillingly withdraw her hand. Bai Yunfei looked ahead and then slowly walked forward. As for the Reliance school behind him, they sneered. As expected of senior Bai Yunfei, a girl had given herself to him so quickly. Bai Yunfei was the number one prodigy. How could he be tied up by a girl? His next target should be Wan. Bai Yunfei was not only strong, but also dissolute. What he liked most was to conquer girls. As juniors, they already knew this. Junior Wan, we're about to arrive at St. Moon Mountain. There will be prodigies coming. If you like prodigies, I can recommend you, Bai Yunfei said as he caught up to Wan. Wan was a girl with a unique taste. Her rejection made Bai Yunfei's heart itch. He had to conquer this girl no matter what. As for Kai Xianling, Bai Yunfei didn't feel anything after he conquered her. Yunfei. Behind him, Kai Xianling's eyes narrowed. Bai Yunfei, who loved her the most, had not only rejected her today, but also took the initiative to talk to her junior. Suddenly, she remembered what Lin Ling had said last night. Could it be that all of this was just an act? Impossible, this was fake. She hurried over to him, causing Bai Yunfei to furrow his eyebrows. This woman was very annoying. We've known each other for a while, but I don't like being tied down by others. I'm an eagle in the sky, so how can I be tied down by an ordinary woman? Xiaoling, you should look at yourself clearly. I'm not someone you can match. Tap tap tap. Kai Xuanling's face turned pale. She took 3 steps back in shock. Was everything last night a dream? She couldn't help but look at Lin Ling. She saw that Lin Ling's face was calm as if he had known everything. Lin Ling had seen through Bai Yunfei and reminded her, but she was still immersed in it. She felt that she was extremely stupid. For a moment, she couldn't say anything. All of this was very ironic. Today, she wanted to proudly tell Lin Ling that Lin Ling's words last night were laughable. She wanted to show off, but now, she was the laughable one. My brother is one of the geniuses here today. If you're interested, I can introduce him to you. Bai Yunfei smiled. The crowd was shocked. Bai Yunfei's brother was a prodigy? Every single one of these geniuses came from the Water Moon Holy Land. Every single one of them was a child of God. They were the type of people that they would look up to in their entire lives. But to think that such a proud person would be Bai Yunfei's brother. The disciples of the Pan Mountain School smiled. Naturally, they knew of Bai Yunfei's background. Previously, Kai Xianling had wanted to pester Bai Yunfei, but now that Bai Yunfei had accompanied her for a night, it was already a reward for her. But now that Kai Xianling had been taken advantage of, would she dare to challenge Bai Yunfei even if she wanted to take back what she had? I wonder if Senior Bai Yunfei is tired of playing with her. I wonder if we can take advantage of that girl. A disciple looked at Kai Xianling greedily. Kai Xuanling's body trembled. She realized that everyone was looking at her with mocking eyes. She was a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. What do you think? Bai Yunfei ignored Kai Xianling and looked at Wan was different from Kai Xianling. She should be pursuing greater strength. Therefore, Bai Yunfei was confident that as long as he said that he was a prodigy, Wan would give him a chance. At that time, he would have a way to get Wan. Sorry, I'm not interested in being a prodigy. However, Wan's eyes turned cold. She already knew everything. Bai Yunfei had used his title as the #1 genius to toy with her senior. That was why Wan felt nothing but disgust towards him. If not for the fact that he was so strong and had such a powerful background, she would have definitely taken revenge for her senior. This man was very ugly. What? Bai Yunfei's eyes grew cold. He had already invited Wan twice in a row, but she had refused both times. This made him somewhat dissatisfied. After all, in the 3 schools, no one had ever refused him when he invited a girl to join him. Am I not clear enough? I'm not interested. Also, I feel disgusted when I see you. Wan said coldly. It seems that you don't know who you are, and you don't know who I am. Bai Yunfei's face became even colder. Even the sword at his waist made a sound like a dragon's roar, which made the hearts of the surrounding people tremble. The momentum of the #1 genius was so terrifying. Wan was not as strong as Bai Yunfei. She took a step back and frowned. I say, aren't you too thick-skinned? You're using force when you can't use soft methods? At this moment, a cold voice was heard. The eyes of the crowd narrowed. They looked over and found that it was the young man who came with Wan. That young man looked ordinary, so the crowd ignored him from the beginning. They even thought that he was Wan's servant. But now, this young man dared to talk to Bai Yunfei. How dare he? Lin Ling. Wan took a step back again and stood behind Lin Ling. Although many people thought that Lin Ling was trash, they felt that standing behind Lin Ling gave them a sense of security. "Are you talking to me?" Bai Yunfei said word by word. Being rejected by Wan was one thing, but even a young man dared to talk to him. This made him slowly pull out his sword. "Speak. I'll see what else you can say. Are you impulsive or reckless? Or do you want to apologize for what happened before? Speak. Let's see if I can take back my sword." Obviously, he thought that Lin Ling dared to talk to him before because he was impulsive. Now he wanted Lin Ling to calm down. Let's see if Lin Ling still dared to talk. Senior Bai Yunfei is angry. Many people said secretly, especially the disciples of the Reliance School. They smiled mockingly. It seemed that Lin Ling did not know that he was provoking the number one genius of the three schools. Get lost. However, when everyone was thinking, a cold voice rang out again, making everyone stare. Senior Bai Yunfei gave Lin Ling a chance to say one more word to see if Bai Yunfei would take back his sword or feel better. However, Lin Ling only said one word. Get lost. How arrogant. Even Wan Er's beautiful eyes were wide open. Lin Ling had always been low-key and silent, but this was the first time she saw Lin Ling show a strong attitude. You're courting death. Bai Yunfei's sword flashed. It was like an eagle in the sky with the air of a king. That sword was extremely elegant. Bai Yunfei was not only the number one genius of the three schools, but also an enviable swordsman. In the Water Moon Holy Land, because they did not practice martial arts, most of the warriors were good at fist techniques. Warriors who could use swords were very rare. Those who could use swords were even rarer. They were superior to others. And Bai Yunfei was a respected swordsman. Whoosh! A sword slashed. The sword light was like snow, making the eyes of the crowd dreamy. What a gorgeous sword! Chapter 782. How ironic. That young man was too arrogant. Now he was going to pay a terrible price. The sword appeared in front of Lin Ling in an instant as if it had pierced through the air. This made Wan Er even more nervous. However, at this moment, Lin Ling made a suction force with his right hand. An ordinary tree branch next to his feet flew into his hand. Holding it in his hand as if he was holding a big sword, a powerful aura and power burst out. The tree branch swept out like a sword. Clang! Bai Yunfei's sword was cut open. The tree branch showed its sharpness and cut Bai Yunfei's neck again. This made Bai Yunfei stop in his tracks. His eyes were wide open as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. The moment you drew your sword, your time of death has come. Lin Ling said indifferently. He threw away the tree branch in his hand, took Wan Er, and led the horse forward slowly. Bai Yunfei was the number one genius of the three schools, but he was only at the early stage of the Earth Spirit realm. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling did not know how many opponents like him had been killed by him. He had just disdained to do it before. However, Bai Yunfei was too arrogant. How dare he try to kill Wan Er? That Bai Yunfei was courting death. He was not qualified to play with a sword in front of Lin Ling. Chi! Under everyone's shocked eyes, blood spurted out from Bai Yunfei's neck. His eyes were wide open. Then he fell down on his back. He had never thought that the number one genius of the three schools, who had a bright future and was looked up to by countless people of the same age, would die here today. This was all like a dream. Pa! At the same time, Bai Yunfei's cloud rune sword shattered like glass. The sword shattered. Silence. There was a deathly silence in front of the inn. The crowd opened their eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. The number one genius of the three schools had been killed in one move. The title of number one genius had become a joke. Moreover, Bai Yunfei used a sword, but that unknown young man had used a tree branch instead of a sword. Not only had he killed Bai Yunfei, he had also used the tree branch to break Bai Yunfei's sword. Number 1 swordsman? This was all very ironic. Swordsman, he is actually a swordsman. Kai Xuanling's delicate body trembled. She had always admired Bai Yunfei and thought he was the number 1 swordsman, the most dazzling genius. But now, it was clear what a sword was. Lin Ling's sword was the most terrifying. The funny thing was, such a powerful genius had been hiding by her side, but she had unexpectedly not known. Instead, she had looked up at Bai Yunfei. Suddenly, she recalled everything that had happened after she left the Azure Cloud School, the bandit's trap, Bai Yunfei's playfulness, and now the killing with one sword strike. Only then did she realize that she had always misjudged Lin Ling. Lin Ling was even more terrifying than she had imagined. We're screwed. That young man killed Bai Yunfei. If Bai Yunfei's brother finds out, he'll definitely be furious. Maybe even our 3 schools will be implicated. The disciples of the Pan Mountain sect started to panic. The crowd's pupils constricted. That disciple of the Qingyun sect had offended a heaven's chosen. On the road to Mount St. Moon, Lin Ling and Wan continued on their way. To him, everyone else was just a passerby, and Wan was the most important. As for Bai Yunfei, it didn't matter who he was. If he dared to make a move on Wan, then he would die. Wan was also Lin Ling's benefactor, so Lin Ling wouldn't let anything happen to her. Lin Ling, your strength. Wan was shocked. Looking at the young man leading the way, she felt like she was in a dream. The young man's appearance was unremarkable. He wore a long robe, his steps were steady, and his back was slender. But at this moment, she realized that this young man was like a hidden genius. That dazzling light had always been hidden in his body. I'm even stronger than Bai Yunfei. Lin Ling turned his head back and laughed. There was no pride in his expression. Killing Bai Yunfei was a normal thing to him. You're so strong. Wan Er's heart was beating violently. Looking at Lin Ling, her eyes were full of vigor and even a little girl's shyness. At the peak of Mount St. Moon, there was a surging crowd. Aside from the top geniuses of the 3 schools, all the strong cultivators from thousands of miles away had arrived. They were all very excited. After all, they were about to see a legendary Heaven's Chosen. And if they were lucky, they would be able to receive guidance from a Heaven's Chosen. Even their headmaster would benefit greatly. They'd heard that there were 2 geniuses here today, a man and a woman. According to their sources, the woman was more dazzling and powerful than the man. She was even more powerful than the man. Of course, no matter who they were, as long as they were a Heaven's Chosen, they would be above them. Lin Ling, Wan you're here. Everyone from the Azure Cloud School had gathered. Seeing Lin Ling and Wan arrive, the headmaster couldn't help but feel relieved. Then the headmaster told them that when the Heaven's Chosen appeared, they must not be negligent. They must be respectful and not offend the Heaven's Chosen. Wan and all the other disciples were in awe of the Heaven's Chosen and immediately nodded. But Lin Ling didn't care at all. Heaven's Chosen? He also wanted to see how amazing the Heaven's Chosen of the Water Moon Holy Land were. More and more people came to the square. Everyone was looking forward to it and excited. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, shocking the entire square into silence. Senior Bai Yunfei has been killed by a disciple of the Azure Cloud School. What? Everyone's hearts trembled fiercely. Bai Yunfei, the number 1 genius of the 3 schools, had been killed by a disciple of the Azure Cloud School? Could it be that the disciple of the Azure Cloud School was the number 1 genius of the 3 schools? Not good. Bai Yunfei is the younger brother of the Heaven's Chosen who's coming today. He's dead. How can we explain this to the Heaven's Chosen? The pupils of the headmaster and elders of the Reliance School were all focused. Only they knew Bai Yunfei's true origins. In the Reliance School, Bai Yunfei's status was only second to the headmaster. All of the cultivation resources were provided to him in an endless stream. This was why Bai Yunfei was the #1 genius. But now, Bai Yunfei was dead. This had provoked the wrath of the heavens. Numerous gazes were directed towards the Azure Cloud sect, causing the expression of the Azure Cloud sect leader to change drastically. They had caused a huge disaster. Who is it? An elder of the Reliance school shouted coldly. He strode over with a murderous look on his face. Today, all of you from the Azure Cloud school will die. Even if you hand over the murderer, you won't be able to quench the Heaven's Chosen's anger. He was furious because Bai Yunfei was dead. The Heaven's Chosen would definitely vent his anger on them. So he killed a disciple of the Azure Cloud school with one palm strike. The crowd was shocked. The Reliance school was arrogant. Elder Chen, you killed a disciple of our school without knowing right from wrong. Do you want to start a war between the two schools? The headmaster of the Azure Cloud school shouted angrily. The other side was too overbearing. In the past, the Azure Cloud school was ranked behind the 3 schools. But if they really fought, the Azure Cloud school didn't have to fear the Reliance school. So the Reliance school usually didn't dare to be so arrogant. But today, the other side didn't seem to fear anything. Can your Azure Cloud school afford the wrath of the Heaven's Chosen? Chapter 783. A frivolous figure, is the Reliance school so unreasonable? Bai Yunfei was killed because they wanted to kill us. At this moment, Wan stepped forward. Not fearing the crowd, she glared coldly at the elder from the Reliance school. After all, Bai Yunfei had been rejected by her, so he used his sword to kill her. After that, he was killed by Lin Ling. How could she blame anyone else? Could she and the others just watch Bai Yunfei do whatever he wanted? They wanted to kill you, so you let them kill you. What's more, this matter came from your mouths. Who knows if it's true or not? Maybe you wanted to seduce Bai Yunfei and failed, so you became angry out of humiliation and plotted to kill him. The elder said angrily. Now that things had come to this, someone had to come out and be the scapegoat to appease the prodigy. Therefore, he put the blame on the Azure Cloud school. I didn't. Wan anxiously refuted. Wan, you don't have to explain. Bai Yunfei was killed by you and Lin Ling. You were jealous that Bai Yunfei was with me, so you held a grudge against him. That's why you killed the elder of the Reliance school. As soon as Wan finished refuting, a sinister voice rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that the speaker was Kai Xianling. At this moment, Kai Xianling was staring coldly at Wan. Her beautiful eyes were full of resentment. In fact, she also knew that Bai Yunfei was courting death, but she was not reconciled. Bai Yunfei had abandoned her and pursued Wan instead. This made her very jealous. Moreover, she still felt that Bai Yunfei loved her. It was just that Wan appeared and charmed Bai Yunfei, causing him to be obsessed for a while. But in the end, she was confident that with her own efforts, she would be able to get Bai Yunfei. And with Bai Yunfei, she had everything, but now she had lost it all. Therefore, she was not reconciled. She wanted Wan to die. She wanted Lin Ling to die. Previously, Lin Ling did not say anything to her, but she could feel that Lin Ling's eyes were full of disdain and pity for her. In addition, Lin Ling was the #1 genius, but he had never liked her. All these things made her even more unwilling. Now, she wanted to see who was the pitiful one. Senior sister, you. Wan looked at Kai Xianling absent-mindedly as if she could not believe everything in front of her. Some people in the crowd knew that Kai Xianling was slandering Wan and Lin Ling. Because of jealousy, Kai Xianling seemed to have a twisted mind. But they did not dare to speak out. After all, the Reliance school to find a scapegoat to appease the prodigy. Therefore, if they came out to speak, they would be inviting trouble. As expected, you're all going to die," shouted the elder furiously. Kai Xuanling's eyes turned cold as she said, "Kill them all." The disciples of the Blue Cloud sect were nervous. They had become the enemy of everyone in the square. The Reliant sect elders wanted to kill them, but the Blue Cloud sect leader and the others didn't dare to say anything. They feared the chosen. "Wan, you don't have to explain. Right or wrong is in the human heart. Sometimes, people are selfish. They only think for themselves. So, when dealing with such people, there's no need to talk too much. Why don't you?" Just then, a calm voice sounded. Lin Ling walked out slowly and came to Wan, who was crying unjustly. Wan nodded. The sense of security in her heart grew stronger. Lin Ling looked at the elder of the Reliant school indifferently. He waved his right hand and used the tyrannical song sword for the first time since he came to the Water Moon Holy Land. His arrogant figure appeared again. "Explain. Kill." Swish. The sword light flashed like a crescent moon across the crowd's eyes. The elder of the Reliant school narrowed his eyes. His head exploded. Flames appeared on his body. He was killed by the sword. Yes, the Reliant school wanted to use the people of the Blue Cloud school as scapegoats. No matter how they tried to explain, it was useless. In fact, it was power that represented everything. Bai Yunfei was wrong first. But the crowd thought he was right because he had a powerful brother. So, Lin Ling told them that he, Lin Ling, was the master of right and wrong. Because he had the power to surpass everything. "You killed our elder." Someone from the Reliant school shouted in the distance. Swish. The flaming sword slashed out again. The elder pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded him. But in the next moment, he could not say anything because he was also dead. Another elder had fallen. Only now did the crowd realize that Lin Ling of the Blue Cloud School was terrifyingly powerful. Killing an elder was as easy as chopping vegetables. Moreover, Lin Ling was arrogant. It seemed there was nothing he did not dare to do. For a moment, the people of the Reliant School did not dare to say anything. What a powerful genius. He was more than twice as powerful as Bai Yunfei. Had he reached the heavenly spirit stage? The faces of the people of the Blue Cloud School were also stiff. They could not believe what they had seen. Lin Ling, the trash of the Blue Cloud School, had not made any progress in cultivation for several months. He was the most inconspicuous existence. But now, was he still the most inconspicuous existence? This dazzling light was enough to shock the world. A young man not even 20 years old was able to kill an elder. Who in the three schools could do this? If you want to condemn someone, you can easily find a pretext. Therefore, I will use my sword to solve everything. Ignoring the silence in the square, Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone looked at him. They found that the young man was standing there like a pine tree. He was as elegant as the clouds and as arrogant as a mountain peak. His domineering aura was completely different from before. "You're dead. Earlier, you had the Reliant sect kill a few people from the Blue Cloud sect. That was enough to quench the Reliant sect's anger. But now, you've killed them. Do you want the entire Blue Cloud sect to be buried with them?" The first elder of the Blue Cloud School shouted angrily. The disciples of the Blue Cloud School were relieved that they would not be killed by the elder of the Reliant School. "Lin Ling, it's good that you suffered alone. Now you've implicated the entire Blue Cloud School." Kai Xianling also said angrily. In the current situation, even if she wanted to stay out of it, it seemed impossible. The entire Blue Cloud School had been implicated by Lin Ling. Before, they had only sacrificed Wan, and a few other disciples. "You're despicable." Lin Ling slowly turned around and coldly looked at Kai Xianling. Kai Xuanling's delicate body trembled. Lin Ling's eyes were so cold. I used my sword not only to defend right and wrong, but also to save the disciples of the Blue Cloud School. Now, you say that I implicated you. The indifferent voice made the hearts of the disciples of the Blue Cloud School tremble. Yes, Lin Ling had saved them, but the first elder blamed Lin Ling. I know you saved them, but sometimes saving people is harming them. The first elder looked coldly at Lin Ling and then said to the sect leader, in my opinion, Lin Ling should be the one to blame. What he did has nothing to do with the Blue Cloud School. Only then can we live. So ugly. The pupils of the Blue Cloud School's disciples constricted. The first elder was burning the bridge after crossing the river. The sect leader of the Blue Cloud School also frowned. When the Reliant School had killed the disciples of the Blue Cloud School, the first elder was afraid of the geniuses, so he did not dare to take action. But Lin Ling took action, so the Reliant School did not dare to be arrogant. But the first elder took action against Lin Ling. Chapter 784. The arrival of the genius, my father is right. Kai Xianling said coldly. It seemed that with the support of the great elder, she was not so afraid of Lin Ling. She then looked at Lin Ling and said, Lin Ling, destroy your own cultivation so that we don't have to fight. Damn! Very sinister. At this moment, even the sect leader of the Blue Cloud sect frowned. For the first time, he felt that Kai Xianling was very disgusting. Xiao. At this moment, a flame shot out like a meteor and fell on the great elder of the Blue Cloud sect. It instantly engulfed him, causing him to cry out in pain. He fell to the ground and rolled around. A moment later, he stopped breathing. This happened so fast that the crowd did not even have time to react. However, they were staring at Lin Ling because it was Lin Ling who attacked. The great elder of the Blue Cloud sect? You don't seem to know your own strength. Lin Ling's face was indifferent as he spat out a sentence coldly. The great elder wanted to harm Lin Ling and had always thought of Lin Ling as a weak disciple of the Blue Cloud sect. However, he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling was able to kill the Reliant sect's elder. His strength was naturally incomparably terrifying. The great elder wanted Lin Ling to destroy his own cultivation. Wasn't that courting death? Now, your backer is gone. Lin Ling looked at Kai Xianling and said. Kai Xianling's eyes widened. Her father had died in front of her eyes. She wanted to use her father's prestige to make Lin Ling regret offending her. However, her most powerful backer could not withstand a single blow from Lin Ling and was easily killed. Everyone in the Blue Cloud sect was silent. Even the sect leader was the same. Lin Ling's strength seemed to be unfathomable. Sect leader, today I will repay the debt of saving my life. From now on, I will leave the Blue Cloud sect. Lin Ling looked at the old man and bowed. The old man and Wan had saved him before, so he had to take responsibility for everything today. He would take responsibility for what he had done and would not implicate the Qingyun sect. Lin Ling, you. Qingyun sect leader said anxiously, feeling as if he had missed something. Everyone from the Qingyun sect had mixed feelings. Lin Ling seemed to have decided everything. Everyone who had been so aggressive just now didn't dare to say anything. Lin Ling dominated everything. However, at this moment, a thunderous voice rang out. The earth trembled as if an ancient giant beast was strolling over. Who killed my younger brother? His voice was like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. A thought appeared in their minds, the genius had arrived. An enormous aura shook the entire square. A tall and sturdy figure appeared before everyone's eyes, striding forward like a dragon and tiger. This person was nearly 2 meters tall and wore a black chosen's robe. His exposed muscles were thicker than a normal person's thighs and filled with terrifying strength. He stood there calmly, like a mountain that one could only look up to. Clearly, this person's physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of perfection. By Yun Zhan. Everyone from the Reliance sect bowed. This young man was the chosen who had been cultivating in the martial arts hall. He was the one they had to respect and look up to. Bang! Bai Yunzhan took a step forward, his aura vast and mighty. The various sect leaders could sense that he was only at the peak of the king's spirit realm, but his strength had surpassed the early stage of the emperor's spirit realm. This meant that he was stronger than all the sect leaders present. Of course, this was normal. The chosen had always surpassed their opponents. Who killed my younger brother? Bai Yunzhan's cold eyes swept across the crowd. No one dared to look him in the eye. It's him. It has nothing to do with us. At this moment, Kai Xianling pointed at Lin Ling with hatred. Lin Ling had destroyed everything she had. First, it was Bai Yunfei. Then, it was her father. Now, she had no one to rely on. In the future, she could not be arrogant. Therefore, she wanted to see Lin Ling die. Lin Ling's strength was mysterious and terrifying, but how could he be a match for a chosen? In fact, this was the first time he had seen a chosen in his life. It's you? You're ignorant. Bai Yunzhan's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he stared coldly at Lin Ling. This guy was ignorant. He knew that Bai Yunfei was his younger brother, but he still dared to kill him. Did this young man not know the value of life? Why did he have to provoke him? Many people looked at Lin Ling. They understood Bai Yunzhan's words, and even agreed with them. Lin Ling was indeed ignorant. He had killed the number one chosen, Bai Yunfei. In truth, he had dug his own grave. Unfortunately, such an outstanding talent had to die at Sacred Moon Mountain. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with a complex expression. Some were gloating, some were sighing, and some were sneering. Lin Ling quietly stood there. One man, one sword. His robes fluttered in the wind. He was as calm as the clouds in the sky, extremely natural. Your strength cannot be considered a true chosen of heaven. Lin Ling's calm voice floated out from his mouth. He had defeated a massive number of chosen of heaven at the Rainforest Holy Land. He thought that the chosen of Water Moon Holy Land would be even stronger, but today he was disappointed. This chosen of heaven was only at the heavenly spirit realm. In the seven profound martial house, this was at best a moon guard disciple. You're talking about me? Bai Yunzhan was stunned for a moment, and then he wildly laughed. This chosen of heaven was a dead man, and he had clearly seen his strength. He was only at the early king's spirit realm. Such a person dared to question him? I'm talking about you. Your strength has not reached the standard of a true chosen of heaven. Lin Ling said again. His tone was incomparably calm, without joy or sorrow. Bai Yunzhan finally frowned. This chosen of heaven was unknown, but too natural. His eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. Not only that, but this was true contempt. A chosen of heaven is not something that you can understand. A chosen of heaven represents a genius with a firm heart of martial arts. They represent a genius with an outstanding talent. They are the children of heaven. You have never faced a chosen of heaven, so you do not know how terrifying they are. But you will soon understand. Bai Yunzhan lightly said. An ethereal aura spread out, and his body seemed to grow even larger. Pang pang pang. The earth seemed to be unable to bear his weight. Layer upon layer of earth caved in, causing many people to gasp. The strength of this mortal body was beyond their imagination. Interesting. He is indeed stronger than the leaders of the three sects. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. The martial arts of the Water Moon Holy Land was indeed different. It was actually a combination of spiritual energy and strength. That young man seemed to have cultivated his body's cells to be incomparably sturdy. Of course, Lin Ling was only surprised, but he still did not take it seriously. Pang! Bai Yunzhan stepped on the ground and rushed towards Lin Ling like a siege car. An illusion of 3 heads and 6 arms appeared around his body, but in reality, it was not an illusion, but a real 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 kings go to battle. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura erupted. The 6 fists merged together like an awl and rushed towards Lin Ling. There was no doubt that the power was strong. It was an attack of pure strength. Some weaker people even felt their legs go soft and fell to the ground. This was the first time they had seen the strength of a chosen of heaven, and it was indeed terrifying. Lin Ling still stood there quietly without moving. He gently picked up the tyrannical song sword in his right hand and slowly drew a beautiful trajectory. Then, he held the sword with both hands. A majestic aura of sharpness flashed. The light only appeared for a moment before it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 785. Dominating everything inside his body, his powerful physical strength and sword intent fused together. In addition, the killing intent hidden in his body quietly condensed, causing Lin Ling's sword to be different from before. At the same time, Bai Yunzhan's terrifying fist arrived, but Lin Ling heavily slashed out. Heavy kill. It was a collision of strength between an early King Spirit Realm cultivator and a peak King Spirit Realm cultivator. Of course, there was also the sword intent. Boom! An explosion sounded. Under countless shocked gazes, Bai Yunzhan's body flew backwards, blood spurting out from his arm. His arm had been cut off. Although Lin Ling's realm was lower than his, Lin Ling's demon ox body fortification technique had been trained to the peak. Moreover, Lin Ling had used sword intent, which was different from before. It contained the killing intent hidden in Lin Ling's body. This sword was Lin Ling's new sword, and it was incomparably terrifying. It had reached 70% sword intent. How could Bai Yunzhan block it? Ah! In the distance, Bai Yunzhan let out a painful howl, holding his arm and rolling on the ground. The crowd's hearts trembled fiercely. Was this fake? A dignified genius, an expert they had to forever look up to, actually had his arm cut off in one move. That sword was terrifying. You say I don't understand geniuses? But you're so weak, are you worthy of being called a genius? Lin Ling's expression was indifferent as he looked indifferently at the distant Bai Yunzhan. Many people even forgot to breathe. A genius who couldn't block a single sword. Was this really a genius? And Lin Ling, a disciple of the Azure Cloud School, had killed Bai Yunfei, an elder of the Azure Cloud School, and cut off Bai Yunzhan's arm in one move. In front of Lin Ling, Bai Yunzhan was a proud genius. This was laughable. He wasn't worthy at all. The crowd thought in shock. A genius who had been waiting for half a day had become a stray dog. This was very disappointing. Could it be that all of this was like Lin Ling said, your strength isn't a true genius? In the silent square, everyone looked at the youth as if he was the one in charge of everything. Lost, they've all lost. Kai Xianling laughed. She did not know why she was laughing either. She just felt that all the people she relied on had been destroyed by Lin Ling, Bai Yunfei, her father, and even the heavens chosen. She did not expect that there was an existence even more terrifying than the heavens chosen by her side. The funny thing was that she had always thought that Lin Ling was a good-for-nothing. Even though Lin Ling had reminded her many times, she had always thought that Lin Ling was too weak. Therefore, she had never taken him seriously. And now, was Lin Ling still weak? That was a powerful strength that she had to look up to and even worship. The people of the Qingyun sect, including the sect leader, were all shocked as they looked at the frivolous and unruly figure. That figure overlapped with the Lin Ling in their memories, making them feel as if they were seeing Lin Ling for the first time. Was that the youth who was accidentally saved by the Qingyun sect? And that was the most inconspicuous existence in the Blue Cloud sect? Was that the young man who lived in seclusion and was treated as a servant by the Qingyun sect? All of this was, in fact, like a dream. My arm. At this moment, on the ground, Bai Yunzhan's face was incomparably ferocious. He had already cultivated his body's cells to the level of 100,000, but how could he not block that sword? In the past, he had tried before. With a punch, his opponent's sword would break and he would die. But now, he had failed. What was so special about that youth's sword? I don't understand the prodigy you're talking about. Prodigies represent geniuses with a firm martial heart. They represent geniuses with outstanding talent. They are the children of the heavens. But true prodigies don't bully the weak and flaunt their strength. You think you're strong, and you treat others like ants. Is this your martial heart? Lin Ling stepped forward and said indifferently. You. On the ground, Bai Yunzhan's face became even more ferocious. Your so-called heavens chosen is just arrogance in front of the weak. In front of a true heavens chosen, you're nothing. If you're not convinced, you can say it. How many heavens chosen have you defeated who are stronger than you? Lin Ling said again. These words made Bai Yunzhan's face even more unsightly. He was a prodigy, but now he was being humiliated in front of everyone. After all, Lin Ling was at the early stage of the King's Spirit Realm, while he was at the peak of the King's Spirit Realm. But he had lost. Did he have the right to be proud? Moreover, true prodigies challenged those above their level and faced difficulties head-on. They were not like Bai Yunzhan, who only showed off his superiority in front of weaker cultivators. You dare talk about me? I'll kill you. Bai Yunzhan roared in anger. Lin Ling had hit his sore spot. In the Water Moon Holy Land, he didn't dare to be arrogant because his talent was powerful, but other people's talent was more powerful than his. Therefore, he didn't dare to challenge the geniuses who were stronger than him. He only dared to enjoy the feeling of superiority over the weak. Kill me? Don't think that just because you come from a powerful martial arts hall that I don't dare to touch you. I've killed many people like you who have extraordinary backgrounds but are arrogant. However, Bai Yunzhan's threat caused Lin Ling's eyes to turn cold. He slowly raised the sword in his hand. Lin Ling wanted to kill Bai Yunzhan. The crowd's hearts trembled. Bai Yunzhan came from the Water Moon Holy Land's martial arts hall. His background was terrifying, but Lin Ling still dared to kill him? In reality, they didn't know that in the Rainforest Holy Land, Lin Ling had killed even the most powerful prodigies. So, how could he not dare? As long as Bai Yunzhan dared to reveal killing intent, Lin Ling would not show mercy. You want to kill me? Bai Yunzhan glared at Lin Ling. However, from Lin Ling's eyes, he saw a trace of fearlessness and determination. It was as if Lin Ling's killing intent was not an act. He had indeed killed many prodigies in the past. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Who was this youth? Bai Yunzhan's heart violently pounded. For the first time, he felt fear. For the first time, he felt that the youth in front of him was a true prodigy. Wait, I was wrong. Please be merciful. Bai Yunzhan shouted anxiously. He had no choice but to shout. Although his pride was violated and he wanted to kill Lin Ling, he was also a human being. He also cherished his own life. This was human nature. Bai Yunzhan begging for mercy? The crowd was even more shocked. A prodigy was begging for mercy? However, Lin Ling's sword was still raised. He was unprecedentedly determined. He had decided to attack. Naturally, he would not change his mind because of Bai Yunzhan's words. Moreover, he did not trust Bai Yunzhan. Of course, the reason why he revealed killing intent was because of the enormous killing intent in his body. That killing intent was left in him by the ancient flame devil. Swoosh! The sword light was like water. It was so bright, like the moon flying across the sky. However, it was also majestic and invincible. No! Bai Yunzhan roared. He finally understood why this sword was so terrifying. Not only did it have an enormous physical strength, it also had an ethereal sword intent. It was said that in another holy land, martial arts intent was cultivated there. This ethereal power had always been disdained by the prodigies of the Water-Moon Holy Land. They thought that it was a deliberately mystifying power of martial arts. Even Bai Yunzhan did not put it in their eyes. However, he now knew that there were 3,000 different kinds of martial arts. Martial arts intent borrowed the power of heaven and earth. It was not weaker than the physical strength of the Water-Moon Holy Land. This Lin Ling was not a prodigy of the Water-Moon Holy Land.